Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Donington Park in Leicestershire for this weekend's British Racing and Sports Car Club race meeting, live here on Facebook and YouTube, courtesy of Digitex Television. Scott Woodward's here to guide you through all of the action, and we started a little bit earlier than our first race because we wanted to give you a glimpse of some of the racing stars of the future. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship racing with MRF tyres. They're out currently this morning for their 15-minute practice session. And this is for drivers aged 14 to 17 years old, drivers that are coming fresh up from karting or short ovals, or for one or two drivers, particularly this year, starting their entire racing careers from scratch. So they won't have raced anything before. And with a healthy entry of 15 cars this weekend, as it was back at Silverstone, it's good to see that the championship is growing its numbers once again. 15 cars here this weekend, and they're set to grow even further. In fact, some of the numbers are already looking as though we're going to be heading into the mid-20s for 2020. Lots of inquiries, lots of interested drivers in the renaissance for the Fiesta Junior Championship, especially for 2020. And to show how popular it's been in bringing in new drivers for this year, only one is an existing driver from 2019. And that's last year's vice champion and current points leader, Joseph Loke. He's won all 4 races so far, and he's looking to try and add 2 more as he takes a step closer to the championship. So let me just in a little bit of a red flag situation at the moment. Once that's done, we'll get the cars back out on track so you can see some of our junior stars. This will be the only time you'll see them on camera today, because they will be racing twice tomorrow. They have a free practice session which they're going to finish here this afternoon, and then they'll have qualifying later on, which will be off camera. And then we will head to the 2 races for tomorrow's timetable. As for today's timetable, we can give you a quick preview of what's to come. So the first race coming up after this free practice session is the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship, and that is for the first of 3 races at their season finale. The drivers trying to stop Stephen Daly from turning his 3 Compact Cup titles into 4, but after dominant pace at Brands Hatch, there is every possibility that he could make that happen. Then there is a lunch break, and then we move in to the first of our 3 races this weekend for one of our headline acts. That is the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK Championship and Volkswagen Cup, which are particularly the Volkswagen Racing Cup, racing in memory of a much missed member of their paddock, Tom Walker, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, and they are honouring him this weekend with a special Tom Walker Memorial Trophy, which is going to be a perpetual award that will be given every year, and so the best scoring driver from the season will be awarded that trophy. There's one or two of our Fiesta Juniors. You see them in the background just being worked on whilst the red flag is in there. You just saw Albert Webster's car drive past. Going back to our timetable, after the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy race, the first of 3 for the weekend, we then get into the first of our Caterham Motorsport weekend. And if you've never watched Caterham racing, strap in, because it's going to be quite an afternoon's worth of racing, a whole weekend's worth of racing in fact. First of which is going to be the Avon Tyres Caterham 7, 310R and 7 UK Championships on a combined grid. That'll be followed by the first of our 2 Academy groups for their final races of the season. First up the white group, and then it'll be the green group later on in the afternoon, and they are sandwiched by the combined grid for the Motol Caterham 7, 270Rs and Roadsport Championship. And then today's action ends with a second BMW Compact Cup race, which may or may not see Stephen Daly wrap up the championship. So, as you can see on screen, the Fiesta Juniors are back out in the circuit after the brief red flag. We can talk you through some of them. Looking at the free practice pace at the moment, it's Joseph Loke who leads on a 1:25.545, but he's only just over a tenth quicker than his main rival in the championship, Will Autumn, who's come up from karting, as has Joseph Loke. Joseph, the only driver carrying over from last year, being the 2019 vice champion of the series at Pembrey last year, and continually got quicker and quicker, and was able to pick up his first few victories towards the end of the year. So far, as we mentioned, he has remained unbeaten. 4 races, 4 race wins, and he had a little bit of a tougher time at Silverstone, being challenged by William Orton at many stages, but in the end he was able to take the flag first. Just seeing on here Dylan Hotchin, who took his one and only podium so far this year at Camberwell Park at the opening meeting. And there's Jensen Brickley going through. He's the National Mini Stocks champion from last year in his first season of circuit racing. And that's the brilliant thing about the Fiesta Juniors, that it's not just drivers coming up from karting. We have a few drivers that have also progressed through from the junior short oval scene, particularly championships like mini stocks, and also categories like, in the case of Albert Webster, junior hot rods as well. But some great wide experience, and and you never think that these drivers are 14 to 17 years old, with the way that they're so professional and so smooth on track, and they do pick up the knack of driving on the circuits pretty quickly. Just see the blue car there is our female racer in the field, Bridie Davis. She is the sister of George Davis, who is also racing. They are the first brother and sister sibling pairing to race in the Fiesta Junior Championship at the same time. We've had Bradley Kent and Lewis Kent, who will feature later on in BMW Cup and TCR UK respectively. But it's the first time that we've had two siblings from the same family race in the Fiesta Juniors at the same time. So she, as well as many other drivers, are learning their way around the Fiesta Junior. It is a Ford Fiesta Mark 6 ST150, which has a mount-tuned DCU. They run MRF tyres. They also run AST suspension, also a custom exhaust as well, and they can also run a Quaver limited slip diff. You can pick cars up for as little as £7,000, and they're a pretty sturdy car. They've got a 4-star NCAP safety rating. And of course they have all the mandatory MS UK and FIA junior safety measures, such as the roll cages and the door cards and everything else that's required to make these cars as safe as possible. And so it means that should the worst happen, these drivers are suitably protected. So again, free practice. It won't set the grid. That'll be qualifying later on this afternoon off camera, but it does give the drivers a chance to get a judgment for the track conditions out there. We had a little bit of a delay to proceedings to get these guys underway because there was a bit of an incident in one of the earlier sessions which saw them have to do a little bit of on-track clear-up. Once that was done, they were able to get onto the mix. And so, just with a few more minutes left in the session, a few more seconds in fact, about 20 seconds to go before the session has the checkered flag. It's Joseph Loke who is currently fastest for the record, 125.545 from William Orton in second fastest. Dylan Hodgins currently third quickest in practice from Jensen Brickley, and then it's Alex Lee who's one of 4 drivers that debuted at Silverstone just a few weeks ago in September. In the second of the 2 Ali Rushforth Motorsport cars, 5th fastest as the checkered flag comes out on the session. Then it's the 6th fastest for Joseph Knight, who's just on screen here in the black and white myclubgroup.co.uk machine. And he's ahead of Bradley Beavers, who has managed to get out. He wasn't originally in the assembly area, he had some kind of a initial problem, but they've managed to fix that quickly and get him out there. He's currently 6th fastest. Then it's Jake Triggs from George Davis, Joseph Knight, who's now dropped to 8th from Sid Smith. Jake Weston, who took 2 podiums last time in his first FJC appearance. Oops! And there's been a little bit of contact between a couple of the cars as they head into pit lane. And rest of the top 10, a couple more cars are also sort of switching around in the times. Jake Triggs has popped up to 4th with his last effort. And it's Albert Webster from Sid Smith and George Davis in the top 10. Joseph Knight 11th fastest from Jake Weston, Alex Sprange. And then it's Bridie Davis and Mitch Marie rounds out the 15 cars finishing the session. So that's Fiesta Juniors at least done for today on camera. They'll be qualifying later on this afternoon off camera. Then they will have 2 races to mark up rounds 5 and 6 of the 2020 season. We'll get to see these future junior racing talents move on to tackle the Donington Park National Circuit. So, to give you a bit of an idea of exactly what Fiesta Juniors is all about, we've got a little bit of a promotional video ready for you to show you some of the ins and outs of what these juniors are all about and what you can expect if you're a 14 to 17-year-old driver looking to get involved in the championship. So sit back and find out more about one of the UK's premier junior racing championships, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. So there you have it, Fiesta Juniors for 2020 and indeed for the future for 2021. And so if you're interested, head to the website brsccfiestajunior.com for more information. It does look as though that the car that hit strife at the end of that session was in fact the championship leader, Joseph Loke, and the race car consultants team are just taking a look at that. As you mentioned, these Fiestas are quite sturdy machines. And so the team will look at that and should be able to happily get that fixed for the qualifying session later on this afternoon. That's scheduled on the timetable to take place at around about 4:30 this afternoon. And again, that is off camera. So going forward, we are heading into racing all the way through. There will be a bit of a lunch break after this first race coming up, which is race 1 of 3 for the weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup Championship. And they've already had 3 meetings so far this season at Alton Park, and they've also had meetings at Thruxton and at Brands Hatch. Now they come to Donington to complete their truncated 2020 season, as is the case for many championships around the UK, of course, being the current global situation going on. But of course everyone has adapted as much as possible, and of course it couldn't be possible without the strong work of everyone involved at the BRSCC, at Motorsport UK, all the brilliant marshals, the volunteer marshals and officials, and everyone who gives their time to make these events happen. So a big thank you to everyone involved for being able to make it possible for us to be racing. We began again, of course, at the beginning of July, and since then we've been able to pretty much go just about flawlessly up to this point to be able to ensure that motorsport in the UK continues. That's incredibly important considering that the club racing scene in the UK is so well populated and so well supported. So a big thank you to everyone that's made this possible throughout the entire scope. I was talking to one of the Caterham drivers this morning in the Parc Ferme, James Murphy, who's racing in the 7 310R Championship, and he was mentioning, just to pass on his thanks also to everyone involved, including the likes of Caterham Motorsport for their cars as well. So the work will continue then for Joseph Loke's team to make sure his car is ready for qualifying. Meanwhile, the marshals are already forming up on the grid to get the first of 3 races for the BRSCC Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship ready to go. It's a 15-minute race, and the cars being lined up in the assembly area, which has been used as the Grand Prix loop, in fact, for this one. But the cars are already forming around, so we'll be able to give you who is sitting where on the grid coming for this first of 3. So, pole position was taken by championship leader Stephen Daly, and by quite a margin. He found quite a bit of pace yesterday in testing, and he's translated that into taking pole position by just about 3/4 of a second. And in club racing, particularly in one-make championships, that is huge. So he will certainly be one to watch for. Alongside him on the front row is Guy Davis in car number 28, one of his best qualifying results, starting on the front row. Row 2 is a bit to be Tom Griffiths, who was the championship leader going into Brands Hatch last time, but a couple of tricky races meant that he has dropped down the order to 2nd place. And he now currently sits going into the weekend some 17 points behind Stephen Daly. He will start in 3rd on the grid alongside Rhys Claydon, who is one of the KC Motorsport prepared cars, the same team that runs Stephen Daly, and he's showing a fantastic turn of pace, starting in 4th on the grid. His personal best result in Compact Cup was a 3rd at Silverstone last year, and that almost came positively out of the blue. He didn't quite expect it, but the form he showed was fantastic, and so he's looking to try and carry that over for this occasion. Row 3 is Paul Maguire in the bright green and black car number 5. Alongside him is former Clio Cup UK and British GT star Jordan Stilp, who has won a race already so far this season at Thruxton. And he will start on row 3 from 6th on the grid. Then it's the Dobles, Doble Senior and Doble Junior. It's Senior ahead of Junior, as he started 7th ahead of Mike Senior on 8th position on the grid. And then rounding out the top 10 is Ben Huntley in car number 96 and Oliver Fowler in car number 18. 6th row of the grid is Matt Flowers and Ray McDowell, followed by Ian Howes and Lee Dendy Sadler from Race Car Consultants on the 7th row of the grid. The 8th row is Gareth Claydon and Gordon McMillan from Gordon's son Rudy, and then William Davison to round out the top 18. And rounding up the top 20 is Russell Cager and James Barrett in 19th and 20th places. Row 11 is Cliff Harper and Wayne Flint, who is in points the leading Masters driver, 4th overall, and the Masters order is sorted by wherever drivers who are aged, I believe it's 45 and over, are in the overall standing. So Wayne Flint is currently the highest placed Masters driver in 4th, but he's had a bit of a tough qualifying session, and he starts all the way down in 22nd on the grid. And he's not the only front runner that's had problems in qualifying this morning. The 12th row of the grid See Sam Strong making his first appearance in the championship, so welcome to Sam. He starts alongside David Sharp. Next is John King and Martin Gadsby on the 13th row of the grid, ahead of Richard Sutherland and Chris Chadwick. Then it's Simon Welton and Saranga Sothis-Rahari. Then it's Henry Cook and Chris McGinley. Ian Jones, who is a race winner this season after he took a victory in the appalling wet conditions at Alton Park at the beginning of the season. He will start from 33rd on the grid. He's got lots of work to do as the green flag flies and the cars are released onto their formation lap. And then it is going to be Tim Evans alongside Ian Jones on the 17th row of the grid. And at the rear of the field, last but certainly not least, the 35th car on this grid being Graham Robertson. It is a mammoth entry for the BMW Compact Cup, as it always usually is. Usually grids of 30-plus cars. We've even had early 40s in terms of numbers. Just shows how popular and cost-effective this championship is. All the cars are the E36 generation BMW 318 Ti Compact, and they run a 1900cc engine. They also run Nankang tyres, hence the title sponsorship. They also run gas shocks, Powerflex bushes. I think they have a Super Chips ECU flash. They also have a Claris exhaust, amongst other things. And they are very simple cars to put together. You can build a car by getting a donor for as little as, get this, £500. You can put a whole car together for around 5,000 to 6,000. And it's because of that cost effectiveness that the grids are so popular, and they've been growing and growing ever since it was conceived a few years ago, and through the guidance of, in particular, two men in particular for the championship, Greg Graham and Paul McCurlian, who now do substantial work with the BRSCC. They have now allowed this championship to continue to prosper and continue to grow as well. And the current coordination team with Greg and, of course, ably assisted by Charlotte White, both of them do a sensational job of making sure that these drivers are looked after as well as possible. So with the crunch point in the championship coming up, we have got, I believe, a drop score situation, which means we've got to take that into account as well. So in terms of the championship points coming into the weekend, Daly leads with 332, ahead of Tom Griffiths on 315. Ian Jones, who starts way back in 33rd on the grid, is on 304, ahead of our top Masters driver, Wayne Flint, on 301. Just 1 point behind him is Ben Huntley in 300, who has had some great drives throughout the season and will hope to try and replicate that this afternoon for the first race. Next up in 6th in points is Mikey Noble, the junior of the two Noble siblings that race. Paul Maguire, former Mazda MX-5 champion, is 7th in points on 283, followed by Jordan Stilp on 273. Then it's Oliver Fowler and Lee Dendy Sadler, the former Fiesta racer, switching from front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive in order to hopefully try and make some success. And he's currently breaching the top 10, 233 points, but he's got quite a sizable gap. It's a 38-point gap to get any higher to close in on Oliver Fowler. So the cars make their way back around onto the grid. Track conditions, I would imagine it's dry. There's been a little bit of drizzle in the air throughout the qualifying sessions, but it is primarily rather cold. I did see at one point the temperature, at least the ambient temperature, was 9 degrees, which means that this warm-up lap would have been more crucial than others, because usually warm tyres on a cold track means you can better regulate the temperatures and better sort of make sure they're not overheating and make sure to look after them more, and that means that you get more performance out of them. So trying to get them warmed up and the amount of time that you spend on the grid are two very crucial things, particularly when we're at this point in the year in mid-October when the weather is so cold and the track is so cold as well. So Stephen Daly will be looking to add to his win tally this season. Of course, took a double at Brands Hatch, and he was pretty much back the same sort of form which we expected him, as that's taken him to 3 Compact Cup titles on the bounce. He wants to make it a quartet, but of course he has got some very feisty drivers. And Tom Griffiths, of course, has to make up that 17-point deficit as much as he can. And of course, with Ian Jones and Wayne Flint starting out of position, that's also going to be key as well. So the last couple of cars will be getting into position towards the rear of the field. Remember, 35 cars, a mammoth grid. We wait for the green flag on the right of the screen from one of our brilliant marshals. Ian Jones, you see they're slotting into place in the black and pink car. And we're all set for racing here at Donington Park for the first race of the weekend here at Donington Park. It is the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the first of 15-minute races. We crown a champion this weekend. Let's see who it's going to be. Watch for the lights in the top of the screen. They go up, and race number 1 is underway for the Compact Cup. Decent start from Stephen Daly from pole position. It's a strong start also for Rhys Clady in the white and blue car on the outside. He's up to second place, trying to get himself ahead of Guy Davis, and also trying to make it 3 abreast for second is Tom Griffiths. Stephen Daly has the whole shot into the first corner. A little bit of puff of smoke from further back in the field. And Wayne Flint in the silver and green car trying to make progress. One car's running wide already. I think that's possibly Saranga Sothis Rahari that's hit problems. But down through the Craner curves, look at the sight. 35 BMW Compact Cup cars cascading down towards the old hairpin. And it's Daly who leads from Griffiths in second place. Davis is down to third after he started on the front row of the grid. And there you see Ray McDowell in the mix as well. Father of former British touring car racer Alex McDowell. Also trying to make moves there was Lee Dendy Sadler in the grey and blue machine. Up towards McLean's for the first time. Daly in command from Griffiths. Then it's Guy Davis in third place in a car that's very hard to miss in the bright purple, pink and yellow machine. Fourth is now Rhys Claydon. Fifth is now Paul Maguire. Battle on the sixth. You did just see Jordan Stilp in the light blue car with the red trim and the red bumper. He's scrapping down to seventh place. He's got Mikey Dover in the mix as well as Oliver Fowler. It looks as though, apart from a little bit of a skirmish and one or two cars running wide at Redgate Corner, everyone appears to have got through, touch wood, fairly cleanly. Into the Fogarty S's for the first time as they ride the curves right and left and onto the pit straight once again. And Stephen Daly appears to have the race in command at the end of the first lap. He leads the way for the first racing lap of the weekend with 13.5 minutes still to go. So, classification of the order then, end of lap number 1. It is Stephen Daly who heads the way. Tom Griffiths in second place. Guy Davis giving chase in third. Rhys Claydon is fourth ahead of Paul Maguire in fifth position. Then it's Jordan Stilp, as we see the two Dobles battling amongst each other, father versus son. And Paul Maguire was fifth, Jordan Stilp sixth. Then it's Oliver Fowler, Ben Huntley, and then the two Dobles. At the moment, it is dad ahead of son. So those two in their own personal battle. I can see in the background also 11th place. We see now there's one car that's had a bit of an off in the background and has struggled. And I possibly wonder if that's linked to Gordon McMillan, because I did just spot in the background, it looked as though his bonnet was half sticking out. One of the bonnet pins has come loose and possibly caused problems. Yes, there it is. You can see in the background the red car with a loose bonnet, so he's got to be careful he doesn't go too quickly, otherwise the air pressure might force it up and smash the windscreen. So that has happened several times in motorsport. It's not uncommon for that to happen when you get a loose bonnet, so that will be crucial. The one thing we should take into account also is the progress of Wayne Flint, because he's currently up to 13th at the moment and made some good progress on the open lap, making up a few positions, in fact, to be exact. He's made up 9 places, so he started back in 22nd. There's up 9 spots to 13th, so great work from the current top Masters driver in the championship as the leaders head through the Fogarty S's to end the second lap. And if anything, Tom Griffiths, who knows he has to get as much progress as possible here to try and take as many points away from Stephen Daly as he can, he's starting to pull away from Guy Davis and start to make moves. Speaking of making moves, here comes Paul Maguire in car number 5 with a nice neat move up the inside into Redgate, and he is into 4th position. So Paul Maguire looking to rise up from 7th in the point standings as they head down through Hollywood and through the Craner curves. This is fantastic club level bumper-to-bumper saloon car racing. It's no wonder the Compact Cup is such a popular championship. There's such low power with these BMWs that you can really chuck them into the corners with rear-wheel drive. It means you get plenty of oversteer moments to entertain the spectators, and above all else, these cars are buckets of fun. Stephen Daly then, he's not being allowed to get away here. You saw that Tom Griffiths picked up the fastest lap of the first proper flying lap around, because the end of the first lap of the race is pretty much from a standing grid. You get the first judgment of who is setting the initial pace from their first flying lap when they pass the start and finish line. Battle for 4th is developing here between the lead car and Rhys Claydon, being chased down now by Paul Maguire. So the position since we last saw it have switched back again, so Rhys Claydon has managed to repass Paul Maguire somewhere around the lap between Redgate and where we saw them heading into Coppice. Top 3 are together. Guy Davis is keeping with Tom Griffiths at the front of the field, but for 5th it looks as though Jordan Stilp is looking to try and use some of his British GT experience to good use, and Guy Davis in fact showing what pace he has, fastest lap of the race at the end of lap number 3. So 10.5 minutes to go as they turn their way into Redgate once more. And it's now Paul Maguire from going the hunter to the hunted, because he's now under pressure from Jordan Stilp and the bright blue machine as he tries to put himself alongside on the exit into Hollywood and down the Craner curves. It's a daring move if you can go side by side, but Jordan Stilp is able to force Maguire to capitulate, and he's up into the top 5. So Jordan Stilp then, as we say, plenty of experience in Clear Cup, of course in front wheel drive hot hatches, and of course in the British GT Championship and GT4 as well, so he's done plenty of different racing. He's managed to change up a little bit this season and jump into the Compact Cup, and I know for a fact that he is absolutely loving life in this championship. battle on here between Ray McDowell and Russell Cager, and also trying to get involved here. As you can see who that was just behind them on the timing screen. We'll catch it in a second. Here's the next battle going on just ahead of them. Lee Dendy Sadler in the mix there. He's battling with Cliff Harper and Gareth Claydon, the two Claydon siblings in the mix. And so just behind there, that was battling for the fringe of the top 20. That was Sam Strong, who races BMWs elsewhere, but he's making his debut in the Compact Cup this weekend after taking a look at the championship and liking how it feels. He's now making decent progress and getting himself into the top 20. I think he'd be quite happy with the top 20 for that. Fastest lap for Stephen Daly as he continues to lead the way. The gap is still around about 0.8 of a second at the front as the battle goes on between Lee Dendy Sadler, Cliff Harper and Gareth Claydon. The rest of the field goes pouring through. It's the brilliant thing about Compact Cups. Doesn't matter your pace level, your skill level, you've always got somebody to race with. Oliver Fowler gets edged out wide over the curb, and he loses out to Ben Huntley. Huntley not having the strongest of weekends. He has been known to put some strong drives in. One in particular was Alton Park in the wet, where he charged up the order after a tricky race one into second place. Oliver Fowler, meanwhile, has been shuffled down 3 positions. He's lost out to both the Ben Huntley car, which is the blue and yellow machine, and the 2 Dobles. First of all with Doble Senior getting through, and then Mikey Doble getting through as well. So that's now shuffled Oliver Fowler down from what was 7th down to the bottom of the top 10. So there goes 4th, 5th and 6th. Here comes 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, because look at the car at the end of that 5-car train. That is Wayne Flint, the top Masters driver, and he needs to try and make as much progress as he can, because he's currently the 3rd best placed Masters driver in the field. Paul Maguire leads that race from Mike Doble in 2nd, Wayne Flint in 3rd, and then Gordon Millen in 4th position, who appears to be carrying on after that early damage with his bonnet. Doesn't appear to be affecting him too much as we approach half distance in this first race of 3 this weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Last weekend of the season after Alton Park, then Thruxton, and then Brands Hatch here at Donington. New fast lap of the race again. They're really pumping them in this time as the battle for 4th is now raged. We've got 1 car off tracking through the gravel. Can't quite tell who that is. We're trying to work it out, but it's one of the silver machines that's dropping down a few spots. We look at the scrap for 4th between Rhys Claydon and Jordan Still, but Jordan Still trying to use all the experience, but Rhys Claydon is certainly hanging on and proving just how much pace this KC Motorsport repair car has got, and he isn't afraid to go side by side on the run through the crowd of curves, but Jordan Still using all of that, and a lock up there from Rhys Claydon. He was very lucky not to go straight into the back of Jordan Still there, but he was able to just stand on the anchors a little bit and hold on and prevent what could have been a bit of a tricky accident. So up the hill into McLean's now. Just under 7 minutes to go. Lap 6. To the right-hander at Popper's corner, over the curbs as they drift out wide. This would be a prime opportunity possibly for Rhys Claydon to get into the slipstream. What he's also got to worry about is that car right behind him, the bright green machine of Paul Maguire, and he darts out to have a look, slots in to Rhys's slipstream once more as they hit the brakes and turn him through the Fogarty S's to complete the 6th lap and onto the pit straight once again. Back with our leaders. Gap is now almost a second, and Guy Davis is closer to Griffiths than Griffiths is to Daly, so there's a possibility after Guy Davis stole the fastest lap away, which was, in a matter of fact, almost 3/10 quicker than that which Stephen Daly previously managed. There's every chance that he could snatch one of his best results in the championship. He really has come of pace this season. He managed to show some glimpses of it at Thruxton. He's a little bit anonymous at Brands Hatch, but he's managed to bounce back here at Donington Park at the season finale. Wayne Flint, meanwhile, in the silver and green machine, has managed to split the Dobles, so he's now into the top 10. And he's got past Doble Jr. His next target is his fellow Masters driver, Doble Senior. 5.5 minutes left in this pretty intense first BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend. 3, of course, to decide the fate of the 2020 Championship. One has to wonder if Jordan Still, with the time he's got left, will try if he can to bridge the gap to the top 3. Say that, the gap is 6 seconds between 3rd and 4th, so unless there's a rocket strap to the back of Jordan Still's car, I don't doubt his ability whatsoever, but unless he's that quick, can't see that 6-second gap being depleted, but he will certainly push as hard as he can to try and do as much as he can. I think the benefit for him is that he will have clear air now. He won't be stuck in traffic like these cars, for example, are, he'll be able to drive his own lines and run his own race and see if he can close that gap in. But actually, whilst he was battling away with Rhys Claydon and Paul Maguire, the gaps between himself and Guy Davis have now gone out to 6.7 seconds. So on lap 8 now. Jordan's still a little wide over the curves of Redgate Corner. Just behind them, we're looking at that battle. Now for second place, Guy Davis looks as though he has got the measure of Tom Griffiths pace-wise. But as the great Murray Walker, who of course recently turned 97 last weekend, says, catching's one thing, passing's quite another. That could be the same when looking at Doble here trying to make a move on Ben Huntley. That's a scrap that's going on, of course, for 8th, 9th and 10th, so or 7th, 8th and 9th, forgive me. As they head through. Ben Huntley, as we say, has made some great progress this year, has shown some great turns of pace. His best result so far has been a second place this season. And he is looking to hopefully try and improve on that, maybe in the next 2 races across the weekend. But he's coming under pressure. There's a battle going on a little further back. That's between the other of the 2 Doble siblings and Gordon Fowler. To Flint, who now distance in 9th place. So at the moment, he will score the equivalent of. Well, he will score the points for 9th place, but he'll try to at least maintain his gap to Paul Maguire in the point standings. He's currently going into this weekend 18 points ahead of the overall standings to his nearest Masters rival, Paul Maguire, who is up the road, but 3 places ahead of him. Or 4, I should imagine, because Paul Maguire has managed to pass now Rhys Claydon, so that's now Maguire into 5th and Rhys Claydon down to 6th. So he's been shuffled down a few spots after he qualified in 4th, one of his best qualifying results of his Compact Cup career so far. 3 minutes to go in this first of 3 BMW Compact Cup races, and Paul Maguire little on edge as he just wiggles the tail through the trainer curves and into the old hairpin. See the understeer as the car tries to push wide as he throws it into this downhill right-hander, presses right at the apex, and then not got much run, not much curb to work before you're onto the grass on the exit. Several cars do and have run wide on many occasions. And as for Ian Jones, just seeing going through shot there, he started back in 33rd, he's up to 20th, so it's a bit of damage limitation for this first race, but the grid is set by the results of race 1, which means that he will at least start higher up than he has in this race. In the battle here, it's going for John King. He's battling away with a 3-1-1. That is Cook. In the pit lane is Gordon McMillan, having that bonnet attended to. Looks like one of the clips came loose, and he's having someone, part of his team, just try and reattach them so that he can get back out there. 2 minutes to go in this Compact Cup race, and Stephen Daly, points leader and 3-time champion, still leads. The gap is the second last time by. And after an initial threat from Guy Davis, looks as though Tom Griffiths looks a little more comfortable in second, but doesn't have that ultimate pace to overhaul Stephen Daly just yet. Through the Craner curves, clip of curb as they go through, down the hill into the old hairpin. Jordan still is pulling away from the scrap for 5th that's going on between Paul Maguire and Rhys Claydon, but again, not at the pace he really should have done. By the time he managed to get through, the top 3 were already up the road, and off the road has gone Paul Maguire, running wide at the old hairpin. We look further back, and this is the scraps going on between Cook in the 3-1-1. Just ahead of him appears to be Harper, who has fallen a few spots, in fact, to 24th place, and also John King is in there in the Fun Bike sponsored car, as Cook runs out wide. And also in there, it looks to be Martin Gadsby in the blue and yellow machine number 9. He will make up another position, and regardless of where they are in the field, it's a great battle. And it doesn't matter if it's only for effectively 24th place, it's still a fantastic mix of cars here. So 111 and Chadwick is in there as well. Of course, Cook, King and Gadsby have a 25th position, but it's still a brilliant scrap. So last lap board will go out this time by. 40 seconds left on the clock here at Donington Park, and Stephen Daly, he's almost home. He looks fairly comfortable at the moment in the lead. He potentially looks as though he's on course to pick up his 3rd win in a row and take one step closer to making it a quartet of titles on the bounce in the BMW Compact Cup. I know he's got ambitions to make further progress in his racing career. I know he's really knuckled down and taken it seriously this year. Not that he wasn't before, but he's definitely made an effort to showcase himself and push himself out there and promote himself and his abilities and his sponsors, making a big effort. And I think I can certainly say from the skill he's shown over the last 3 or 4 years, and I know there's a lot of people, not just within the Compact Cup paddock, but within club racing themselves and even further afield, that have seen Stephen Daly and looked at him and really asked the question, why is he not in a higher championship yet? And that's not a reflection on the Compact Cup at all. It's a fantastic championship. First of all, I can definitely tell you that. He's James Gornall. He's been racing in the BTCC, and before that he was a former British GT champion, and he certainly enjoyed it after taking the title in 2016. But for Stephen Daly, practically unchallenged, even though he had the attention of Griffiths and Davis in the mix. But he will come to start his weekend in the perfect way. Up to the checkered flag comes Stephen Daly. He's crossed off 1 of 3 so far. Checkered flag is out, and he takes the victory and flashes the headlights in the first race of the day for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. It's almost a dead heat for second, but Tom Griffiths does beat Guy Davis to the flag, and that completes the podium in the top 3. So congratulations to them. 4th place goes to Jordan Still. 5th goes to Paul Maguire after another late challenge from Rhys Claydon. And the rest of the top 10 will come through. They're still racing further back as they shuffle their way through the chicane. You see that Ian Jones there, who is up to 19th place, and he'll just finish behind, I think that is Matt Flowers. Across the line he comes, and Ian Jones does recover from 33rd on the grid to 19th. There's a rise of 14 places, which is incredibly popular and incredibly impressive. So there is your first winner of the day, Stephen Daly, 3-time Compact Cup champion. Certainly doing everything he needs to so far this weekend to make it 4 on the bounce. Impressive stuff. And Tom Griffiths has certainly rebounded in pace. He was a little further back than he would have liked at Brands Hatch, but that's certainly a nice way to rebound, and it will give him confidence going into the next 2 races today and tomorrow. There's confirmation of the results. Stephen Daly wins by, it says, 2.4 seconds from Tom Griffiths in 2nd place, Guy Davis in 3rd, Jordan Still picks up 4th, and Paul Maguire rounds out the top 5 from Rhys Claydon. Wayne Flint, who finishes 7th after he started way back in around about, was it 24th on the grid or so. Mikey Doble in 8th, Oliver Fowler in 9th, and Ben Huntley rounds out the top 10. Moving forwards to see who finished lower down from 11th onwards. It was 11th place for Mike Doble Sr. Rudy McMillan picks up 12th. A strong drive for Rudy, in fact. I'm sure Gordon will be proud. Ian Howes takes 13th. Lee Denny Sadler dropped down to 14th in the end from Ray McDowell and Gareth Claydon. And it's Sam Strong with 17th place. Good effort for his first Compact Cup race. Well done to him. Matt Flowers, Ian Jones with 33rd on the grid to 19th. Again, really impressive drive. Watch for him in race 2 later on this afternoon. And Simon Welton completes the top 20. 21st position goes to James Barrett from David Sharp, and then Russell Cager, Cliff Harper and John King, and Chris Chadwick and Martin Gadsby and Henry Cook had that great battle towards the end of that race. Saranga Sothis Rahari, I believe, went wide at the opening few corners of the race earlier on. Rounding off the top 30 is Richard Sutherland, and then the last few cars that we had finish were the number 44 Chris McGinley, Tom Evans, and then we lost 3 cars sadly, Gordon McMillan, William Davidson early on, and also Graham Robertson. So 32 cars home from the 35 that started, and Stephen Daly picking up another 50 points, and he will be using those, putting those to good use hopefully for the rest of his campaign over this weekend to finish off. So that is already going into a lunch break now for this weekend's action. Of course, we're taking a break of about an hour, but towards the end of it, we will have the cars being released to the grid for our first of our 3 races from one of our headline acts this weekend, the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK, and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. They will have the first of their 20-minute races, not 2 minutes, 20-minute races coming up early this afternoon at around about 10 to 2. So be sure to join us then, but we're going to take a break now heading forwards into the lunch break. When we're back, we'll have touring car action and VW Cup on track together for this afternoon, followed by Caterhams and more BMWs to round off Saturday. So until then, grab some lunch, and we'll see you in a few moments' time. Welcome along, everybody, to the third and final race meeting of the season for the 2020 Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Donington Park's National Circuit plays host for what is set to be 3 sensational races to decide who becomes the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy champion, as well as the champion in the TCR class. There's also the titles to be decided in the Volkswagen Racing Cup, as they will both share a grid together. And it's also quite a special weekend for the VW Cup, as they have decided to honour one of their fallen drivers from the last couple of seasons. Sadly, one of their favourite members of the paddock, Tom Walker, sadly passed away a couple of years ago, and so this weekend is the Tom Walker Memorial Race Meeting. Whoever scores the most points in VW Cup out of the 3 races will walk away with the Tom Walker Memorial Trophy. It's a perpetual trophy which the driver will hold on to until the end, or until the next time that the Memorial meeting is run. So heading on track now round to the grid come our touring cars and VW Cup machines, and it is now a straight fight in the championship between Lewis Kent and Henry Neal, although Tim Docker, I think, would have done with a better start to the weekend than that, because he looks as though he's lost it heading through Redgate Corner and losing a little bit at the back end. Possibly cold tyres, I think, that's seen him make that mistake, but he manages to find the track once again. So, heading round to the grid, as another car off the road, in fact, that is, I think that's Max Hart, in fact, who's third in the championship. So it looks to me as if it's a rather cold track, and as a result of that, lots of rather cold slicks. So everyone is going to be trying to make it round to the grid to try and heat them up as best as possible. So, heading into this weekend, as we mentioned before those spins took place, it is a straight fight for the championship heading into this weekend between Henry Neal and Lewis Kent. There is 1 point separating them, but of course drop scores do have to come into play. So before drop scores, it is 98 points to Henry Neal from Lewis Kent on 97. Next highest in points is Max Hart, because pretty much through all this season he's owned third place, 4 third place finishes. He's currently on 61 points coming to the weekend. There is a tie for 4th in points, but that set's broken because Tim Docker and Dan Kirby, who's not here this weekend racing, are currently with 43 points each, but Tim Docker will overtake him. And also there's an internal battle between Darrell Wilson and William Butler, who are 23 points each, but of course William Butler and Darrell Wilson, 2 very different cars. The bright green Vauxhall Astra of Darrell Wilson and the William Butler Cupra TCR, of which there are 4. There are a few new drivers in the championship, as we see a few of the VW Cup cars. We'll talk about them in a second. But new drivers for this weekend, one of which, notable, is Sam Osborne, who people will know from British Touring Cars this season, racing for the Mark Blundell Motorsport squad. He switches that Honda Civic, of which one of those similar cars is just on screen there, driven by Henry Neal. He switches it for one of the 2 PMR and Trade Press Cars racing run Cupra TCRs, and he joins William Butler, who made his TCR debut last time at Silverstone. We're also joined by a 4th Cupra in the hands of Mark Wakefield, a regular in the VW Cup, and he has also had a taste of this machinery before. And also we have Jeff Olden in a Civic. But here's the grid and how they line up. Lewis Kent took pole position by over half a second in qualifying to make a statement of intent, and it is a key championship rival who heads in by a point, Henry Neal, who will start alongside him on the front row. BTCC Sam Osborne makes his TCR debut to start 3rd. Alongside him is his PMR and Trade Price Cars Cupra teammate William Butler in 4th on the grid. Max Hart in the first of the 2 Maximum Motorsport Cupras starts 5th. Alongside him, the bright green Vauxhall Astra from DW Racing of Darrell Wilson. Tim Docker's VW Golf lines up 7th alongside Mark Wakefield, a VW Cup convert in the 2nd of the 2 Maximum Motorsport cars. And then Jeffrey Olden, who moves up from VW Cup, is in the ex-Fox Motorsport Honda Civic, also being run by Maximum Motorsport. He starts 9th. Josh Coggan starts on pole for the Volkswagen Racing Cup contingent. He starts ahead of Jack Depper in 11th place on the grid. And Howard Fuller, former BTCC racer, back in the championship, a welcome return. He will start 3rd. Andy Wilmot, who is the other half of the Trade Price Cars Racing management, he starts 4th alongside points leader the key man of the championship Bradley Kent. Then it's Paul Ivans, and a welcome return to Martin Depper as well. Makes it a proper family affair with father and son. Martin on the grid in 16th place. So the last few cars are just making their way onto the grid. We've got Richard Gilbert as well, who struggled a little bit in qualifying. And Russell Joyce rounds out the 18-car total field on the grid. So let's talk about the Volkswagen Racing Cup contingent, who are going to be competing this weekend. Heading into the meeting, it is Richard Gilbert who leads the way on 124 points, ahead of Andy Wilmot on 114. and then Bradley Kent on 108 points. So pretty close in the mix as we see the work going on down on the grid, and tyres being swapped around and changed by the Essex and Kent Motorsport squad. They've got cars in both the Touring Car Trophy ranks and in BMW Cup. It is Lewis Kent, of course, in his Hyundai i30N TCR that starts on pole position, and his brother Bradley, who is in contention for the VW Cup title, of course, in a very similar liveried VW Scirocco, who will start a little further back amongst the VW Cup contingent. So Richard Gilbert then, who had a bit of a tough meeting at Silverstone last time. I think he had some intermittent electrical or engine issues that forced him to have to limp round in order to pick up points. He did manage to pick up points in the first race, but not so much like in the second, and it means that he still has a lead. Only difference is it's by 10 points. Of course, these guys also have drop scores to take into account as well. Rest of the table sees Paul Ivans in 4th, and that is on 82 points, and 78 points in 5th for Josh Coggan. As for the rest of the field, Russell Joyce is yet to score points, as is also Howard Fuller, Jack Depper and Martin Depper. Now those who are not here, well, 2 drivers here this weekend, of course, but not in VW Cup machinery. Mark Wakefield and Jeff Alden, of course, have moved into their respective touring cars for this weekend. So there's the Team Dynamics prepared ex-Works BTCC Honda at the wheel of with Henry Neal at the wheel of it. Of course, it's overseen, of course, by his 3 times British Touring Car Champion father Matt, and also his brother Will Neal also helps to engineer the cars. And he also took part in the season finale here at Donington last year in one of the more current spec FK2 generation Civic NGTC machines. There we see the William Butler Cupra, the 2 Powermax Racing and Trade Price Cars machines. It's a joint effort between those 2 to run those cars. Sam Osborne in the car which Dan Kirby normally drives, the resplendent white, gold and black machine. And this is Will Butler's car, the mostly all-white car with the black flashes. And Will Butler did pretty decent in the first weekend. He managed to pick up a 6th place in the first race. Was involved in plenty of battles in the mix. And we mentioned, of course, with the Tom Walker Trophy, Memorial Trophy, as I say, it's a perpetual trophy, and he's someone who I know that a lot of people within the paddock loved and respected, and his passing was quite a shock. And so I believe the original plan was to have the VW this trophy handed out towards the beginning of the season, but of course the start of the season was delayed by the ongoing current global situation, so it was moved to the final race of the season, and the plan is once again to make it an annual trophy. And once again, to reiterate, it is the best scoring driver out of the 3 races, so the driver who can score the most points in VW Cup throughout over the duration of the 3 races will pick up that trophy as well. So just a reminder of the class structure as well. There is an internal TCR class within the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. There is an overall Dunlop Touring Car Trophy 1st, 2nd and 3rd. There will also be a winner's trophy handed out to the top TCR driver as well. So that's one to watch out for at the front. As the grid starts to be cleared, the anticipation starts to build. So Lewis Kent then looking to try and hopefully pick up his first championship title in circuit racing, as he has come through the ranks of the Fiesta Juniors and the Fiesta Championship, the juniors of which are racing here this weekend. And he now finds himself in his 3rd season of driving his Origin White Hyundai i30N. Alongside him, Henry Neal, former Mini Challenge racer, moving into touring cars. Debuted in the Touring Car Trophy last year when it was simply just a series alongside TCR UK on the same track. But of course now he has a chance of picking up the title. Remember, he heads this weekend just a point ahead of Lewis Kent in the championship. The 2 well-prepared PMR Cupras are looking to make a good impact. Of course, Sam Osborne on his TCR debut with almost a full season's worth of BTCC experience now underneath his belt. And he will look to try and use all of that. He looks pretty decent in qualifying, and we'll hope to translate that into strong race pace. And that car, also in the hands of Dan Kirby, has been rather quick. In the wet qualifying conditions at Alton Park, Dan Kirby took the first pole position via qualifying of the season, and he was in contention for a strong result until he slipped back a little bit, and he was able to pick up a 4th place that day. And since then, he was able to match that in Silverstone's 2nd race. Looking back at the VW Cup competitors and results for them, it was pretty much a clean sweep of Alton Park for Richard Gilbert at the start of the season before technical problems hampered him a little bit at Silverstone, but he'll be looking to rebound as best as he can, starting towards the rear of the grid. So not on the same pace that he would have hoped, and he will start in the 2nd of those 2 bright green JM Motorsport Golfs, which has very much a TCR style body kit on them. They might look like the TCR VW Golf, but they are in actual fact a TCR body kit for those competing in VW Cup. So the cars head away from the grid onto their formation lap. Is the first of 3 20-minute races to decide the fate of both the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and Volkswagen Racing Cup titles. It looks as though we've got Jeff Alden starting from the pit lane in the Maxim Motorsport Honda Civic. That's the former car which Nick Halstead raced last year, prepared by Fox Motorsport, but it's now been taken on by Maxim Motorsport as a third car for them to run. And I know they were having 1 or 2 technical problems with that overnight, which they thankfully managed to fix, and we're able to get him out there and at least put some laps in. And Jeff, of course, looks as though, as I say, he will start from the back of the grid from the pit lane. So the cars will make their way around on what is, I'm sure, a very cold track. It's not the warmest of conditions, of course, being in mid-October, but it does mean that these drivers will certainly have to be on the limit in order to find as much pace and grip as possible. Key things to look out for this, of course, are going to be this battle between Richard Gilbert and Andy Wilmot. Now, Andy Wilmot does have position advantage on track, as also does Bradley Kent being further up the field. But what may be a catalyst is the other car in that stable for Richard Gilbert. That is, of course, Josh Coggan, who starts on the front row of the grid on pole position. There's one of the 2 Depper run machines, car number 30. So good to see both Jack and Martin Depper in the field. Martin Depper, of course, well at first, not just in Cup racing, but a former British touring car racer himself. So he's been around a few times to get the job done. As too, of course, does Howard Fuller and Andy Wilmot. So plenty of touring car talent in the VW Cup ranks, not just those competing in an actual touring car. There's Darrell Wilson. He's had some up and down fortunes, but he has shown decent pace at times, and what that Vauxhall can really do. Maybe there's an opportunity here this afternoon and this weekend, as a matter of fact, to possibly grab himself a strong podium finish. His best finish so far has been 5th position in the second race at Alton Park. He's either had technical issues or coming together with other cars. He did have a small tete-a-tete with Dan Kirby in the first race at Silverstone, which saw him off into the gravel track with the tyres, but he managed to rebound and recover, and he will now look to score as strong a result as possible to conclude his season on a high. So the cars line up one by one back on the grid. There is your pole sitter and one of the 2 main championship contenders, Lewis Kent in the Essex and Kent Motorsport Hyundai i30N TCR. Alongside him, the man who just heads in by a point in the championship. One of the VW Cup cars is heading for pit lane. It's one of the Team Hard machines. I couldn't quite catch exactly who it was. It might be, is it possibly maybe Howard Fuller? I'm not sure, but we'll catch it, I'm sure, on the screen as we see there. Richard Gilbert starting towards the back of the VW Cup class, looking to try and hold on to his championship lead, but he knows that the likes of Andy Wilmot and Bradley Kent are going to be challenging pretty strongly, considering that he's further back than where he should be. Russell Joyce brings the VW Golf into position, and the green flag should fly at the back. Let's get set for the first of 3 races in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Watch for the red lights at the top of the screen. The first of 20 minutes here at Donington Park. It is Kent versus Neil for the title. Lights out and we go racing. Everyone scrabbles away from the line in these ultra cold conditions, and it's a great start from the Hyundai for Lewis Kent. He leads down towards Redgate for the first time, under attack for second place either side by Cooper as Henry Neal. He's got Sam Osborne trying to squeeze up the inside line. There's almost a bit of contact, but he now holds the second place. So one car going around goes Tim Docker. That's another spin for him. This time, but he gets collected by one of the VW Cup cars, and I fear, was that Richard Gilbert? I think it was. So the championship leader, Richard Gilbert, in the VW Cup is under pressure. Meanwhile, Henry Neal has taken the lead in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy ranks. He's now heads Lewis Kent in second place. It's Sam Osborne in third and Max Hart in 4th position. Darrell Wilson is also up to 5th, and Josh Coggan is a clear leader, 6th overall, but leading the VW Cup cars heading through McLean's for the first time. So drama for Tim Docker, and a collision, of course, with Richard Gilbert, and that is severely going to hamper his championship chances. The door is open, so hopefully Richard is okay. It looks like he's out of the car. Tim Docker also clambering out of his VW Golf TCR as well, and that's Bradley Kent off the road. He's one of the championship contenders. He was 3rd in points coming into the weekend, but whatever issue that is for Bradley, he's off the road. Now, with the 2 cars stranded, that will have to be at least a safety car, I'd imagine, as Henry Neal leads the field around through the Fog TSs for the end of the opening lap, but they all seem to be slowing up, and that suggests to me that it is indeed a safety car, and that is the case. Safety car has been scrambled. Not really a surprise with 2 cars that are stationary on track because of the incident. But a key move from Henry Neal. It looked like he was under threat initially from Sam Osborne, but managed to find the traction on the exit of Redgate Corner to pursue the back end of Lewis Kent's car and to make the move before they got to the old hairpin. So it's quite crucial. So it must have happened somewhere between the exit of Redgate and on the approach to the old hairpin when we caught them. And Lewis and going through, they have to really slow down to make their way through the debris. It is Howard Fuller that's in the pit lane. The Team Hard boys working along on that car. I think Tony Gillan there on the left is also watching on to see what the issue might be. It's great to have Team Hard back in the championship. They did briefly appear at Alton Park, where they had Ollie Brown, who made his quite a staggering BTCC debut. Been an instructor at Palmer Sport for years, but had never actually raced, and so he managed to put all that ability to good use. And it was quite a hurried few weeks to get him the signatures he needed to be able to compete in BTCC, but he did, and he's actually done quite a respectable and decent job, given the fact that he is a complete racing rookie. He's, of course, driven fast cars around circuits for many, many years. So marshals are also on standby as well, just in case there is any further issues with Howard Fuller's car, but the Team Hard boys certainly are going to work on that, and that's going to put him a couple of laps down. There's Richard Gilbert's car that's being recovered away, and I'm afraid that really will put him in some sort of strife for the championship. It's not really been his luck. Again, he had those technical problems at Silverstone, and he was hoping to rebound this weekend with a much better 3 races to hopefully keep himself in the championship hunt. And in fact, the red flag's been thrown, and that will give them some time to clear up the circuit after the incident. So red flag, the race has been stopped. They have gone further than the safety car. And that means, as they have completed... Now, they haven't completed 2 laps, and that would say to me is that because in the rules usually, if a race is red flagged before the first 2 laps are completed, then the grid goes back to its original order, which would say to me that Lewis Kent will once again be put on pole position. Henry Neal will be back alongside him on the front row of the grid in 2nd place. That's how I would class it based on the usual regulation. And all the VW Cup cars using this opportunity to at least try and get some extra heat into those tyres, and what is not the warmest of days, but certainly that makes a difference, particularly when you've got to keep temperature in. Usually warm tyres on a cold track is quite a good combination, because it means that the colder track means you can regulate the temperatures and the wear and the degradation a little bit better. So you need to try and get as much heat into them as you can in order to really get them into their optimum range. But of course, being sat stationary on the grid, they will become stone cold once again, so they'll have to try and form everyone up based on that original order. So what we can take from that first start was the fact that it was an equal launch from the first couple of rows, and Lewis Kent did initially get the whole shot into Redgate first of all, but it was, I think, as a result of defending from Sam Osborne on the exit of Redgate, it was Henry Neal seemed to find quite a lot of traction on the exit of the corner and was able to pull himself alongside. And I'm not sure if maybe a little bit of the cold track conditions maybe played into a factor of Lewis Kent losing the lead, but nonetheless it was Henry Neal that was in front. So Howard Fuller's car appears to have been fixed, whatever the issue was. He's also down at the end of the pit lane with William Butler. So the PMR Trade Price car squad have been working on that car as well. And it looks to me that either they may or may not release him back around to the grid, or they will have to have him start from the pit lane, as will also Howard Fuller. So that's one thing to watch out for. I think the recovery vehicle getting Richard Gilbert's car away, I think they pulled it to one side. It looks as though they've managed to pick up a recovery vehicle to get it around again. Tim Docker's car is being pulled away on the inside on the right of shot. And the medical vehicle there is purely for a precaution. They only really bring the medical vehicle there just in case, as purely just to make sure, because of course, in any incident, medical teams have to be down there just to make sure that the driver is A-OK. Both drivers appear to be walking and talking, and look as though physically they are unharmed, but they will get a very, very quick check over just to make sure that they are okay. So as we say, the timer has gone back to 20 minutes, which means we will get our full quota. There are the two cars waiting at the end of pit lane after their brief visits, and everyone is being now reformed onto their grid positions. So as suggested, we are going to get the full 20-minute restart, thankfully, and the cars are being really regridded up into their original qualifying position. So Lewis Kent gets another shot at holding on to the lead from pole position, and Henry Neal has to do it all again from the front row alongside him. Now, Sam Osborne is third, but of course there is a gap on that second row, as we mentioned, because William Butler's car is at the end of pit lane. Now, the reason why he came into pit lane, forgive me as I know not what the reason was, but whatever it was, has forced him to have to make a decision to start further down. There's a couple of gaps in the field where we need to regrid some of our VW Cup cars. Of course, the restart will take place sans Richard Gilbert, which of course means that's a further dent in his hopes for the VW Cup Championship, and it also means we'll have Tim Docker, who has not had the best of days so far, forgive me for saying, because he did have that spin coming out of the pit lane, and then just on cold tyres, again, getting heat into the tyres when it's the temperatures are this low is so crucial, and that was a clear example of it. Tim Docker's car turning in through Redgate Corner, the back end just having no grip whatsoever. Back around it went, and then as he was coming back through on track, he then got collected by Richard Gilbert, who would have had nowhere to go. That was simply not at all anyone's fault. It was simply just a racing incident and a victim of circumstance being Richard Gilbert. So unfortunately the team will have to try and get that car fixed up between the end of this race and the two races tomorrow in order to get him back out and hopefully to try and salvage some points from the next two races and try and get himself as forwards. Now Bradley Kent's also back on the grid. I thought for a second he had a bit of front bumper sticking out, but it might just be the angle of the camera shot that we're looking at. The recovery vehicle is almost finished with loading up Richard Gilbert's damaged VW. So looking back at some of the other drivers on the grid, we're looking at Max Hart, who's made his saloon car debut and touring car debut this year. Up until last year, he was racing in single-seaters in the very popular Monoposto Championship, which is pretty much an all-comers single-seater style championship. And he was racing a rather unique Irish-built chassis, if I'm correct. He was running pretty well in that as well, so looking to translate he's looked to try and translate the pace he's had in that single-seater to the touring car, and it's worked pretty well with 4 consistent third-place finishes. Jeff Alden's car has been able to make it back out onto the grid. He's forming up in what would be his original grid spot, so he will be able to start from 9th on the grid. Of course, the one TCR car we won't have, of course, is going to be Tim Docker, sadly, and if they do allow him back around, we will also get William Butler as well, but I imagine possibly, because they haven't seen him re-released yet, that potentially he will be forced to start from that pit lane, including Howard Fuller. So other drivers in the mix, Darrell Wilson, of course, in the bright green Vauxhall Astra, which is the second car on the right. You can't really miss it. It is completely bright green. And he has raced previously before in VW Cup as well as Alfa Romeos, and he has also competed in Brit car at the wheel of I think it's a diesel Volkswagen. In fact, he was one of the few drivers in VW Cup history to run a diesel car. You could always tell it was the diesel because of the thick black smoke that was coming out of the exhaust. So he certainly is quite well experienced, and in other times when he's raced in Brit car, he's raced at the wheel of a Porsche, so he's raced all sorts of different machinery. He was one of the first few drivers that joined TCR UK when it was incepted back in its inception in 2018, and he's had that car pretty much ever since in 2018, and he's steadily found the pace and had some help from Opel in Germany to try and get it up there, and from Kishling Motorsport and the other tuners that they have looking after the TCR cars for Opel and /Vauxhall, and he's been getting quicker and quicker, and he has been getting close to a podium. In fact, I think he even has had a couple of podiums since he's joined the championship. Should mention our two upcomers from the VW Cup being Jeff Alden, who prior to VW Cup was in Minis, sorry, Clear Cup, forgive me. He's been sort of making steady progress in pace, and it's his first weekend in a touring car. And Mark Wakefield, who I believe did do a touring car round last year in pretty much the same Cupra, which he's racing this weekend, just a slightly different livery, which was also being looked after by Maximum Motorsport, and he has been a mini challenge VW Cup race as well. So plenty of calibre from drivers, not just in the VW Cup, but also coming further afield from other highly respected front-wheel drive championships like Mini Challenge and Clio Cup, and even, as we say, with Lewis Kent coming up through from the Fiesta Juniors and the Fiesta Championship respectively. And it was Lewis and Bradley who both went through Fiesta Juniors together, but they both went through Fiesta Juniors, but not at the same time. But they both went through, I think, whilst Lewis was moving up into the Senior Championship, Bradley was beginning in Juniors, and there was a stage when both of them were racing in the Championship together. So again, some very capable front-wheel drive tin-top style platforms for drivers to come up through. So you can see here that William Butler and Howard Fuller have in fact been allowed to make their way around out of the pit lane and onto the grid. They will take up their original grid spots, which is good to see. So it means that it will be William Butler back on 4th on the grid. And in terms of Howard Fuller, he was fairly close towards the front end of the field when making that original start. And whatever the issue, well, he wasn't scheduled to start there, but unfortunately had that issue which forced him into the pit lane before the race had even started. So he came in straight from the warm-up lap. And so it looks like you can see at the top of the screen, the race time has actually been shortened to 15 minutes. So it's a 15-minute race. So that clear up has meant we've had to slice 5 minutes off the race time. And so Howard Fuller was due to start that first race originally from 3rd on the grid, but he had to, in the pit lane, and he had to forfeit that, and he missed everything that went on track, and so he was in, ironically, one of the best positions to avoid it all. So William Butler and Howard Fuller make their way through the grid, just squeezing their way into position. Once they're there, we should hopefully get the 1 minute and 30-second boards before the cars head back off onto another formation lap, and then we should be able to hopefully take you through the grid again, just to reiterate who is starting where. As we mentioned, because the race didn't complete 2 full laps, the rules state that the grid then goes back to its original order from qualifying. So that means Lewis Kent will be able to resume from pole position once more. So the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, its entry mainly dominated by TCR cars, but of course the only non-TCR car is the Honda Civic on the right-hand side on the front row, the ex-factory BTCC car for Team Dynamics in the Honda Civic Type R, of course now being run in the hands of Henry Neal and still run by Team Dynamics, and some of those generation cars do still run in the British Touring Cars this season. And one driver who knows all about them is Sam Osborne, who starts in 3rd. Of course, his Mark Blundell Motorsport squad run 2 of them for himself and Jake Hill. And as a bit of a break in between BTCC rounds for Sam to keep his hand in and try something different, he's now in the PMR machine as well. So 15 minutes on the clock then for this restarted race as they head around onto their formation lap to put some heat back into the tyres, as the temperatures certainly would have dropped both on the track and in the tyres themselves. Let's look at the grid once again. So Lewis Kent will start once again from pole position on the front row of the grid in his Hyundai TCR machine. Alongside him, his main rival for the Touring Car Trophy Championship, Henry Neal, in the Honda Civic Type R. Then it's Sam Osborne and William Butler in the pair of PMR trade price cars racing Cupras, 3rd and 4th, ahead of Max Hart in the Maximum Motorsport car, the first of 2 Maximum Motorsport Cupras, and Max starts alongside the bright green Vauxhall Astra of Darrell Wilson. Then it's Tim Docker in 7th place, Mark Wakefield in the 2nd Maximum Cupra TCR, get you my sound, Scott, and Jeff Alden, who is in the ex-Fox Motorsport, now Maximum Motorsport run on the Civic Type R TCR car in 9th on the grid in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. Then we go back a road to the VW Cup cars with Josh Coggan starting on pole position. Alongside him is Jack Depper on the front row of that championship entry. Howard Fuller is being allowed to start from 3rd on the grid. Hopefully he'll be able to take his place this time and not making them a dive for the pits. Andy Wilmot will start alongside him, another fellow touring car racer on the 2nd row of the VWs. Then it's Bradley Kent, who had a quick trip into the gravel on that initial first start up here at McLean's. He starts 5th on the grid alongside Paul Ivans. Then it's Martin Depper, another former BTCC runner, 7th on the grid from what would have been Richard Gilbert, sadly due to his red gates at the start of the race. He will not be taking that place. And then Russell Joyce is the one remaining Volkswagen Golf VW Cup car in the field. So this will very much be a tale of two races. You'll see the touring cars fly off into the distance, and the VW Cup cars will certainly want to put on a show themselves. It's great that we've got a selection of spectators this weekend as well, of course, considering everything that is going on in the world. The Donington Park circuit, as with many racetrack circuits around the UK, it's been a Herculean effort by everyone involved, all the circuits around the UK, by Motorsport UK and all the racing clubs and everyone that makes motorsport happen in the UK to get racing underway. There'll be no racing so far this afternoon for Richard Gilbert, sadly, after his incident at the start. The JM Racing Squad have got a lot of work to do between now and tomorrow's first race of the day in order to get that car fixed. So the VW Cup cars once again form their way on the grid. The green flag is ready to be waved. Let's try this again, shall we? It's Kent versus Steele once again on the front row of the grid. Race 1 of the weekend, start number 2 for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy. TCR and VW Cup is underway once again, and this time it looks to be a slightly better start for Henry Neal as Lewis Kent holds the lead, and Sam Osborne immediately cuts across to take second place on the run down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. He's going to go round the outside to take the lead if Lewis Kent can't defend it. Go round the outside, and there's contact between Sam Osborne and Lewis Kent. They're both tracking through the gravel. Once again, Lewis Kent hit strife on the first corner. He lost the lead initially, and now he's dropped down further down to third position. So he survived. Where is Sam Osborne? He seems to have disappeared and dropped further down. He's in amongst the VW Cup cars, as once again Henry Neal didn't get the best of starts, but he still leads into the hairpin. So Henry Neal leads the way then, heading through the Kinkett Starkeys, through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's. It's Max Hart up to second place. Remember, he hasn't finished higher than third all season. He's had 4 third places from 4 races. He would love to try and finish higher than the best he can. And in third place after that shaky start from the contact with Sam Osborne is Lewis Kent. He'll make his way out of McLean as that Sam Osborne slides wide on cold tyres through the right-hander at Coppice Corner. He does drift wide, and he's holding on in front of Sir William Butler, and Mark Wakefield also trying to get past as well for the VW Cup cars. It looked like it was Josh Coggan under threat from Jack Depper, so there's a bit of a battle brewing there. But up to the end of lap 1 under racing speeds here for the 15-minute restart in TCT, TCR and VW, and it is Henry Neal who leads the way. It is Max Hart in second place, third place for Lewis Kent, fourth place for Darrell Wilson, then a gap back to Sam Osborne in fifth, back to the scene of the accident. Sixth place for Mark Wakefield, and it's seventh place for William Butler. There's a battle on, we're going 2 by 2 in the VW Cup ranks. Josh Coggan trying to hold everyone back for second place. We've got both of the Team Hard cars in the mix there, as that scrap continues to go on. And heading through the Craner curves and up towards the right-hander and up the inside there for, on the inside of Jack Depper goes to second of the Team Hard machines as they go round the right-hander. And now it's a Team Hard battle for second place in the VW Cup ranks as they turn their way out through, out in the mix there. So through McLean's goes Max Hart, followed by Will Butler, then our VW Cup contenders. Just watching on, that's Howard Fuller's dropped back to fourth position, just ahead of Andy Wilmot. So through the right-hander they go. So Henry Neal still going through, and now challenging for second place is Lewis Kent. After the contact early on, sideways on the exit. He never thought a front-wheel drive touring car could get that sideways, but Lewis Kent is proving that to be the exception. So on the first flying lap, Henry Neal has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.832 to finish off that run. Come back through Redgate Corner again, and Max Hart looks as though he's got every little bit as much as pace as Lewis Kent does. Through the Craner curves, taking a slightly wider exit of the Craner curves was Lewis Kent, then to try and set him up for a different line through the old hairpin. They've got a small gap now to Darrell Wilson in fourth position. But this seems to be the main battle, and Henry Neal is being allowed to escape up the road. And Lewis Kent knows it, and he's trying hard, getting sideways again through McLean's corner. He can't fault his commitment, he certainly is going for it. There is fourth place Darrell Wilson. There is the Team Manager Championship. He needs to get past Max Hart, then find some pace to reel back in Henry Neal's lead at the moment, because unchallenged in the lead in that Team Dynamics Honda Civic, he currently has the advantage at the front. So Neal leads the way at the end of lap number 2, followed by Max Hart in second place. Then it's Lewis Kent in third, Henry Neal, another new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.747, so he lowers the best time by another 10th. Sam Osborne now beats that, 1 minute 11.359, so he's flying along, and I can see he's on the tail of 4th place man Darrell Wilson already. Meanwhile, scrap going on for the lead now, because heading into the pit straight there, that was Josh Coggan being put under pressure by Howard Fuller, who's got his nose in front. And now Jack Depper wants to get himself in the mix as well, as he turns in through the right hand, and there's a little bit of contact and gets sideways and trying to get past the pair of them. Looks to be Jack Depper. He gets past Josh Coggan, goes side by side with Howard Fuller, and he's going to get 2 for the price of 1. Slots in front and takes full advantage of the contact between the pair, and he's through into the lead, but he's sliding around with no grip on those rear tyres. The track is still stone cold, and they're still trying to get heat into them as best they can. Andy Wilmot there in the second of the 2 team hardcars, and trying to recover as William Butler. He just arrives onto the tail of this battle for 3rd place in the VW Cup cars. So whatever's happened to William, he's not on the same pace that he was when we saw him at Silverstone previously, but of course he started the season in one of these VW Cup cars originally. Back to the leaders in TCT, and it looks as though that Lewis Kent has finally managed to find some pace, and now the Hyundai is starting to come alive. He's looking to the outside of Max Hart on the approach to Redgate corner. He's brave enough to look around the outside and take that wide line, but he might get shown the door by Max Hart, which he does. But at least he knows he's got the pace to try and get past. The question is, how much of a defence is Max Hart going to put up here? I'm sure the answer's set to be an incredibly hard one, because Max Hart will want to get his best result of the season, but even if it comes at the expense of denying Lewis Kent some valuable points for the championship. So far this season, the race wins have all been between Henry Neal and Lewis Kent. That is the site of Tim Docker's car after the contact with Richard Gilbert on the first start. So work for the team there to fix that for tomorrow. But now Lewis Kent is still applying massive pressure to Max Hart. He again looks to the outside line. He's forcing the Irishman to take the tighter line into Coppice corner. But now Lewis Kent doesn't care. He's going round the outside. He's being shown the edge of the track now by Max Hart. They ban wheels, they ban panels. Lewis Kent puts 2 wheels onto the grass, but he stays side by side. Henry Neal's oblivious to this, just laughing to himself at the front of the field, pulling away. For second, looking down the outside, still Lewis Kent cannot make his way through. And look in the background, because Sam Osborne, not only has he passed Darrell Wilson, but he's arriving on the tail of the 2 cars in front of him. Henry Neal with another new fastest lap of the race. That gets beaten by Sam Osborne, only just by a few thousandths of a second. As again into Redgate corner comes Lewis Kent to try and possibly get the switch back here on Max Hart. And if he gets better grip off of Redgate corner, in the gravel trap has gone Jeff Alden up at McLean's, and the Matrix Motorsports Honda Civic is going to try and dig himself out. There'll be yellow flags up there. Slightly wide off the apex there was Lewis Kent. He's still being frustrated by Max Hart for second place here. Back with our VW Cup runners, and it is now, that is Jack Depper that's in the mix. So Martin Depper, forgive me. And then William Butler is trying to find some pace here. Also, we see Josh Coggan, who's fallen right back, and he is now with Andy Wilmot. So that's changed around quite a lot since we last saw it. So now Jack Depper leads the way. Howard Fuller in second place. And then Martin Depper's now up to third. Something's happened between Josh Coggan and Andy Wilmot, it looks like. And also Bradley Kent's struggling a little bit. He's having his own private battle with Paul Ivans, but that's only for around about 6th or 7th in the VW Cup class. So not as high as he would like to be. Across the line, they were, in terms of the race order in the VW Cup class, that's a scrap going on for 6th and 7th. Now, Jeff Alden's car is struggling through Coppice corner. It's going slowly on the inside line. I'm not sure, it looks as though it's possibly sitting down on its right front. So whether it's a tyre down or a suspension problem, whatever the issue is, he's crawling back onto the exhibition straight down towards the pits once again. But not all is well with that Honda Civic. Leeds and VW Cup make their way through the Fogarty S's. Now, was that also William Butler making his way to the pits, I wonder, because he took a rather tight exit and wasn't going all that quickly. And I think he has gone to pit lane. Yes, he has, looking at my timing screen. So sadly, William Butler not all as well with his car. Of course, he had to go into the pit lane when the red flag came out of the pausation of the first start. And sadly, that car's gone straight into the garage. So he is another driver that will have to have some work. Also, I saw Russell Joyce in there as well. Now then, for second place, it's going to change again, because Max Hart is not only defending from Lewis Kent, but look at how close Sam Osborne is. He sailed right onto the tail of the battle for second place. It's now a trio for second, third and fourth. And if Lewis Kent isn't careful, he's about to be passed by Sam Osborne on the run down towards Redgate. He's so busy defending from Max Hart. There's a bit of contact. Piece of bodywork goes flying into the air. That was possibly one of the rear wheel arches there. As Lewis Kent runs wide, and here comes Sam Osborne on the exit at Redgate corner to put himself into third position, and that is exactly what Lewis Kent doesn't need if he's contending for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy title. There's also a trophy given out for the top TCR runner, so at the moment, if that stays the same in this order in the next 6 minutes or so, Max Hart will get that trophy and the maximum points for the TCR class. But for first, second and third in the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy and the points that come with it, Lewis Kent is not where he needs to be. He needs to be in front of these two cars and closing in on Henry Neal. But he's losing pace and losing time. He's right under the rear wing of Sam Osborne, who in turn is now in a sandwich between Hart and Kent through the right-hander across this corner. Here comes Kent trying to get better traction off the corner on the exhibition straight down towards the Fogarty S's. He's in the slipstream of Max Hart, and Sam Osborne, with pure pace and grip, just sails down the outside. Max Hart comes back at him into the complex. They both make contact. The two Coopers skip across the chicane, and Lewis Kent still can't get past Max Hart, who defends the inside line. How frustrated must Lewis Kent be? And look at the background, Darrell Wilson could get involved in this as well. Down the outside into Redgate corner. Still, Max Hart will not yield. He gets another tap from Lewis Kent, who gets him sideways. He now goes off wide onto the gravel. So does Sam Osborne. They're still banging panels. Lewis Kent is getting very frustrated. He finally gets through to second place. Another piece of bodywork goes for a Burton on the inside line as well. That's now both rear wheel arches that Max Hart has lost. But into the right-hander at Old Hairpin, it wasn't as tidy as he would have wanted it to be, but Lewis Kent has managed to finally get through and break the seal on getting past Max Hart. He's finally managed to prise the door open and make it stick. Now for the VW Cup runners, Howard Fuller has made it into the lead past Jack Depper, so he now leads the way, and Martin Depper, Jack's father, is coming up for a bit of family support here in third place. Fourth place for Josh Coggan now as he starts to close in. It's fifth for Andy Wilmot, and there's Josh Coggan's teammate Richard Gilbert, who sadly has got a lot of work to do between now and tomorrow to get that car race ready again. Into the Old Hairpin. There's your top four in VW Cup. It's still Howard Fuller making a welcome return to racing. He is a former TCR UK racer. Picked up a podium at Brands Hatch in the first year in 2018. It's good to see him back at the wheel, not just with Team Hard, but in a race car nonetheless. And he's going to be able to show his talents as he is doing now. Currently leading the way in VW Cup. So here's that scrap for second, third and fourth, still between Lewis Kent, who, despite getting past Max Hart, still hasn't really been able to shake off the two Coopers behind him. They're now about to go and combat their own private battle. Being tangled up at the Fogarty Essex across the gravel. And while Lewis Kent did manage to make it through, past Osborne, and now sideways for Howard Fuller, who gets it loose entering the Fogarty S's, and he will now possibly lose the lead if he's not careful to Jack Depper. Martin Depper's also in the mix to try and take advantage of that if he's got the pace off the chicane, which he has. Jack Depper gets into the lead for first, and for second now, there's contact between Martin Depper and Fuller. They both head into Redgate corner. Martin Depper does the switch back, wide goes Fuller, and now he's going to lose third place because here comes, with two wheels on the grass, Josh Coggan, and in the space of a few moments, Howard Fuller goes from the leader to fourth in, 2 corners. Incredible. Back to the TCR leaders. Just under 3 minutes to go. 2 minutes 45 to be exact. The second, third and fourth place battle is coming up to lap the Honda Civic of Jeff Alden, who is still struggling round after his excursion into the gravel trap at McLean's earlier on. He's able to dig himself out in front of the drive, and he's still ambling around to complete his first TCR finish. Darrell Wilson's fallen back a little bit. Now we see the scrap being joined by the VW Cup cars. And look at this, it's father versus son for the lead. Son leads it, but your father will probably want to take the victory off him if he can. With some healthy sibling rivalry here that's about to go down with about 2 minutes to go here. The two VW Scirocco's nose to tail as they turn their way through the Fogarty S's, right and then left onto the pit straight. Josh Coggan looking to uphold JM Racing Honours now in third. Two Team Hard Golfs in the background in fourth and fifth. Howard Fuller dropping to fourth after he led earlier on. But that big sideways moment heading into the final chicane is what cost him and lost him so much momentum going down the pit straight and through Redgate corner. Lewis Kent, meanwhile, still has that second place. We should still mention the fact that Henry Neal does still lead this race. We haven't really talked about him too much because he's been so far off into the lead. To be exact, if I check my timing screen, he currently leads at the moment by 11.1 seconds. So I think, touch wood, unless something happens in his last couple of laps, and I've probably put the commentator's curse on it now, It looks as though Henry Neal is on course for his third win out of 3 weekends. There is Henry Neal, pretty much just spread eagling the field here in the Team Dynamics Honda Civic Type R. And say a casual Sunday drive, it's more a casual Saturday drive for him at the moment because he's got quite an advantage. So there goes Henry Neal, there goes Bradley Kent in the BMW Cup cars, still waiting. Still waiting. There goes Paul Ivans, still waiting. There they are. They're second place and third and fourth. Now, what's crucial, Sam Osborne's got past Max Hart since we last saw them, so he's now up into third place. We saw how good Sam Osborne was early on in the earlier stages when he was pumping his cars to that. There's a great chance here that Sam Osborne could, in fact, still further spoil Lewis Kent's party and reclaim second place, because he tried to do that, I think, around the outside heading into the chicane here, but made contact with Max Hart as they turned their way through. They both tripped through the gravel, and Lewis Kent managed to get past Osborne again, but not Max Hart until a few corners later. So Lewis Kent with the headlights flashing to warn Paul Ivans to get out of the way. I'd imagine the next car he'll come across, which is his brother Bradley, in his VW Cup spec VW Scirocco, will quite happily get out of the way for his brother as well. Because Bradley has pulled away now. Is that Sam Osborne in trouble? Sam Osborne in the Cooper is in trouble. He's slowing on the exit of Redgate Corner. So problems for Sam Osborne. He was in third place, but he's dropping down the order. There is Max Hart getting past Paul Ivans. But where is Sam Osborne? I saw him slowing at the top of the screen, and Max Hart had got through. So drama for Sam Osborne, which is a real shame for the Cupra. And there he is. He's pulled off onto the grass just in the cradle curves. That is such wretched luck. William Butler having to retire, and now the second PMR Trade Price Cars Cupra will not make the flag either. So heading into the Fogarty S's once again. And it looks as though I think that we're going to have one more time around this time. There is Henry Neal, who is on the final lap now in this first race of the weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, beat from TCR UK. And I think, in fact, actually, that might well be the flag, in fact, because we didn't spot the checkered flag, I think. Yes, it was, forgive me. So Henry Neal then picks up victory in race number 1. And by quite a candy, did it by almost 11 seconds in the end. That is his third win from 3 races for Henry Neal, and he is absolutely delighted with that, and why not? Absolutely so, doing a bit of pick-up on the outside there. Second place for Lewis Kent, so it does limit some of the damage that Henry Neal has just done, but of course what he now needs is 2 stronger results to beat Henry Neal, and hope that his drop score is enough to try and make it through. Now for the VW Cup class, it's still not over yet. Jack Depper leads the way from Martin Depper, and Josh Coggan also closing in as well, but I think it's about to be a family one too, because as they head through the final chicane for the last time and onto the pit straight, it's going to be a Depper first and second with Josh Coggan in third. Jack Depper heads to the checkered flag and he wins the first race of the weekend for the Volkswagen Racing Cup. It's Martin in second place. Josh Coggan picks up third position after quite a hard-fought battle between those at the front of the field. It's going to be a Team Hard 4-5 because we'll have the Andy Wilmot car past Howard Fuller, so there was a change there between the 2 Team Hard cars. But there's the result from race number 1 of the weekend for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and BMW Cup. It's Henry Neal who wins the TCT segment in his Honda Civic Type R for Lewis Kent, who finished almost 11 seconds behind. Max Hart picks up third, so once again, same 2 drivers on the podium as the last 4 races. Darrell Wilson is 4th in his Vauxhall, 5th for the Cupra of Mark, well, it's a Cupra, not a VW Golf, so that's a bit of a glitch there. Jack Depper finishes 6th overall, and he also wins the Volkswagen Racing Cup portion of the race from Martin Depper and Josh Coggan. Sam Osborne is classified as 9th, but albeit being a lap down, so he might have even possibly made the flag, I think, after a quick Control-Alt-Delete reset. Andy Wilmot finishes 10th overall, and he finishes 5th in VW Cup. 11th place overall and 6th in VW Cup for Howard Fuller. Then Bradley Kent, Paul Ivans and Jeff Alden made it to the flag. Will Butler, of course, had to pull in after earlier problems, and we lost Russell Joyce early on in the early stages of the race as well. So an exciting race for those. We've got 2 more coming up later on, so be sure to join us for more action from the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup from Donington when we come back to them later for race number 2. So, on this BRSCC live stream, we have completed our first of 3 races for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy, TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. Now, coming up throughout the rest of the day, almost the rest of the day, it is straight Caterhams. We've got the BMW Compact Cup second race at the end of the day, but now coming up, we've got 4 Caterham races here with a qualifying session in between one of them as a bit of a break. So the first race you're going to see from Caterham Motorsport will be the combined grid for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 310R Championship and the 7 UK Championship. The 7 UK Championship was formerly known as the 420R Championship, but over the course of the off-season, Caterham Motorsport were able to obtain UK national status from Motorsport UK for that championship. So whoever wins the championship, and we'll see it's fairly obvious who might possibly win it, and we'll explain that in a second, they will become the first ever British Caterham champion, which is quite a substantial thing to achieve if you can. Now, the reason why I say it's possibly obvious who might well win it, because for anyone who's been following the 7 UK Championship this year will know that there's been one person who has been practically unstoppable this season, and that is John Byrne in a car prepared by someone else who, when he was in a Caterham, and usually when he does get in one still, is unbeatable, and that's Danny Winstanley in his own DW racing outfit. So John Byrne has pretty much been the man to beat so far this year in the 7 UK ranks. He has, up until now, I think, at least taken every single one of the Super Poles, but we'll get onto that in a second in terms of this morning's Super Pole session. He's won every single race out of the 6 that's been run. He's also picked up 4 of the 6 fastest laps on offer as well. And so he currently leads the way by quite a substantial margin in the points. But this weekend has started with him not quite the fastest man out there, because in the Super Pole session, the last man to cross the line was the man that actually took the fastest time, and that is the black and gold car of last year's 310R champion, Gordon Sawyer. So he starts on pole position in the first race. Alongside him on the front row will be John Byrne. And then in the 310Rs, it's a straight battle now with James Murphy, who is a former Roadsport champion, who heads the way, and he's got some work to do to try and make his way up the order from a few places back and around about 4th position. So we'll go through the grid very shortly. But the 7 UK cars are purpose-built Caterham race cars. They run a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine, a Sadev sequential gearbox, and they are pretty much a speedster chassis with a roll cage locked onto the top as well. They are incredibly quick, and they, of course, being their UK status, means that they are some of the fastest Caterhams out there in the country. As for the 310Rs, they are the ultimate evolution of what starts out in life as the Caterham Academy car, and most of these drivers will start their racing careers. They would have done so with this car originally about 3 or 4 years ago in the Academy. And then the beauty of the whole Caterham Motorsport system on the first 4 steps is that you can buy the original Academy car, and then to move into the next steps of Roadsport, then 270R, and then finally 310R, you keep the same car, but you upgrade it with the relevant spec that it needs to get up to the next step every single time that you move up the step on the ladder to the next championship. 310R is the ultimate evolution of this car, and it's pretty potent in itself. This runs a 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engine. It gets upgraded to Roadsport spec, then 270R, and it gets Avon ZZS tyres and a rear anti-roll bar, stiffer springs and dampers, wider track front suspension. They remove the windscreen and lights, and thereafter gets upgraded to the 7 310R with a more powerful 152 brake horsepower engine and a limited slip diff as well, which makes it really drivable, really raceable, and bags of fun to watch on track. As I mentioned earlier on, if you've never seen Caterham racing before in any form, be prepared, because this is going to be quite an exciting affair, especially with the fact that, like we just had with the Touring Cars and BMW Cup, we're going to have 2 separate races going on at the same time. The 7 UK cars that did by default start at the front of the grid, and then the large field of 310Rs that will start behind them. Now, these 2 fields will start together. You'll see the other 2 cars on the combined grid for Roadsport and 270R. They will start with a 10-second delay, so the 270Rs will go off first and the Roadsport next. But here, because the pace is not too dissimilar in certain conditions, they will start all together. So we'll be able to give you the grid shortly in terms of who starts where for this first of 2 races for the weekend. It's not the end of the season for them, because they've still got one more round to go in a couple of weeks' time at Snetterton on the 31st of October. And that's where they'll conclude the season. But for here at Donington Park, a place that always produces great racing, and especially in Caterhams as well. So the grid for this first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 310R and 7 UK championships is as follows. At the front of the field on the 7 UKs, It's Gordon Sawyer on pole position alongside runaway championship leader John Byrne on the front row of the grid. Second row is PT Sports Cars boss Ian Payne making his first start in a while, and one of the key men of the championship chasing down John Byrne, that is Henry Heaton in car number 10. Stephen Nuttall, who's known as the Roger Federer of Caterham Racing, having won a championship in all 4 of the first 4 rungs on the ladder, hasn't won the top title yet, but he starts 5th on the grid for this third race. Alongside him is powerboat racer Jake Swan-Dixon, who starts 5th on the grid. There's the grid on the screen. And they've got Mike Evans, who makes a welcome return to the championship after a couple of years away. He starts in 7th on the grid. Alongside him is Matt Topham, another newcomer, a returnee for this weekend's championship, in 8th on the grid. Then it's 9th for Chris Aubrey, followed by Neil Fraser in 10th position. And then the final 2 cars in the 7 UK ranks are Ron Watts and Harry Kramer. Then there's a race gap back to the 310R runners. It's Chris Moore on pole position there in car number 111. Followed next to him is Greg Monks. There's Harry Landy and championship leader James Murphy on the second row for them in 16th overall. Lewis Thompson and Tom Allen come next, followed by Don Henschel and Douglas Christie to round out the top 20 overall, the top 6, so top 8. Then it's the Caterham's very own racing CEO, Scotsman Graham McDonald, who will start in 9th in 310Rs. Alongside him is Tom Grensinger, one of the front runners in a Speedworks supported car, the same squad that runs the BTCC Toyota for Tom Ingram. Next up is James Wingfield. Alongside him is David Tan in the ex-Christian Zaruta 310R. Follow him by Matt Shepherd and Simon Sharrock on the next row of the grid. It's Chris Welch and Gary Curtis, followed by Harry Senior, who started a bit further back than he'd like to be, but he's quite further down. He will certainly make some progress up the field from towards the back. He starts alongside David Yates, but it's Johnny Jarrett and Jeff Price, followed by Gary Lapidus, who is the final car towards the back of the grid. So 33 cars on the grid in total. We've got 21 310R machines and 12 7 UK cars. And you've both seen these cars possibly supporting, particularly the 7 UK cars, supporting the British GT Championship in past years. It's on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and at Spa, and also we've seen them compete in the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit as well. They're quite an entertaining addition to any British GT weekend whenever Caterham are in town on the same weekend. So we'll go through the point situation as the weekend goes on. Of course, we've got 2 races here to kind of decide. It won't decide any championships here, not likely, at least possibly in the 7 UKs if John Byrne can run away with it. 310Rs, still a way to go for that to happen, but still lots of racing to happen, including what's about to take place here. The green flag at the back, get ready for the first Caterham race of the day for the Caterham 310R and 7 UK Championship on the combined grid. Gordon Sawyer on pole position in the 7 UKs. Alongside him, runaway points leader John Byrne. Can anyone stop him in this first race? Let's find out. Lights out, and we go racing for Caterham's here at Donington Park. It's a slow start for Harry Kramer in the background, the red number 21, the 7 UKs. He doesn't get away well, but up towards turn 1, it is going to be Gordon Sawyer who leads the way into the first corner. It's second place for John Byrne. Third place looks to be Ian Payne as they shuffle their way through. It looks like Lewis Thompson's had a bit of a shaky start. He's dropped back 7 spots. Bit of wheel banging there through the Redgate corner for the first time. But for second place, John Byrne's over the curb and possibly he's going to lose out to Ian Payne, which he does. It's side by side for 4th between Henry Heaton and Stephen Nuttall. And Henry Heaton loses out. Nuttall runs wide on the exit. Matt Topham's under threat from Mike Evans. And also Jake Swan-Dixon, who's lost a couple of places. But Gordon Sawyer then, as he did initially in the early stages of the Brands Hatch races a few weeks ago, leads the way in the 7 UK ranks. Rounding outside of Jake Swan-Dixon goes Matt Topham in the black and orange car to make it 3 abreast into Compass corner goes Mike Evans. He turns his way into the right-hander at Compass and does get his nose in front. There is the 5 of Chris Aubrey in the grey and yellow machine. He's in the mix too, as it also looks to be. That's possibly, I think there's Simon Sharrock and a couple of others. Round the outside for the lead though comes Ian Payne on the outside of Gordon Sawyer. Can't get it done, and he now sweeps back into second place. So lock up there for 4th between Henry Heaton and Stephen Nuttall as they sprint down the pit straight towards Redgate for the first time at racing speed. It's almost side by side for the lead. It's now Ian Payne tries to break later into Redgate corner but can't make it stick, and Sawyer will hold off the position. Now for 4th position, there is a scrap still going on between Henry Heaton and Stephen Nuttall, but also now in the mix is a very fast starting Matt Topham, because he's broken away from the cars he was battling with before in the first lap, and he's leaving them scrap amongst themselves. Up to 7th place has gone Chris Aubrey, 8th has gone Mike Evans, and 9th has gone Jake Swan-Dixon. For the 310R ranks, here come the leaders. Tom Grensinger finds himself, I think, in the lead from, I think, James Wingfield. I think that's possibly a little further back than it should be, but have a look at the order that they are. Actually, look at the timing screen. It's Chris Moore that leads him for 310Rs from James Murphy, Greg Monks and Harry Landy. So it's from 11th place downwards, 12th place downwards. Then he can't have a sequence from the 7Ks was the number 21 Harry Kramer, who had that poor start and got swamped at the beginning. He was way down the order, but because Carvings is actually quicker, he should very easy pick his way through the pack. So back up to second place has gone John Byrne at the expense of Ian Payne, but Gordon Sawyer, last year's 310R champion, continues to lead the way. There's a lock up in the back to 5th position. Where is Henry Heaton? There's Henry Heaton. In fact, he's got past Stephen Nuttall, and he's joining in with the fastest lap of the race here. Down the outside for the lead into Redgate goes John Byrne, but he can't make it through. And now it's a quartet for the lead. And this is the theme you might see in Caterham race. In fact, you'll definitely see it, is that when you get a group of cars battling amongst each other, the next group of cars that's also trying to chase in will start to close in and make the lead train bigger and bigger and bigger. And so this is now a 4-car train, but now look at the 2 cars behind, Stephen Nuttall and Matt Topham. If these 4 carry on scrapping, both of those 5th and 6th place cars will latch on to make it a 6-car scrap for the lead in the podium places. And again, if they carry on losing time, Chris Aubrey, Mike Evans, Jake Swan-Dixon, Rob Watts, all those guys behind, they will start to close in too. So watch for that trend of cars scrapping amongst themselves and holding each other up. Because the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for the cars behind to keep close to them, catch them up, and possibly get involved in the fight. So, 4-way scrap for the lead down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's on lap 3. And here comes John Byrne down the outside. Gordon Sawyer defends the inside line, but he locks up big time into the right-hander at the Fogarty S's. Still turns it in front. And for second place now, going through on the inside line, back through goes Ian Payne. So he's managed to make it through now. He's now challenging for the lead on the inside line. Sawyer tries to stick to the inside as best he can. John Byrne thinks, to hell with this, I'm going 3 abreast round the outside, and he's going for it now. Payne takes the lead to Redgate corner. Byrne goes round the outside for second place. That's audacious, but you can make it happen if you're brave enough, and John Byrne's got full of bravery here. He's into second, and look at Henry Heaton, the black and blue car, in now possibly taking 3rd position, and now Gordon Sawyer is about to go from 1st to 4th on a matter of corners into the old hairpin. Sawyer defends it, but still under pressure from Henry Heaton, exiting the old hairpin and through Starkey's kink. And that's only 5 minutes. We've still got 25.5 minutes still to go in this race. I told you Caterham races would be intense. It really is at the top level here, as Ian Payne is one of the very few people to lead a 7 UK race, that has to be said, because not many people have. It's only really been, as far as I can recollect, John Byrne and Gordon Sawyer that have done so. Ian Payne's now in the 3rd race lead of the season, believe it or not. Now, back down the back straight for second place. It's still side by side, Sawyer and Byrne. And look at Henry Heaton swarming around to try and take a podium place. And as I mentioned, look what's happening behind now. Look at them. It's for 5th and 6th position. Stephen Nuttall and Matt Topham have got themselves involved. It's now a 6-car train for the lead. 7th for Mike Evans, 8th for Jake Swan-Dixon, 9th for Chris Aubrey, and 10th for Rob Watts. Running up the top 10. Look at this for the lead down towards Redgate corner, 2 by 2. Payne on the inside, banging wheels with Gordon Sawyer. In for 3rd place goes John Byrne. Around the outside for 4th on Henry Heaton goes the black and gold car Stephen Nuttall. He tries to make it through. He will go wheel to wheel through the Craner curves. Matt Topham watches on in 6th as they come through towards the bottom of the hill. They're still side by side for 2nd, and into 2nd goes John Byrne. For 4th down the inside to hold on to the place goes Henry Heaton, but now Stephen Nuttall is under threat from Matt Topham in the top 5. Again, that's all happened in 1 lap, and they've still got plenty of time to go. And this is one Caterham race. I'm going to have no breath by the time the 4th one's done today. Through the right-hander at McLean's. Just quick check-in with the 310R machines. It's now, let's have a look. Well, I think Harry Kramer's got back into 12th now. He's getting his way through. Top 3 is, looks like Chris Moore from James Murphy and then Greg Monks. There's been a bit of position swapping between the top 2. There are some of the 310R front. In fact, there they are, in fact. So Tom Grensker, in fact, has got past Greg Moore. So Greg Monks, forgive me. There's so much going on. I'm confusing names with people. There's our top 6 filtering through. Back with the 310Rs. Here they come. Well, where'd you look? There's so much action because here comes John Byrne. He wants to lead back again. He's been in that lead position so many times. Goes for it again down the outside. Ian Payne breaks later. Here come the 310R leaders for the first time on camera properly. So James Murphy then in the black and orange car, championship leader, into the lead now, ahead of into 2nd place. That's Chris Moore. It's Chris Moore into 2nd place. Grensinger is in 3rd, but he has now got Greg Monks to his outside into Redgate, and he manages to sweep back through in the 105. So Tom Grensinger, of course, as we say, is in the Speedworks supported car. That's the same squad that runs the Toyota Corolla in the BCCC for Tom Ingram, so he's got quite a happy team behind him, and he certainly has helped to take a couple of victories along the way this season. Through the right-hander at the old hairpin. And nose to tail for the leads. They come up through Starkey's Bridge and through towards McLean's. And now into the right-hander once again. Just keeping tabs on the timing screen on the left-hand side. There's been another switch around for positions between John Byrne and Gordon Sawyer. Ian Payne still leads the way. As we say, it's now second, third and fourth that are close in, as are both Stephen Nuttall and Matt Topham. So, nose to tail between the two leaders, and here comes Chris Moore darting to the inside line to make a move on James Murphy on the sprint down towards the chicane. And James Murphy, rather than try and fight it too much round the outside, he knows he has a championship to fight for, just slots back in behind him and says, right, I'll get you next time on the run towards Redgate, because he'll be in the tow. There's the second group headed by Lewis Thompson. James Wingfield's in there, as he's also looked at him, that's Tom Allen, and I couldn't quite catch the other one as well in there, but I have to check my timing screen. So, top four have now started to break away from this scrap for fifth between Stephen Nuttall and Matt Topham in the 7 UK ranks. So here's your clear quartet battling for the lead, and John Byrne is really giving Ian Payne a big hurry up here. Ian Payne, his first appearance of the season, and certainly proving why he's a top Caterham driver and runs a very successful team in PT Sports Cars. One of his own prepared machines, he knows exactly how to get the maximum out of it. And look at Gordon Sawyer now in the black and gold DPR run machine, number 92. He's right on the tail of John Byrne now. Here he comes. Is it going to be three abreast towards the Boggess? Yes, I think it might be. Or look through your eyes, boys and girls. This should be quite a tricky one. But looks as though Gordon Sawyer's made it stick. And yes, he has. He's up to second place now in front of John Byrne. And now John Byrne will try and get him back. Gordon Sawyer sets the fastest lap of the race whilst he's passing John Byrne, which is an impressive feat in itself. Is that a bit of a marker board that's gone, I think, or something's gone, a bit of damage there, or a piece of bodywork or polystyrene marker that's gone flying, but either way, something was flying around on track. Matt Topham still won't let, there's more bodywork flying off, in fact, so that's either coming off a car, or that's just some leftover debris that's coming off at some point. But we go back to our 310R machines. Battle we're looking at here is the scrap for 5th down to 8th across the line. So James Wingfield has it, but he's got Lewis Thompson to his inside in the iridescent car, number 179. Tom Allen is in there as well, and also Harry Landy in the blue car, 121. He's in the 8th position there, one of the DPR Motorsport run cars. DPR Motorsport is found up with Derek Rowe, but it's run by his son David. Very successful outfit with cars in several of the Caterham Motorsport ladders, not just the 7 UKs and 310Rs. They run some drivers in the 270Rs and give a little bit of additional support to any drivers coming up from Roadsports and Academy for the lead, side by side once again as Ian Payne turns in and just flicks the tyre stack as he comes through the Fogarty S's. But now also look at Henry Heaton, he's right on the rear end of John Byrne, looking very racy indeed. It's his best chance to try and get a good strong result here. He hasn't won a race so far, he's taken a few podiums, but not a race victory just yet. Into Redgate corner, and still Sawyer trying to make his way through, and look at Henry Heaton trying to force his way on the inside line. He's going to try and push himself in front, but John Byrne sweeps across and holds on to the position. 19.5 minutes to go. We haven't even reached halfway yet. There's been so much action to talk about, and there'll be plenty more. This race isn't over by a long shot. There's going to be so much more position swapping back and forth between at least these four. Still a chance for Nuttall and Topham to close in as well. We look back to our battle for 5th. Now it looks like Tom Allen's dropped back a little bit because he's now fallen away from these 3 cars. Lewis Thompson again up the inside for 5th on James Wingfield in the almost kind of orange-red metallic and yellow machine. Also further back we see that Tom Allen has either had a failed attempt at making a pass in that group because he's dropped back into the clutches of both David Tan, who's in the what I call the Brawn GP Special, which is the white, black and fluorescent yellow car reminiscent of Jenson Button's 2009 Formula 1 winning car. And just behind him is Caterham's racing CEO, Graham McDonald, who is doing a bit of a Peter Wheeler. In fact, for those who know the TVR Tuscan Challenge will know Peter Wheeler, the chairman of TVR at the time, used to race his own Tuscans and race his own car in that championship. Graham McDonald challenged the spirit of Peter ever since he started back in the Academy. I should point out he hasn't won a championship race on UK soil. He has done last year at Spa, but to do it in the UK, hasn't quite managed that yet. Now then, battle of a lead between these top 4. James Murphy feels he has to go defensive on Greg Monks. Turn in, and he's got his nose in front, but Greg Monks again will set him up for a run down towards Redgate corner, as will Tom Grensinger, as will also Chris Moore, because they'll all get one big toe on the run towards the first turn. Monks pops out, gets his nose in front. Murphy will try and get him back into the right-hander as they hit the brakes. And still Grensinger in third, followed by Chris Moore in fourth place in that scrap. 17 3/4 minutes to go. They just saw the battle for fifths going through the shot in the background. That's still between James Wingfield along with Harry Landy and Lewis Thompson. Lewis Thompson, the race winner this season as well, picked up a win at Thruxton, which was a very popular win indeed for him. And as they come back towards the McLeans, the leaders in the 7 UK are already heading up the pit straight to start another lap. And we see here, look who's pops to the top of the field. John Byrne, although how long that's going to last, I'm not sure. Not for very long, it seems, because Gordon Sawyer's back up the inside and into the lead once again. So John Byrne looks as though, in this race at least, he's met his match in the 5 cars around him. So it's not a typical John Byrne performance, because anytime we've seen John Byrne this season, when he gets into the lead and gets a chance to pull away, that's it. He's gone. You can't catch him. But now in this race, he's got a proper fight on his hands between the 5 cars around him, between Gordon Sawyer and Henry Heaton and Ian Payne and Stephen Nuttall and Matt Topham. They're all giving him quite a headache, so it's not as simple as he's had it in the last few rounds. 310R leaders a little bit sideways. I think that was David Yates getting the tail out in front of Matt Shepherd at number 80 car. Tom Allen has caught back up to this scrap for 5th position, just behind David Tans having a battle with Graham McDonald, and also in there appears to be 128. 128 on my screen is Harry Senior. So remember, he started quite far back in the 310R rankings, but he's now getting to the fringes of the top 10 now, at around about 11th place it seems, behind these two. He's also under threat now from, looks like Douglas, from Don Henschel. Douglas Christie's in there, David Yates, and also is Matt Shepherd. And that's a big battle going on between those few cars. Fastest lap of the race in the 7 UK has gone to Ian Payne, as we see our 310R leaders now with Greg Monks in the lead, followed by Tom Grensinger in second place now, the closest second to take him in. Then it's James Murphy and then Chris Moore. Back to our 5th place battle. Here it is. That just arrives at the shot, almost half sideways. As we see James Wingfield under threat now from Harry Landy in the blue car. Tom Allen in the mix as well. We're looking further back here with another great battle going on further in the field. And that includes 122 and 168. So 122 is, looks like Gary Curtis, and Gary Lapidus is in there too, as well as Chris Welch. So lots of battles going on here, including this one for the 310R lead. Still into Redgate corner, it is Monks who holds on. Grensinger in second place, Murphy in third, and Moore in 4th position. Top 4 all together. This is how well, if a group works together rather than fighting too much, this is how well they can work together. And you do find on some occasions in Caterham races that you get groups of 3 or 4 or 5 cars that will kind of make a silent pact between each other in terms of saying, right, rather than battling too much, let's work together, pull away and create a gap, and then we can fight amongst ourselves if we've got enough of a cushion that we're not going to be caught by the cars behind that will also potentially be in their own battles, will have the same plan to catch up. Although right now, Greg Monks isn't listening, and neither is Tom Grensinger, because they're about to go side by side. Monks throws the block, hits the inside line, gives Grensinger nowhere to go, and now James Murphy might get the perfect switchback exiting Copper's corner, or so you think, but unfortunately Grensinger was wise to that. He quickly glanced in his mirror, moved across to prevent that from happening. Watch for Chris Moore in 4th place. Here comes James Murphy, but he finds his way blocked because it's side by side for the lead between Monks on the inside and Grensinger on the outside. Monks turns in through the Fogarty S's and remains in front. So, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together, nose to tail, down the pit straight in the 310R ranks. That's the top 4. It's almost 3 abreast. James Murphy looks for the inside line, switches to the middle. Grensinger again looking for the outside pass into Redgate, but instead now finds James Murphy to his inside as he dived up the inside for 2nd place. And look at this is exactly what I mentioned here as well. Like in the front running group with the 7 UKs, that 4-car scrap that was going on for 5th position has become an even bigger group, because the group behind have caught up thanks to all that battle that's been going on between the 4 cars that were initially involved. So James Wingfield heads a cacophony of Caterhams into the right-hander of the old hairpin. Lewis Thompson, of course, is in there, as is also, looks to be Tom Allen. Back with the 310R leaders. Back up the inside goes Greg Monks. Back into the lead goes Greg Monks. So a move made there. And again, they've got quite a gap here, as Lewis Thompson now has a go round the outside at McLean's. I told you there's never a dull moment in the Caterham race, and this is only the first one of the weekend we've got, and they're all like this, I can guarantee, at least at some stage, with at least 2 or 3 cars in the mix. You only need 2 or 3 Caterhams, wherever they are on the field. They will put on one heck of a race. Look at this! 3 abreast is the best example. Who's going to win the braking duel into the fog? It's the S's. Monks will get it. Grenziger's back into second, but he's gone too deep. And look at the switchback Murphy will get. Grenziger runs wide over the curb. Murphy gets a good run on the outside line. They are going to be side by side. At least I thought they were going to be side by side. But Murphy slots in, gets a toe. Grenziger goes to the outside. Murphy to the inside. Is it going to be 3 abreast? It's off camera for a second. We'll see how that plays out in a minute. It's still side by side. It's 2 by 2 now, in fact, exiting Redgate corner. It's anyone's guess for 5th because Tom Allen's now moved up into that final top 5 spot. Lewis Thompson is now 6th. James Wingfield is 7th, and I think that's Graham McDonald in 8th position. I'll have to check that in a minute when I see them back on the screen. Just outside my commentary box window, the 7 UK cars have flashed past, so they're already going to be putting Lappery on the 310R machines. But now side by side still between Greg Monks and Tom Grenziger, and here comes James Murphy and also Chris Moore trying to arrive around the outside, which he's going to try and do, but he gets hung out to dry. No avenue through there, so he'll sit back once more and look for an opportunity. There is still 12 minutes of this race to go, so still 12 minutes of nose-to-tail action between these Caterhams here. Quick glance to the 710, 7 UK cars. Ian Payne now is back into the lead. Gordon Sawyer is back in the 2nd place. John Byrne currently sits 3rd from Heaton, Nuttall and Topham, with Mike Evans in his first race for at least a year and a half or so, at least 2 years, back in the mix in 7th place. Jake Swan-Dixon 8th, Rob Watts 9th and Chris Aubrey in 10th, followed by, looks like that was 11th place was the car of Neil Fraser, and then it's Harry Kramer with those 12 cars. Here's that long train for 5th. And it is Graham McDonald up there in now 8th position. He's on the tail of James Wingfield, so he might not be able to catch the top 4, but a top 5 could be present. Now, looking back, we find our 7 UK cars. That was good fortune. Now, the six-pack has become a quintet because it looks like Travis dropped back. It's about Topham, who's not in this lead group now. He's dropped further back, so I think potentially either Nuttall has found the pace to go with the top 4, or something's happened between them and it's Topham that's come off worse. Either way, he's not in this fight anymore. We see leaders come back into the old hairpin as Gordon Sawyer is almost practically pushing Ian Payne through the right-hander. Now John Byrne might have an opportunity to make it through. 3rd place, but still, you can see how close they race each other because Gordon Sawyer and John Byrne have both lost a rear wing each on their cars. It's the right rear wing for Gordon Sawyer, left rear wing for John Byrne. They only have a small effect on that next, but the thing with the Caterhams is that because they're so unaerodynamic, it's a good thing in many ways because they punch such a big hole in the air. You get a mammoth toe if you get the 2 cars together, get 3 or 4 or 5 together, and the car at the back of it gets one absolute massive slingshot. As we see, there's a slippery surface flag being waved on the exit. There's more bodywork, I think, going flying from somebody, possibly the 310R ranks. Maybe from this lot, because Matt Shepherd is having to fend off several cars at once. I think David Tan's at the back of that. Looks like Douglas Christie's in there, Harry Senior. I think there's also, David Yates in there as well. So all sorts going on as they're side by side, but Shepherd's still holding on for the moment. And again, there's more cars that have lost rear wings. That's the 115. I think that's David Yates that's lost his right rear wing by the looks, but yes, it is. So I think also, is that a penalty for Harry Senior as well? He's got a 1,000th of a second penalty apparently according to the timing screen. So I don't know how much of an effect that's going to have unless it's a photo finish, but we'll have to wait and see as Matt Shepherd very sideways on the exit of McLean's. That's lost in momentum as he may now come into a threat from David Yates behind. Also in there too looks to be Douglas Christie, it is, and David Tan also as well. Senior in there as well, and Harry Land is under threat as now for the lead in the 310Rs. Going wide is Chris Moore, wide on the exit goes Greg Monk. So what was going on there? He caught at the end of the cameras there, but this is intriguing. That's the lead group, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Now look at the scrap for 5th, look, because Tom Allen is on the inside of Chris Moore, and here got the inside of Lewis Thompson. It's 3 abreast into Redgate corner, and Thompson wins. He picks off both of them to get past Chris Moore at least. Tom Allen will be side by side with him. Wingfield tries to elbow his way past Moore as well, and he's gone side by side. So now Monks and Grenzinger have a clear break in the top 2. Murphy's on his own in 3rd place, but he's being closed in by Allen and Lewis Thompson. Chris Moore's dropped back down to that 5th position in the 310R ranks. 6th is now James Wingfield, and 7th is Graham McDonald. So he's pulled away and he's managed to catch up. So he could get a podium at this rate if he plays his cards right. And James Murphy will do everything he can to get the toe from the 2 cars in front and start to reel them back in. He's trying to do that as best he can. Look at his best chance on the back straight here. You can see him working away at the wheel. These Caterhams, they do teach a lot about car control and racecraft. They teach you so many different lessons. Why going through from the Academy into the 310Rs, eventually into the 7 UKs, is such a good way to learn racecraft, learn car control, learn car setup, but you do it all purely on mechanical grip. As Greg Monks goes wide on the exit, kicks up the grass as he goes onto the pit straight to end another lap with 7.5 minutes to go. And is he under threat? There's a black and white flag going out for somebody. We couldn't see the number, but at the moment, the main focus here is it's 5 for the lead as Tom Allen goes round the outside of everyone into Redgate Corner. He's gone from 5th to maybe 2nd. He's gone past Grenzinger, past Lewis Thompson, and he might get past James Murphy, which he has. So Tom Allen, who's absolutely fine, he can go for the lead here if he plays his cards right here. So from 5th to 2nd in one move. Where did that come from, Tom Allen? Incredible stuff. Thompson down the inside to try and take 4th, 3rd position. There's a sort out going on at the old hairpin between James Wingfield, Chris Moore, and the winner of that trio, who is now Graham McDonald, who's up to 6th position. And now Tom Allen's into the lead. He's done it. He's passed Greg Monks. So that's incredible. What position did he start that lap in? I'm going to cross the line. I'll reset my timing screen because I think he was about 5th when he started that lap. Across the line, he was 4th when he started that. I think he'd just taken 4th on the pit straight. But what an incredible sequence. And at one stage, the top 4 was so far in front by a few seconds. I wouldn't have thought that possible, but that's the beauty of Caterham racing. Again, the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for the cars around and behind them to start to gain time and close them in. It's exactly what's happened in this race. We see here, Graham McDonald leads his gap, and look at this, the 7 UK cars are on the tail of the 310R leaders. This should be fun. So, where do you look? 310R leaders into Redgate Corner. Allen under threat from Monks. Thompson makes a big dive up the inside with James Murphy. Stops on the apex. Tries to get past Allen. Do 2 for the price of 1. Can't do it. Murphy gets held up as a result of that. And he's now under threat from Tom Grenzinger. And they've got to be careful because look behind them. 6th place man Graham McDonald is already being lapped by the 7 UK leaders. And he's falling away from this top 5. He's got to try and go with them as best he can. Ooh, and the top 3 are starting to basically create a gap between. They're starting to force a split between the top 6 or top 5 7 UK cars as we see the leaders come through. So Monks has the lead in 310Rs at the moment, but look, they're all amongst it and all getting crossed up with the 7 UK leaders. It's now 3 abreast nose to tail between Payne, Sawyer and Byrne here, and they're trying to pick their way through all that traffic. It's not just that traffic, it's the 310R leading bunch. This is so tense because they've got to really try and be careful here. These are 2 lead battles going on at the same time. One's trying to lap the other. Where do you look? Where do you go? There's Caterhams everywhere down towards the Foxy S's. Someone's got to sort this one out. Monks is in front in the entire pack. Lewis Thompson in 2nd place. Then the 7 UK cars come through with Payne and Sawyer side by side. Oh, and there's contact in the background. Tom Allen's involved. Stephen Nuttall has also been caught up as well. So the 7 UK cars trying to pass the 310Rs. Both have hit strive. Tom Allen, who at one point was leading a few laps ago. And there's Stephen Nuttall's car with broken front suspension after he punched the wall. And he's moving around. He appears to be initially okay. Of course, he will go to the medical centre purely as a checkup. Now, whether that's going to be at least covered by yellow flags or whether that will even be a safety car, I'm not sure. If it's a safety car, I'm almost certain that will be the race pretty much frozen until the end because it's 4.5 minutes to go, or just under that. And I'm not sure if they'll be able to get that time back again. Leaders, top 3 into McLean's again, and Payne still holding on from John Byrne. One of these 2 drivers could deny John Byrne another race winner. It'll be the first person other than John Byrne to win a 7 UK race, but not if John Byrne has anything to say about it, because he will be pushing as hard as he can with 4 minutes to go. Surely the victory has to come from one of these 4 7 UK drivers. It's either going to be Payne, Byrne, Sawyer or Heaton as Stephen Nuttall walks away from his damaged car. And I think they're probably going to cover the exit of the 40Ss with wave yellows because they actually draw them in halfway down the straight. So you can't make a move yet. You can make a move now. You can go for it past the green flag section. And now immediately Payne thinks, right, I know exactly what's coming. To the inside line, to defend from Byrne. Tries to get the switch back, but he gets boxed in between Payne in front and Sawyer behind him. Heaton's in 4th place. He still knows the tail. Meanwhile, for the 310Rs, after all, they sorted that out. It was such a frantic battle, and unfortunately 2 cars did come to blows on that one. And in that 310R rank, it's now Greg Monks who leads it from Thompson in 2nd place. Grenson goes up to 3rd from Wingfield. And then Graham McDonald is into a top 5 place, so he'll be delighted with that if he can hold on. So still be yellow flags. I think what they've done, I think they've managed to make sure the car switched off and looking at just keeping an eye on the battle here as the Henry Heaton's up to 3rd place, passing Gordon Sawyer, who'll try and get him back to retaliate into Coppice, which he doesn't. Now John Byrne with a good run, trying to squeeze up the inside of Ian Payne to get a good run. He wants to slot back in and get a tow. But look at Henry Heaton, he is fired up more than ever here. He's been so close to a first win so many times. He's going to really try and make the stick if he can. On the run into back to the 310Rs for a moment. 2.5 minutes to go. I think they're calling for possibly Stephen Nuttall's car to be moved. But whether that's going to happen in the moment, we're not sure yet. So, the 310Rs have gone through the shot at the moment. Back into view they come. This is quite further back in the pack, in fact. 138 there in the mix is Douglas Christie, I think. Confirm that in a second on my timing. So 138. No, that's Jeff Price. So, this battle further back is going on between around about the mix. Now, James Murphy's also dropped back. I just spotted James Murphy's in the pit lane. So, I think he was also caught up in that incident between Tom Allen and Stephen Nuttall. And because of that, he's now had to come into the pit lane. And that's actually dramatic. He's the champion leader. That's going to be quite serious. Now, look at this pack here. Big lock up for Harry Landy. There's Douglas Christie in here. Harry Senior's in there. Matt Shepherd in there too. The 167, that's Douglas Christie at the back of that train, getting past Matt Shepherd. The 2 blue cars in front of them, that is, I think, looking where that is Don Henschel and David Yates battling amongst each other, and sideways there for Henschel. Yates will get him back on the inside line if he can make his way through. And lots of battling going on in the mix here for the 7 UKs. Back into Maligo's John Byrne with 1:14 to go. It's side by side for 2nd on the run down towards Redgate Corner. There's still going to be yellow flags, I think, on the run towards it. Yes, there is. Maybe there's not. But now the last lap board goes out. So one more time around into Redgate Corner. Hold your breath, everybody. They're all going to arrive together into turn 1. Round the outside for 3rd place goes Ian Payne on Gordon Sawyer. Heaton is up to 2nd place, but wouldn't you know it, to time it right, talk about timing, John Byrne is in the lead of this race on the last lap, and look, he's trying to pull away here. So after so many laps of being in the pack, John Byrne, is it actually feasible that he's still going to win this race? I can't quite believe it if he does, but that'll be quite a turn up for the books. And quite ironic, in fact, that he gets challenged all the way through, but actually loses it. Now, Henry Heaton is still his closest challenger here, if he's careful not to get too much pressure from Ian Payne and Gordon Sawyer behind him. On the run out of McLean's, up the hill to the top of the circuit at Coppice. A last opportunity now for Henry Heaton. He needs to be in the tow to try and put himself alongside to get a good exit onto the pit straight. He'll try and get it, but you might have to defend from Ian Payne at the same time, and that could be to Byrne's benefit. Down towards the Fogarty S's for the last time. Payne looks to the outside. Heaton's trying to defend him as he goes up the inside. Byrne's gone too deep. He's gone wide. Henry Heaton's in front. Sideways is Ian Payne across the grass. They're side by side towards the checkered flag, and incredibly, John Byrne's winning streak is done. He's finished, because now Henry Heaton at last wins his first advertised Caterham 7 UK Championship race. He has waited so long for that, and it's finally happened. Meanwhile, in the 310Rs across the line, wow, what a finish. Greg Monks wins that from Lewis Thompson in 2nd place. James Wingfield grabs 3rd. 4th place goes to Tom Grenzinger. 5th was Graham McDonald. There was a bit more shenanigans going on in the final corner. Forgive me, I got tongue-tied there at the end because I couldn't quite believe what was happening. More cars coming across the line to finish off their races further back in the pack. But John Byrne's winning streak is done. It has finished. It is over. Because Henry Heaton has picked up his first 7 UK victory. He is the first person other than John to win all season. Across the line go a few of our 310R, more of our 310R competitors. But my goodness, what an incredible first Caterham race of the weekend to kick off their programme for the 2 days here at Donington Park. That was spellbinding from start to finish. What an incredible display. And that is the key headline. Looking at the results, we'll take stock of them in a second as the field trundles round. I would say give them a round of applause. Even if you're watching at home, give them a round of applause, because that was sensational. So let's take stock of how that race finished. After 24 laps, Henry Heaton pounces at the France chicane and takes his first Caterham 7 UK win. That is going to be something he will treasure and he will be absolutely over the moon about. Gordon Sawyer picks up second. Ian Payne is third, and champion leader John Byrne isn't even on the podium. Fourth place for him. Fifth for Matt Topham, sixth for Jake Swan-Dixon. Then it's Mike Evans, Chris Aubrey, Neil Fraser and Harry Kramer rounding out the top 10 overall. And then we should have one more, I think, 7 UK car left as we go from 10th to the next run, from 11th to 20th position. So Rob Watts was 11th in the last of the 7 UK cars that finished. Greg Monks wins the 310R segment from Lewis Thompson in second place. James Wingfield takes third. Tom Grensinger fourth, and Graham McDonald rounding out the top 5 for Chris Moore, Don Henschel, Matt Shepherd and David Yates, 9th in the 310Rs. Douglas Christie's 21st from Harry Senior and Harry Landy. Then it's Simon Sharrock, Jeff Price, Johnny Jarrett, Gary Curtis, Chris Welch, Gary Lapidus and David Tan completes the top 30 cars that finished the race. And then sadly we lost, crucially, Stephen Nuttall, but also vitally for the 310Rs, James Murphy. I think it's his first DNF of the season. I think I'll check that. But James Murphy, DNF for him, and same for Tom Allen as well. So 30 cars finished from the 33 that we had, but what an amazing race that was. And there are still 6 more Caterham races to come, of which the next 3 are pretty much back to back to back, with a qualifying session for the Fiesta Juniors in between that, because we're not filming the qualifying session. So it'll be races coming up next for the Caterham Academy White Group, their final championship race coming up very shortly. But wow. So, the aftermath of that unbelievable race, as the bit of clear-up taking place on the pit straight to recover both Tom Allen and Stephen Nuttall's cars after their incident earlier on. So from the top levels of Caterham racing, we now switch across to the first step on the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and that is the Caterham Academy Championship. Now this is a championship which is for complete novices. That means if you want to race in this championship, the one main stipulation is you must never have ever held a UK motorsport competition, in fact not even a competition licence, full stop, anywhere in the world. You have to be a complete racing novice. You could have done track days or all sorts of stuff in track driving and anything else like that, but you can't have done any racing or held a racing competition licence in any shape or form. It's all about bringing brand new drivers from scratch all the way through into becoming fully fledged racing drivers from ordinary members of the public. There's been over 1,000 ordinary people have been turned into racing drivers, one of which includes the chief motorsport officer for Caterham Motorsport, which is Simon Lambert. Forgive if I screwed up his job title there, but he actually won the very first ever Caterham Academy race, and there's been footage of that I know they digged up, which is on their YouTube channel somewhere. So still sporting the same sunglasses back then as he does still now, some 25 years later. So never goes out of fashion. So, but anyway, Stephen Nuttall's car being loaded up onto the low loader. Tom Allen's will go as well. Now, such is the Caterham Academy, such as it's so popular, that they split the entire entry of Caterham Academy into 2 groups. They split them into the green group and the white group. The white group are up first, and in terms of the progression of where you go with Caterham Academy, everyone pretty much starts off by obtaining their racing licence together, doing your ARDS test. Once you've then passed that, you then get to go through a handling day and a dedicated drift day and a test day, just to get yourself set up and to get everyone together to get used to racing on track, to get driving on track together with their Caterhams. And it's actually something that we do together in terms of taking your racing licence, because everyone in your respective group will go ahead and take their ARDS tests together. So they'll all go along on the same day, usually the venue like Castle Combe, for example, and they'll come through and pick up their racing licence. And once they've done that, they then go through to putting their cars together, do test day, a slightly handling and drift day, and a setup day, and like an orientation day, and then it sets them up for what would usually in a normal season be their first competitive track running, which is a sprint. It's either at places like Aintree or Kerborough. There's even been a sprint before at Rockingham as well, which unfortunately is sadly no longer a viable racetrack anymore. But the point is they get them to do a sprint to get used to basically driving the car in competition and at speed competitively, and then they put them through a further 5 or 6 races. That's done to allow them to upgrade their licence at the end of the year from the Interclub licence to the national licence, which then allows them to move up into Roadsport and further afield, which crucially from Roadsport onwards usually includes a European round. So not this year for obvious restrictions in travelling to Europe and what have you, and on holding events in Europe, etc. But usually they would visit places such as Spa-Francorchamps or Zolder in Belgium. They would go to Zandvoort in the Netherlands. They've also even been as far afield as the Nürburgring in the past in Germany on the Grand Prix circuit. So it is possible to go that far in many cases. But in terms of the spec of the Academy car, it's a pretty simple machine for those who maybe want to get involved and want to understand what exactly is featured on the Caterham Academy car. One thing I should point out is that it is actually road legal, so if you want to drive the car on the road, you can do, and what you will see is the cars are starting to form out of the assembly area onto the grid for the white group race. They will have their number plates and a windscreen and headlights and windscreen wipers and so on and so forth, because these cars are all road legal, and some drivers can and have driven their car to the circuit, raced and then driven it back home again. It is possible to do that. It reminds me of the old school days of the Slick 50 road saloons, for those who knows those back in the day, when one of the stipulations was, I believe, that you had to drive your car to the circuit and back, but also race it at the same time, which I think also meant that you couldn't get away with trying to damage it and get a lot of rough and tumble action. So important stuff for them, but it keeps it sort of road relevant and keeps it a very standard car. So
it was certainly a very entertaining race.
The car itself, to mention it, of course, it's a Ford Sigma powered road legal race car, and it has 125 brake horsepower with an open differential, 5-speed gearbox, and a specific Academy spec low grip tyres to teach drivers car control, teach them handling and grip, and a little bit of car setup, all purely on mechanical grip. That's the key thing. I've often called Caterham racing the Formula Ford of sports cars, because very similar ethos: thin, skinny tyres, small, lightweight chassis, very nimble, very twitchy. They teach you a lot about setting a car up and driving it purely on the mechanical grip alone, before you start to get into something a bit faster if you want to go into GTs and further afield, or touring cars where aero starts to get dialed on as well. So cars are ready to head off on the formation lap for our first of 2 Caterham Academy races here. It's the last race for their respective groups in the championship, and there's a bit of a unique situation in both championships, is that the points leaders in both groups are here this weekend, but they're not racing today. The reason being is because they've accumulated enough points where they can get away with not racing in the final race and still rely on one of their previous, what would have been a drop score, to gain those points back to finish the equivalent of second or third or fourth or whatever their worst result would have been, to ensure that whatever happens, no one else in their group from second downwards can catch them in the championship race, which means that these guys now are battling to confirm who finishes second, third, fourth, fifth downwards in the order. So this is going to be quite interesting. Now, for this white group, Taylor O'Flanagan is champion-elect, because he'll be officially confirmed as champion once this race is done. But it means now a fight for second place between the cars around him down in the points. Let's give you a rundown of who starts where in the Caterham Academy for the white group. And on pole position starts number 22, Hugo Busch. Alongside him is Simon Shaw, with Ian Brown and Dominic Mansberger from Germany on the second row of the grid. Alex Vincent and Nick Timpson start on row 3, ahead of Ryan Meager and Ryan Lovett. It's Christopher Broome and James Walker, also known by those who follow him on YouTube as Mr. JWW. He starts on the 10th position of the grid to round out the top 10. Alan Costley and Stuart Hatzel are next on row 6. Michael Hilton and Sam Gibbons on row 7, followed by Peter Maloney and Ike Schick from Germany as well. He starts on the 16th place on the grid. Then it's Lyndon Sugar and Jack Woodgate for Adrian Mariadis, one of 2 Mariadis siblings in the field, starting alongside Chris Griffith. Then Michael Koo and Ben Sengelo from Michael Lewis, Mark Firth, Stephen Mariadis and Carl Webb. So they make their way around onto the grid. One fun fact about these cars is that they are that road legal. They even keep their horns on as well. So you might hear some of them when they're coming around the circuit beeping their horns. That is a typical Academy thing for them to do in terms of that. Now, coming into the weekend, I should look at the standings for the white group coming into this race as they're just gridding up here for a second to give you an idea of what we're fighting for here in terms of second place downwards. We'll take a look here. So, Taylor Flanagan came into the weekend with 120 points compared to 113 for Simon Shaw. But he has enough of an advantage here because his worst result, ironically, was third place at the start of the season for Taylor Flanagan at Alton Park, which means that by not contesting this race, he will gain back 22 points and effectively take, if you like, in many cases, the equivalent of what would have been a third place. He'd gain those points back instead of having a no score. So watch for him. Shaw, Mansberger and Bush are also the ones to watch very close in the fight for the second, third and fourth. But let's see who can come out on top. The first of the Caterham Academy races for the day is set to get underway. The final race for the white group in 2020 as the lights go out and we are racing. Pretty clean start from the front row. Hugo Bush in the grey and orange car on the left-hand side from pole position leads the yellow and black car with the black roll bars of Simon Shaw, and looking around the outside for third position was Ian Taylor in the black and yellow car with the orange roll bars. He's now down to fourth position at the expense of the German Dominik Mansberger. His car is the black car with the green nose. There it is. They're side by side for second. Mansberger on the outside of Simon Shaw, but he runs very wide going through the crater curves into the old hairpin. Does just about get the car stopped. You can tell these are Academy spec tyres. Not much grip under brakes into the old hairpin, and that sees Simon Shaw losing out to Ian Taylor and also to a couple more spots in the mix as well. James Walker's also in there too by the looks of it, as they turn in through McLean's for the first time. So it's Bush leading the way, Mansberger in second, Taylor in third, fourth position. I'll go back onto our grid for a second, try and find out who that might be. I think it's possibly Alex Vincent or Nick Timpson. I think Alex Vincent, I think. He's up into fourth position. And in fifth place now, has dropped back, is Ian Brown. So Simon Shaw, so after he started from the front row of the grid, not the fastest of starts, but he will try and recover that gap as best he can. So 20 minutes of racing in this final white group Caterham Academy race. It's their final championship scoring race for the season, but lots of these drivers will go through tomorrow for the non-championship kind of end of season last hurrah that is the Autumn Trophy. Across the line they go to end lap number 1 with Bush in the lead, Mansberger in second place, Brown in third, and it's Ryan Meager who's up to fourth position. I'll correct myself on that one. Battling away with James Walker. Yes, so it's Ryan Meager in fourth, it's Alex Vincent in fifth position, Simon Shaw is sixth from Alex Walker in seventh place. It's then eighth place for Nick Timpson, ninth place for Ian Brown, I think. So he's dropped back. No, he hasn't. It's a different car. But sorry, Christopher Broom, forgive me for getting tongue-tied. And then it's Ryan Lovett, who is in 10th position. So all the drivers starting in the top 10 are still going. Big twitch for somebody there in the mid-pack as he got very sideways. That would have frightened him down the crater curves, but he's managed to keep it going as they turn out through the old hairpin. And now look at this. Dominik Mansberg has caught Hugo Bush already on this second lap. Now he put in a really brilliant drive at Alton Park in awful weather conditions. Not exactly the best conditions for any novice driver to start their season, as there's more position swapping going on here between these 5 cars going at it for what is currently, I think that's 4th position downwards. But Dominik Mansberger put in a great drive in his first white group race to win that and takes maximum score from that weekend as well. So crucial stuff for Dominik. He's got his father actually raced alongside someone else, the father of someone else who's come through the Caterham ranks, who we'll see coming up next, in fact, on the timetable, and that is Kurt Hoffman, who's the father of last year's Roadsport champion Lars Hoffman, who is also tied for the lead in the 270R ranks with Angelos Alvanos. I had a mind blank there for a second. Angelos Alvanos on that one, but we'll see them in a moment. But for now, it's still the Academy white group who are nose to tail for the lead and second place. Bush under threat from Dominik Mansberger, the German, from Ian Brown in third position. It's fourth place now for Simon Shaw. One car was running wide there on the exit. That's Nick Timpson. He's dropped back and now he's under threat from Christopher Broom in the 42, and off the road also has gone James Walker. So something's kicked off down at the old hairpin. I think possibly, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and suspect that Timpson and Walker have had a bit of a coming together down at the old hairpin, and it looks as though both have come off worse, taking a chip onto the grass on the outside. There goes Simon Shaw. Next through comes Alex Vincent, followed by Ryan Meager. So that's a scrap going on for 5th and 6th place. Down towards the Fogarty S's once again. And now down to the outside line with his indicator flashing, probably signaling to Hugo Bush where he's going to go, is Dominic Mansberger. But look at Ian Brown. Now Ian Brown, looking at his results this season, he was in contention for a strong result at Brands Hatch, but he always found himself getting into trouble at various points in both races, and so his results couldn't quite reflect the pace he had. The person with the pace right now appears to be Dominic Mansberger, because he's really putting Hugo Bush under threat as they turn into the right hand at Redgate, as Dominic Mansberger goes too deep, and up the inside goes Ian Brown into 2nd place. That's a pretty crucial move for him. Now Ian Brown enters this weekend 6th in points. His best result so far this season is 4th. Hasn't finished on the podium yet so far this season. He was close at Brands Hatch, but as I mentioned, there were 1 or 2 mistakes which forced him to have to accept the best of 4th place. Speaking of mistakes, I think Hugo Bush made a big one there with a big slide through the exit of the old hairpin. Bit of a twitch there. I think there might have been possibly a tiny bit of contact maybe, but now to the inside line looks Ian Brown. But again, the door is shut, slammed it shut in his face by Hugo Bush as he continues on. So Hugo Bush then came into the weekend 4th in points. He has yet to win a race this year, but he has taken 3 second places, including last time out at the 2nd Brands Hatch race with the fastest lap as well. Last time at Brands Hatch was quite unique for the Academy, as in order to ensure that all drivers got 6 signatures to be able to upgrade their licence, it was the first ever time they had a double header. As you see there, that was Ian Brown pointed to Hugo Bush saying, after you Hugo, you'll have the lead, I'll get you back on the exit, although he might be picked off himself by Dominic Mansberger, as the German now has the toe on Hugo Bush and has track position on Ian Brown on the run towards the right-hander at Redgate Corner. Mansberger says, thank you very much. Or Danke, I'm sure as you could say in German, and into 2nd place he goes, and back the status quo returns once more. So, as we say, it's still Bush from Mansberger, then from Ian Brown, and look behind them because Simon Shaw has pulled away. He was pulling away from the duel for 5th position anyway between Ryan Vincent and Alex Vincent and Ryan Meager. Forgive me. And he's now trying to close in on the leading trio. I'll quickly look at lap times to see how much quicker he's going, if at all, much quicker at the front of the field than the 3 cars in front of him. And see further back some more battling. That looks to be, that's 69 and 3. That was Lynch and Sugar battling away with Gibbons. So that's a scrap over 12th and 13th place. So Simon Shaw's last lap was a personal best, and was it ever? 124.069. He was at least a full 1 second quicker than the cars in front. So just proving his front row setting pace in qualifying, and it's just because the 3 cars in front, again going back to what we talked about at one point in the 7 UK and 3 TCR race, these 3 cars in front are so busy battling each other and position swapping back and forth, the cars behind are taking absolute full advantage of being able to close in and do that. In fact, look, case in point, fastest lap of the race to 123.505 for Simon Shaw. Fastest lap of the cars in front was 124.425, identical times, with now new leader Dominic Mansberger and Hugo Bush. Now we see Ian Brown under threat from Simon Shaw, who goes round the outside of the number 15 machine and he's into 3rd place, looks for 2nd, goes for 2nd through the Crater curves, and he's almost got it. Can he beat Hugo Bush under brakes? Yes, he can. So that was a brilliant sequence there for Simon Shaw. You can tell he's really on the pace here with the fastest lap of the race. He passes 2 cars in the middle of the Craner curves. I've never known that before, but that was extraordinary stuff. And some of the racecraft on these drivers, you'd never think it was their first season of racing. Their racing career is literally, after this is done, only 6 races old. They've all got the yellow square with the black cross in it. That denotes that they've done less than 6 races, and they are all rookies. But some of their racecraft, particularly this year, you think they're anything but rookies, which is absolutely fascinating to watch. So, now the question is, what can Simon Shaw do about Dominic Mansberger? Because Mansberger's pace is pretty substantial himself, and I think now he's got some clear air, we might have a proper answer as to what his true pace is, because he's been stuck battling both Hugo Bush and Ian Brown in order to try and have a vet. They're also trying to close in here. It appears to be both Alex Vincent and Ryan Meager. And here comes Simon Shaw with a great slingshot off the Fogarty S's, down the outside into Redgate. Mansberger will brake later as he goes for the inside line to clip the apex, but watch for the undercut. And Mansberger was smart there. He tried to park his car right on the apex and they make contact. I don't think he realised Simon Shaw had that much of a drive off the corner to get himself alongside. And Simon Shaw, has he got a problem? He has. He's either a puncture or a left front suspension problem. Off the road he goes, and around he goes. So Simon Shaw then, I'm afraid, contact between two of the main contenders for second place in the championship. Looks as though it's come to blows, and Simon Shaw's the one that's suffered the most from that one. It was either a left front puncture or left front suspension damage, but whatever the damage is, I'm afraid Simon Shaw, that's his championship season for the Academy done. We should see him tomorrow in the Ultimate Trophy race, but I'm afraid that's not the way he wanted to end his first campaign. I guess the question will also be is whether or not Dominic Mansberger, the ponderation will also be what damage, if any, Dominic Mansberger is going to accrue, because the contact between the pair of them, which at the very least was able to give Simon Shaw some grief on the left front of his car. Well, not much damage, because you see Dominic Mansberger is back into the lead. He's passed Hugo Bush once again. Ian Brown's in there in third place. And also, again, it's that concertina effect between the cars behind. As Simon Shaw quickly hops out of his car, hops over the barrier, and you can tell by the body language, he's pretty fed up with that. And fed up with being second again is Hugo Bush into Redgate. He tries to edge Mansberger out wide and just about holds on and gets the lead back again. Mansberger, that was a bit cheeky there for Hugo Bush. It was a fair pass, but he just about edged him towards the back to the edge of the track there, just to try and hold on. Now this is tricky. Back marker in the way, and Hugo Bush puts two wheels onto the grass while wrapping a back marker and still gets it stopped for the old hairpin and still leads. That is extraordinary. But again, the car control levels are absolutely amazing. But again, he holds on for the time being. Mansberger in second. Ian Brown fancies P2 if he can make it through. And also Alex Vincent heads Ryan Meager. Again, these two could pick up the pieces if any of these three hit stride for any stage in the remaining 9 minutes. So out through Coppice, onto the exhibition straight. Still Simon Shaw with about just under a car length now on Dominic Mansberger. Mansberger has a toe. Looks like he's darting to the outside. Will he be later on the brakes? Not quite. Simon just a fraction later hitting that middle pedal. And out of the Fogarty S's onto the pit straight they go. Now, Alex Vincent is making a breakaway from Ryan Meager. He wants to be part of this leading trio and make it a quartet if he can. Mansberger thinks, right, outside pass this time, if I can make it. But again, Bush is a little bit later on the brakes. Mansberger, again, tries to learn his lesson this time. Looks for the undercut. Oh, there's more contact. This is he and Simon Shaw round 2, I think. This is now a carbon copy of that. Thankfully, he's learnt his lesson this time, and he's managed to keep it side by side. Takes the wider run, but he stays alongside Bush on the run to the old hairpin. And is he able to hold on to the place? Picture froze there for a second, so we'll come back to that in a second. Further back, got more battling here going on between, that is 20 and 88 that are having a scrap amongst themselves. So here's our leaders again, 20 and 88. That's Griffith and Michael Koo. So top 4 are out of McLean's up the hill towards Coppice now, and you can see that Alex Vincent is taking full advantage of the scrap that these three are having. He's right off the tail of Ian Brown here as he turns his way through. The right-hander at McLean. Now Mansberger was a little wide going all the way to the edge of the circuit, and that's only going to put Hugo Bush on his tail and to his outside, heading into the Fogarty S's. Mansberger breaks that a little bit later, gets his nose to the apex first, and continues to head the field as they turn it onto the pit straight again. 7.25 minutes to go in this final white group race of the season for the Caterham Academy Championship. They've still got their green group counterparts to race a little bit later on, but Mansberger has the advantage. We look back at the points table to see kind of who has got what in terms of points and results. There's Nick Timpson, who had the Ike Schick from Germany. He's having a battle away with the 73 of Peter Maloney, and that's for position. That's for 15th position, just ahead of him. Here's one of the back markers he's trying to get around. So in terms of victories, Ted O'Flanagan's taken the most this year with 3. Took both at Brands Hatch and the other one at Campbell Park. Simon Shaw, who sadly is out of the race now, has taken one himself at Thruxton. Dominic Mansberger, of course, we said, took the victory at Alton Park and has since then been on the podium twice more with 2 third places at Brands Hatch. And it's Hugo Bush, who has had 3 third places, we said, including the fastest lap. And as for Ian Brown, we said his best result so far has been 4th. Then we look back to Alex Vincent, who's up to 3rd now. Alex Vincent, who comes into the weekend 15th in points. His best result has been, I think, about a 9th place. So this could be a real personal best if he can pull this one off. Mansberg is back into the lead now at the expense of Hugo Bush, so quick switch around once again. But Alex Vincent's having the race of the season for him, his personal race of the season here. He's on leader pace, and he's going to try and make a move for 2nd place if he can. But now Ian Brown thinks, right, no you don't. Slots back in, can't make that move stick. And then look at this, up the inside goes Ryan Meager. Ding dong, up the inside, knocks on the door. Not so much knocks it, barges his way through and tries to make his way into 4th place if he can. Not quite just yet. Brown's trying to brave it out around the outside, but he has to capitulate. Yes, he does. So that is Ryan Meager into 4th. Brown goes back down the outside, thinks not on your life, sunshine, and he goes round the outside at the old hairpin. That was brave stuff, but he managed to make it stick. Is that James Walker in 6th? It is, so he's quite further away. Nick Timpson's still 7th. Ryan Lovett is 8th. Stuart Hatzel is 9th. And then Christopher Broome rounds out the top 10 as they work their way through the old hairpin. There is Christopher Broome. And again, side by side for the leaders here, exiting the right-hander at McLean's, back into Coppice. Hugo Bush has the inside line over the curb. And again, Mansberger carrying better momentum through the opening exit of this corner onto the pits, back straight towards the chicane. And look at Alex Vincent. He is having his best race of the season. He could win this thing if he keeps at this rate. Down the outside, looking for the lead once again is Hugo Bush, but Mansberger keeps up a strong defence through the Fogarty S's and will head the pack once again down the straight. Now, I'm looking, what's happened to Ian Brown? He's just disappeared from the shot. He's not there. Oh, there's a bit of bodywork that's gone off. Now, is that related to Ian Brown at all? I'm not quite sure. Something's happened. Oh, yes, it is. There he is. Ian Brown in the tyres. Ian Brown on the right-hand side of shot is off the road. Now then, did he jump or was he pushed? Because we didn't see the incident. We have seen the aftermath of him being in the tyres. Right front suspension and the nose has been torn. I think what's on the road is part of his nose cone. So I think, unfortunately, Ian Brown, who was so hoping for a strong result, again, hit strife after being in such a strong position. That's a real shame. He'll hopefully try and rebound tomorrow if he can in the Autumn Trophy race, but that's not the way he wanted to end his 2020 season. He could be a definite prospect for Roadsport next year. He looks pretty strong, and I'm sure he will want to make up for what will eventually be his first podium next season, because it won't be in 2020, I'm afraid. At least not in a championship aspect to score points. Change from the lead again. It's now once more back into the lead Hugo Bush, but Mansberger is trying to put himself in the middle of Bush and a back marker here. They are 3 abreast, but he now slots in front of the back marker to go side by side with Bush again, and now it's his turn on the outside line. Diving on the outside, but he knows he has to try and look for the undercut once and then twice. But now with 3 minutes to go, there's a great chance here. Now what's interesting also is Alex Vincent's in 3rd place. He's dropped back a little bit and he's missing a left rear wing. I think, again, initially maybe related there in Brown's incident with Alex Vincent. We didn't see the incident happen, so all I can do is speculate, but I imagine there might be some conversations in the steward's office, I think, after that. Clark, of course, might want a word with both Alex Vincent, I suspect, and possibly Ian Brown. But we'll leave them to their deliberations. Meanwhile, this lead battle looks as though it's pretty definitive now. Hugo Bush versus Dominic Mansberger. Hugo Bush hasn't won a race so far this season. He won't do if he keeps on sliding around like that, losing the back end of the corner. Well, backed in, though, I have to say, it was pretty impressive. But he wasn't quick, and all it's done is put Mansberger right onto his rear back bumper. Well, he's under his roll cage anyway. Into McLean's, looking up the inside. There was a bit of a tussle there through the kink at Starkeys and through Schwantz curve. But now, 2 minutes to go. There's still debris on the track there from Ian Brown's incident. As again, Hugo Bush, you can hear the tyre squealing as he goes through Coppice corner. Just absolutely tortured. He's going to get 2 more times around this time. In the pit lane's Ryan Meager. Now, I wonder, is that related to Alex Vincent, possibly Alex Vincent's wing missing and Ian Brown's off? Well, for the moment, this is what matters. And Dominic Mansberger goes round the outside at the chicane, but has to skip across it. Doesn't make it work, has to let Hugo Bush back through. And I wonder, with 2 laps to go, looking at lap times, there's no last lap board out, so it means there's still 2 more times around, because top lap times are 1:25, so they'll come across the line with about 10 seconds to go to start the last lap. But Simon Shaw, sorry, Hugo Bush, forgive me. Hugo Bush is possibly on the cusp of his first Caterham Academy victory in his first season of racing. He has had to wait an entire season, picking up 3 third places, but there's an option here now where he could make this happen. Mansberger's coming back at him though through the old hairpin, so he's managed to shake off the small mistake at the chicane, quickly refound his rhythm, and he's back into it, and he's already right underneath the roll cage of the grey and orange machine of Hugo Bush as they climb up the hill through McLean's. He's sideways again as he really just pitches and rotates the car on its nose through the right-hander to the top of the circuit, over the crest. And Hugo Bush possibly is one more tour of the national circuit away from his first win. It'll be Mansberger's second win of the season, and he would, if he does it, how fitting would it be for Dominic to top and tail the season with a victory at the season opener at Alton Park, and a victory here at Donington, and he's going for it down the inside into the chicane to start the last lap. Mansberger's in front. Hugo Bush does go a little bit wide, but it might set him up for a run down the pit straight. So one more time past the pits to start the last lap. The last black board goes out, and Mansberger has the advantage, has track position, and has the lead. But can Hugo Bush do anything about it on this last lap of the national circuit? They turn in again. Bush really pitching the nose of the car in with great momentum, and now Mansberger has been caught off guard because Hugo Bush arrives onto his rear wing, looking around the outside. He's done this once before, I think. He'll try and do it again if he can. Bush is pushing him all the way down through the crane of curves into the old hairpin for the last time. Mansberger is now going for again from hunter to hunted because he has to be stricken defend. There's one or two of the drivers watching on from the pit wall, wondering what's going on. As now we see Hugo Bush looking around the outside line. They're side by side in the approach to McLean's. But is Mansberger going to cross over and defend the line? He will. He's got his nose in front and takes the wider approach, but carries more momentum through the corner to hold on for the time being. Into Coppice. After this, there's just the chicane and then the sprint to the checkered flag. There's a back marker in the way. Whether he'll be a factor or not remains to be seen. There's 2 back markers, in fact. And now here we go, down the pit straight. Mansberger might get a bit of reprieve from the 2 back markers in front, who are nose to tail themselves, but I think they're in their own private battle as we see them coming down towards the chicane. Then negotiate one, under brakes. Bush looks around the outside to have a look, but he can't quite do it. And so to finish off the season in the Caterham Academy Green Group, he will top and tail the season. It is Germany's Dominic Mansberger who picks up victory in the final white group race of the season. A brilliant last battle in the closing stages with Hugo Bush to end the year. Hugo Bush does pick up second place. That's still a personal best for him after he finished close. In fact, is that equaling his results? I think I'll check that in a second. But great battle here. Look, they've got Ryan Lovett, Nick Timpson, I think also Alex Vincent across the line together. So it's Ryan Lovett, I think. So Broom, Timpson and Lovett were all together, and it's Broom who takes 5th, with Timpson 6th and Lovett in 7th place. And it's Hatzel followed by the Costley, and then Gibbons rounding out the top 10. But wow, excellent stuff. And I think what that also does, if I'm correct, I think that also potentially does give Dominic Mansberger, it will give Dominic Mansberger second in the points. I think it might also benefit Hugo Bush as well. It'll be third. Simon Shaw will gain back 21 points, so not quite sure exactly what of a second, third. In fact, Simon Shaw might have maybe held on to it, but we'll wait and see. Fastest lap of the race, we should confirm, went to Simon Shaw, in fact. So maybe you're looking back on drop scores. Maybe that fastest lap could have been enough, because if he gains back 21 points and if Dominic Mansberger wins 25, so that's 21 plus the fastest lap point. We'll wait and see. Either way, here's the result of the final white group race for the Caterham Academy for 2020, and it's Dominic Mansberger ending the year exactly how he started it, with a win. Hugo Bush in second place, just 0.127 of a second behind, with Alex Vincent in third, James Walker 4th, and Christopher Broom in 5th. Nick Timpson, Ryan Lovett, Stuart Hatzel, Alan Costley, and Stan Gibbons round out the top 10. It was a very entertaining and frantic at times race towards the front of the field in the top 10 positions. And shuffling down to 11th place, Lyndon Sugar picks up P11 from Michael Hilton and Ike Sheik. Then it's Jack Woodgate, Peter Maloney, Adrian Mariadis wins the battle of the Mariadis siblings from Michael Lewis, Michael Koo, Ben Sengelo, and Chris Griffith rounds out the top 20. And the 21st was Mark Firth, and Carl Webb was 22nd, Stephen Mariadis was the 23rd, and sadly throughout the race we lost Ryan Meager, Ian Brown, and crucially also Simon Shaw, 2 drivers that would have scored very strong results and came in their own, particularly towards the end of the season, in order to do so. So that is Caterham Academy finished for the time being, but now we head straight back to the other top run of Caterham racing with the Caterham 7 270Rs and Roadsports on their combined grid. That is coming up next. So a little bit of recovery job to pick up some of the stragglers from the incidents that we had in the Caterham Academy white group race. We now come back to another combined grid race for Caterham Motorsport, this time for their second and third steps on the ladder, the Motul Caterham 7 270R and Roadsport Championships racing together. The Roadsport car is pretty much the first step up from the Academy. And pretty much almost every driver that competed in the previous year's Academy will move into Roadsport. Some choose to go further afield and can do. Once you're out of Academy, you can do anything you want. You can go into Roadsport or 270Rs, or if you're brave enough, 310Rs, or if you're mad, 7 UKs straight away, if you're that confident. But either way, the choice is open. But for the Caterham Academy, one thing is mandatory. Once you do one season, that's it. You have to move on to the next one, because you have to make way for the next batch of drivers coming through. So there is Simon Shaw's car, and like if it looks at it, it was a left front puncture, so it wasn't suspension problems, it was a puncture that caused him to go down. So the contact that he had with Dominic Mansberger, hopefully it looks like he hasn't damaged the suspension, it's just the tyre went down, and therefore he lost a bit of grip. And I think possibly because the grass was a little bit slippery, because we had a little bit of a drizzle earlier on this morning during the qualifying sessions at times, it made it a little bit slippery. Because it's cold as well, that would have added to the low grip factor as well. So, Roadsport and 270Rs, of course, very similar cars themselves, and because of that, what they do is they do start them with a 10-second gap. So what you'll see first of all is the 270R cars will start first. They'll be started by the usual starting lights, and then the Roadsport cars behind them will have a 10-second gap, and they are started by the Union Jack flag. So they'll have to be watching the flag stand above them to see when to go. So going through the specifications of the Roadsport Championship cars, so it's effectively cars which are eligible from the Caterham Academy that raced between 2014 and 2019, and the upgrades are simply a change from the Academy tyres to the Avon ZZS tyres for increased grip, and they also get a rear anti-roll bar to reduce body roll, particularly roll on oversteer. And actually I remember seeing a lap time chart comparison of the 5 different classes of Caterham racing. In actual fact, the difference that an anti-roll bar and a different set of tyres can make between Academy and Roadsport is actually a second per lap, so just how much of a change it makes going forwards. And then moving into the 270Rs, that's when you start to make it, they see that as a bit much of a coming-of-age championship. You've had a couple of seasons to find your feet in Caterham racing. Your first season was all about learning. Your second season was developing on what you've learned in the first season. Your third season is where you really start to put everything you've learned and developed into practice properly once you get to that point in your racing career. It's the middle step in the ladder, and certainly produces some incredibly competitive racing, as I'm sure we're going to see coming up very shortly in this first 2 races this weekend. So the car itself is upgraded, of course, to Roadsport with the ZZS tyres and the rear anti-roll bar. It's originally 2015 onwards Academy cars, so ever so slightly younger cars are eligible. But to make it into 270R specification, the car gets stiffer springs and dampers, a wider track front suspension. It also removes the windscreen and lights for a bit of more of a race car feel, and it also gets stiffer suspension and track orientated tyres, which increase grip and give a real race car feel, not just for the windscreen and lights, but the whole package itself, to give it more grip, more drivability, and therefore more closer, exciting racing than it already can be in the Academy and in the Road Sports as well. So let's give you a picture of where we are in terms of championship points for this weekend. So in the 270R ranks, it is a dead heat at the top of the scores without drop scores coming into play yet. Last year's Roadsport champion, Germany's Lars Alexander Hoffmann, leads the way, tied on points at 133 with Angelos Alvanos. Now, Angelos, last year at points, was able to show some of his pace in qualifying by taking a couple of pole positions and fast laps and starting high up the grid. Race pace wasn't quite there at times. This year, though, he really has developed into a proper driver, and he's up there battling for wins. Took his first win at Brands Hatch last time out. He'll be looking to improve on that as the weekend goes on. Of course, with this weekend and the finale at Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time on the 31st of October still to take place. Harry Cook is third in points at 118. He was the most successful driver of the season coming into the last rounds at Brands Hatch, because he picked up 3 wins. In terms of, he picked up 3 wins on the bounce, both at Cadwell Park and 1 at Thruxton. But then he had a non-finish at Thruxton, which meant that he had to that will be effectively his drop score. And then he picked up a 5th and a 4th place. No, sorry, a 6th place and a 4th place. The race one result in 6th was with the fastest lap, which means that he currently sits 3rd, but he's actually dropped away to 15 points behind. So it means now, going forwards in these last 4 races to contest, he cannot afford to have a non-score or a low score, because every single point for him will now count going forward. He's had effectively the one score that he can drop. It's okay. So I was just checking something there. So Ben Lopez Appleton comes next in 4th in the points, and he had a bit of a steady start to the season. Not the best way to start his year at Cadwell Park, but he then moved on to pick up 4th place and a 2nd at Thruxton, and then a win and a 2nd place at Brands Hatch. So getting quicker, and he came into this year's championship off the back of 4 victories in Roadsport last year. So a very formidable driver when fortune is going right for him throughout the season. So not the best start, but he's picked up and recovered much better through Thruxton and Brands Hatch to be in 4th place where he is. And he sits at the moment 8 points behind Harry Cook in that 4th place. One steady driver throughout the year so far in 270Rs has been Ryan Errol in car number 33. He's 5th in the points, despite his best result only ever being 2 6th positions at the first race at Cadwell Park, and the very last race that we had was the 2nd race at Brands Hatch. Between then, he has finished within the top 10, but the key thing is he's consistently banked points in the top 10 when other drivers have hit strife or retired or had problems, and that's a key thing. So his results may have not been that spectacular, and that's not meant to be disrespectful. It's simply just stating the fact of where he's been in terms of not immediately in the fight for the lead, but he has been picking up points consistently and steadily, race after race, to put himself into a strong 5th place in points. He's ahead of Andy Lees, who himself has been sort of up and down a little bit. He had a bit of an up and down year last year, found a bit more form in 2020 so far. His best result coming so far has been a 2nd place in the first race at Brands Hatch. He has also had, like Harry Cook though, and Ben Lopez Appleton, 1 retirement. So like those 2 in 3rd and 4th position, for Andy Lees in 6th, every result counts from now on. The last 4 races have got to be as good as he can make them, and he cannot afford a no score. The 11s comes next. He is like Ryan Errol, hasn't finished higher than, looking at it, 7th place, but strong consistent points being scored has put him in 7th in points. 8th place is Andrew Murgatroyd. Now Andrew has got 9 penalty points from a penalty a couple of race weekends ago, but before that he was able to pick up a 2nd and a 4th at Cadwell, a 5th place with a fastest lap at Thruxton. In fact, he got both fastest laps at Thruxton, so he had the ultimate pace on a fast circuit like the one in Hampshire. And then a bit of an off weekend last time at Brands Hatch. Wasn't as quick as he could have been. His best result all weekend was a 5th in that 2nd race, so he'll want to try and recover from that. Then the rest of the top 10 is Callan Jones and Giuseppe Fillet as well. Giuseppe, actually, I think if I'm correct, he had a podium, I think, either last year or the year before. 3rd place here at Donington, so it's a circuit he quite likes, so he'll be hoping to make the most of that going forwards. Just recovering Simon Shaw's car you've been seeing on screen. Just as that's happening, I can see out of my commentary box window that the 270R cars are starting to be going through. So just before we get things underway, we've got a quick little advert from Caterham to show you what it's all about and what you can expect from Caterham if you want to go racing. So there you have it. That's the lowdown on what the Caterham Academy is all about. If you want to find out more, you can head to the website caterhamcars.com. You can get in touch with the Championship Coordinator, Kirsty Durrant, and also get in touch with the Chief Motorsport Officer, Simon Lambert. Both are at Donington Park, but if you get in touch with them, they will tell you everything you need to know about getting involved. So if you've never held a racing licence before, or never even raced anything before that requires a racing licence, but you want to give it a go and you've got the money to do so, Caterham Academy is one of the best ways to do it, because you get the entire package together for around about £29,000. So let's take you through the grid then quickly for this first race for the 270Rs and Roadsports. Lars Hoffman, joint points leader on the pole position. Alongside him is Harry Cook, and Stuart Bell and Andrew Murgatroyd start on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is Ben Lopez Appleton and Andy Lees from Giuseppe Fillet and Dan Clayvan. And then rounding out the top 10 is going to be Angelos Alvanos back in 9th. Not a great qualifying session for him. And Dave Curry in 10th position. Ryan Errol and Neil Evans come next on row 6. And then the final row of the 270Rs comes Greg Curtis and Simon Martin. Then there'll be the 10-second gap to our Roadsports with Harry Eyre and Blair McConaughey on the front row of the grid. Harry Eyre on pole position for the Roadsports. Wes Payne and Nick Allbones on their second row come next, ahead of William Brunt and Carl Jones. Fourth row for the Roadsports is going to be Peter Martin and David Gracie, and they start ahead of Tim Steele and Michael Curley. Then it's sixth row of the grid in Roadsport for Alan Curtis and David Morgan, Darryl Cresswell and Paul Herndon. Then it's Dimitris Melas, who had a bit of a drama in qualifying, which saw one of a couple of red flags, which means he starts way back 29th overall, but back on around about 7th or 8th row of the grid, alongside Peter Wales with Oliver Smith and Mark Lovett, then Fraser Riddington and Roger Gaunt, and then Peter Vincent rounds out the runners in the Road Sport Championship. Quick overview of the Road Sport Championship. Tom Willis, who was one of last year's Academy champions, is pretty much picking up where he left off, because in all the races that he's competed in, he's finished every one, and he hasn't finished lower than second place in a race all season. Because we've had a three-race format previously, where we've had it's only just the 2 races this weekend for each of them, but the number of Road Sport cars entered has meant for a couple of rounds they have to run a 3-race system for the Road Sport. So they'd have 2 groups for the Road Sport race against 270Rs in the first combined race, then another group joins another one in the second race, and then the remaining group that hasn't 2 groups that haven't raced each other will then have a 3rd race on their own. That's not happening this weekend, but they've had that 3-race format, which means you actually get 3 drivers taking away a maximum score of winning points throughout the weekend, or there's 3 sets that get handed out. So Tom Willis then leads the way with 149 points as a commanding lead of 14 ahead of Harry Eyre in second place, who himself won a race at Brands Hatch. And then it's 3rd place for Carl Jones on 128, who is yet to win so far, but his best result has been 2 second places, one at Cadwell Park and one at Thruxton. 4th in points is Wes Payne, who had some great races at Thruxton, I remember, battling with Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey. And Wes Payne's best result has indeed been 2 3rd places, one being at Cadwell with the fastest lap, and then it was 1 at Thruxton, as we mentioned. Then next is Blair McConaughey, who himself has won 3 races, but a non-finish from one of his races at Brands Hatch has hampered him a little bit, so he's on the back foot. And again, like some of the top 270R drivers, he cannot afford to lose crucial points. He needs to get a good result here. And starting towards the front in the first couple of rows in the 2 Road Sport cars will certainly help him very, very much indeed, being on the front row. He has 119 points, then it's Darryl Cresswell on 111, Nick Allbones on 108, then David Morgan, Peter Martin, and the other of last year's Academy champions in the green group, Alexander Conway, who is not on the grid this weekend, sadly, but he's certainly quite prominent. In fact, if he was on the grid, you would certainly be able to spot him, because he has quite a fluorescent yellow Caterham with an orange roll bar, so not a difficult car to spot in any shape of the imagination. So, cars lined up. Remember, the 270Rs will start first, then there will be a 10-second gap, and then the Road Sport cars will be started by the Union Jack flag. Green flag at the back. And first of all, we wait for the start for our 270Rs. They will go from the lights in the middle of the screen. Watch them at the top. They will go red. Revs will rise, and the 270R segment of the grid is off and away now. Not a great start from Harry Cook, but it's a good start from Murgatroyd on the outside and Lars Alexander Hoffman. make the sprint up towards the right-hander. Ben Lopez-Apple's also looking as drunk. As the Roadsport cars have got underway in the background, they head off towards Redgate Corner themselves. It was practically 3 abreast of the lead into Redgate for the 270Rs, but away into the right-hander looks to be, I think, is that possibly, I have to work out who that is in terms of drivers in a second, but it's Lars Alexander Hoffman who leads them. So Hoffman leads from, I think that's Ben Lopez-Appleton in second place, and Andrew Murgatroyd in third. For the lead in the road sports, I'll try and pick them out in a second. There's a bit of position swapping going on. I think Harry Ayre's still definitely in there trying to make his move up the inside to hold on to the position. A couple of these cars have dropped back a little more as we head through the right-hander. I think it looks like Nick Allbones is up into the lead there. He was battling with Wes Payne by the looks of it. William Brunton and Carl Jones also trying to make a move. As we see the 270R cars, we see there that's Stuart Bell battling away with Angelos Alvanos and also Andy Leeds. Now Alvanos, of course, remember, he started back in 9th on the grid and made up a couple of spots already to try and make the move, but he's got some work to do to get back to the front, where his main championship rival, who he's tied on with points coming into this weekend, Lars Hoffman, in the number 70 car, the red and white motorsport machine, is in the lead. So up to the end of lap 1 then, across the line they go, and it is going to be Hoffman who leads the way. Lopez in second place, but to the inside of the German up towards Redgate Corner. Murgatroyd is third, 4th is Harry Cook, and into the lead goes Ben Lopez-Appleton. 5th place for Lees, Alvanos is 6th, Bell is 7th. It's 8th place for, I think that's Dan Clayfan, who's moved up a couple of places. Good start for Dan. And yes, it is Dan Clayfan. Ryan Errol, and then it is Neil Evans in the top 10. They turn their way through the old hairpin for the second time. Giuseppe Fillet making a move there up in position. He crossed the line in. If I go back to my timing screen for a second. He crossed the line in. I'll give that a refresh in a second anyway. Here come our road sport cars. They see the mixed. I can see Nick Allbones. So in terms of the order for the road sports coming across the line, it was Nick Allbones who led the way. Harry Ayre in second place. Carl Jones third. Wes Payne fourth. And Glenn McConaughey in 5th position. But I think actually looking at it, forgive me, oops, there's a spinner there for 33. 33 going around, that is Ryan Errol, so he's gone for a bit of a rotation up at Coppice. As they head into the right-hander through the curves at the Fogarty S's, it's still a lead then for Lars Alexander Hoffman. Lopez-Appleton in second place and Murgatroyd in third. Almost everyone has a go at the fastest lap, but it lands at Stuart Bell's door at the end of it when they all shuffle through. There's a big gaggle of 8 cars now scrapping for the lead. It's now Lars Alexander Hoffman in that lead group, with Lopez-Appleton in second place, Murgatroyd in third, and then it's going to be more options to try and make his way through if he can. It's Harry Cook in 4th, Lees in 5th, Alvanos 6th, and now looking up the inside for 3rd place there was Harry Cook darting out from behind the blue and yellow machine of Andrew Murgatroyd. He was actually at one point in pole position, but then he was one of the drivers that actually brought out a red flag in qualifying for some kind of a mishap or an issue. For the road sport cars, Harry Ayre in the British Racing green coloured machine leads the way from Allbones in second place. It is Carl Jones in third. And Glenn McConaughey looks as though he's up to 4th place now, the Scotsman. Forgive me for being so ignorant, did not realising it, but Tom Willis actually doesn't appear to be racing this weekend, so looks as though it's purely an option, an opportunity for everyone else behind him in the points to catch up. So Harry Ayre and co. possibly will get a free pass here to gain some points and push him down a couple of spots in the championship. Ben Lopez-Appleton, meanwhile, is still pushing Lars Alexander Hoffman back because he holds the lead now. As Lars Hoffman darts out from behind, sweeps towards the pit wall. That was such a violent move out to make the move there. Giuseppe Fillet's made the fastest lap of the race. He's the the multicoloured car, the split livery with the left on the right-hand side, white in the middle and blue on the right. He's right at the back of that shot, just there at the back of that second group there, the blue, white and red car. Fast lap of the race for him. And look at this sort out for 3rd place. Murgatroyd on the outside, Andy Lees on the inside, side by side between Harry Cook and Angelos Alvanos into the old hairpin. Andy Lees looks for the apex, can't find it because Murgatroyd's there, has a second go, can't do it, Cook's there as well, so has to sit back and see what he can do. Side by side for the lead between Hoffman and Ben Lopez-Appleton, but this time Lopez sweeps across to the inside, holds the racing line, gets to the apex first and denies Hoffman the chance to get through. Hoffman again has a look up the inside, just putting himself into the mirrors of Ben Lopez Appleton, that's the distraction technique, sweep one way then the other, just to try and force the driver in front to take his eye off the road for a split second, and that split second moment can mean a missed gear change, missed braking point or anything else. But what is working here though is Lars Alexander Hoffman trying to prise the door open under brakes. They're all trying to be a leader into the chicane. Andy Lees goes round the outside of both Murgatroyd and Lars Alexander Hoffman to go from 4th to 2nd in one move. So Andy Lees is the man on the move here, looking to try and pick up the lead here if he can. But Hoffman now goes to the outside line. Is he vulnerable for Murgatroyd looking up the inside? No, but they're both vulnerable for Harry Cook here. As Cook gets past Murgatroyd, looks like Alvanos tries to go with him and bring him and follow Harry Cook through. Also watch for the 3 cars behind, because you've then got Dan Clayfan, Stuart Bell and Giuseppe Fillet who holds the fastest lap of the race. As now we see Hoffman trying to reclaim 2nd place from Andy Lees in the Gulf-coloured blue and orange machine. And again, Hoffman is quite sort of violent with his moves of the car. He seems to swing the car left or right when he wants to try and make a move and pull out from behind somebody. He is on the inside for the right-hander at McLean's, gets his nose in front. Oh, not quite. Lees was brave around the outside, had the grip and said, not in your life, sunshine, and holds on to 2nd place. And that's when he put Harry Cook onto the tail of Hoffman. And looks like, I think that Murgatroyd shuffled behind Alvanos, I think it is now. So he's now down to 6th position. Now 7th is Dan Clayfan, and 8th now is Giuseppe Fillet, and 9th is the black and fluorescent red car of Stuart Bell. So it's now a 9-car scrap for the podium places. Out through the Fogarty S's they go. Onto the pit straight again. There's number 73, Dan Clayfan, being chased down by Giuseppe Fillet, and they're going to go side by side. What will be 7th position. To the outside from the lead goes Andy Lees on Ben Lopez Appleton. Now for the Roadsports, here they come all together as one, and it's going to be Nick Allbones who still continues on in the lead. They're actually chasing down Ryan Lovett, who had that spin earlier on at Coppice Corner. And so as they come down the pit straight, there's David Gracie in the 114, enjoying his own little private battle. And what's interesting here is that Nick Allbones is getting a tow here from Ryan Evell. And I have to say that they're fairly evenly matched. The only difference, of course, being with the Roadsport 270Rs is enhanced suspension, which means they get a little bit quicker and handle a little bit better in the corners. But power-wise, they're exactly the same. And they get exactly the same tyres as well. So we're not any quicker in a straight line, and we're not that much quicker grip-wise in terms of tyres. It's the suspension that makes the difference on the chassis. You see lots more position swapping down the order in the Roadsport category. Great thing with these championships is, no matter what your skill level, you've always got somebody to race with and somebody to find to have a good time without on track. Speaking of having a good time, look at this. 3 abreast from the lead into the Fogarty S's. Who's going to win this one? It's Hoffman, goes from 3rd to 1st. And Hoffman with a great slingshot. Look at that, out of the Fogarty S's. He's positively rocket propelled onto the pit straight. See you later, boys. He is going for it, and no wonder. Fastest lap of the race. Not surprising given how quickly he shot out of the final chicane. Down to 2nd is Lopez Appleton. 3rd is now Andy Lees. Or is he? Because here comes Harry Cook up the inside to try and deprive him of a podium spot. Also in there now is Angelos Alvanos and Andrew Murgatroyd. And the 3 cars behind them have now joined the fray. That's Giuseppe Fillet, Dan Clayfan and Stuart Bell. So 9 cars now for the lead. In through the Craner curves, down towards the old hairpin. But Hoffman and Lopez are trying to break away here. Or more a case that Hoffman's trying to pick up. That is one car off the road. It's Blair McConaughey off the road into the Redgate corner. Looks like there was contact down the pit straight. Has he got a left rear puncture? I'm not quite sure. I thought the car was sitting down on the left rear there for a second. That was a scary moment across the wet grass. And he was lucky not to get collected by anyone. So good fortune there for him to hold on to the position, to hold on to being still staying in this race. But he's dropped down quite the order. He came across the line. I'll quickly check for a second before I look back at the older. Peter Vincent's off the road as well in 116. There's damage, looks like, to the exhaust on the right-hand side. And that's down the Fogarty S's. So further back in the Roadsports, there's been an incident of coming together. And he's dropped down the order. McConaughey actually crossed the line in 3rd place. It looks like there was a collision that took place between somewhere around the leading group with Jones, Allbones and McConaughey in air. So something's happened between them which has caused that problem. Down the pit straight, side by side for 3rd. It's still Hoffman who leads the way. Ben Lopez out in 2nd place. Screw that, make it 3 abreast for 3rd place. Into the right-hander at Redgate. 2 for the price of 1 for Alvanos. Don't mind if I do. Up into 3rd place. There he goes. So Angelos Alvanos, who's tied on points with Lars Hoffman, coming into the weekend, is into P3, passing 2 cars at once. It's now Cook down to 4th. Andy Lees gets shuffled down to 5th.
and 6th place for Andrew Murgatroyd, followed by Giuseppe Fallet, who's now in there in 7th position. Dan Clayfan, and then it's Christopher Bell in 10th place. That is, again, checking my timing screen for a second, that is Martin in the 55. So Martin up to 10th, and that's the expense of Curtis, of Dave Curry, it looks like, on that one. Curry, and then it's Ryan Errol, and then we get our leaders in the road sports coming up next, because we then have the 15th place overall, the leading road sport, driven by Carl Jones. It's further back in that pack. Direct battling. 159 and 152 are battling there, so that is a battle that's going on. That is Paul Herndon, Fraser Riddington, Roger Gaunt, and Michael Curley, I think, between those four. And that's a scrap that's going on over 27th to 30th place overall, and I can give you the road sport order in a second. I'll come to that in a second with their order. As you see side by side again now between the leaders, and Angelos Alvanos got the toe from Hoffman, but he's boxed in between Ben Lopez Appleton and Hoffman. Hoffman goes round the outside and holds on to believe. In fact, no, it's 2nd place now for Alvanos. He's done it. So up to 2nd place, past Ben Lopez Appleton, goes Angelos Alvanos, and now it is loggerheads between the two championship contenders side by side. Trying to go round the outside of Alvanos again goes Ben Lopez Appleton. He's forcing the issue, holds the inside line to defend from Harry Cook, who tries to get back through into a podium place, but again, the momentum carried through by Ben Lopez Appleton is enough to keep him in front at the time being. Up the hill towards McLean's, turn in, and still Hoffman has the advantage. Look at the battle going behind. Andy Lees, he's at it again round the outside. He did that picking up 2 places for the price of 1 earlier on. He did it again, going round the outside of Harry Cook to steal away 4th place from him. I was looking for another word there, beginning with D, but I couldn't find it. Trying to find 5th, though, is going to be Andrew Murgatroyd. If he can make it past Cook, he's going to lose another place if he's not careful. And as for Alvanos, into the lead he goes. So Angelos Alvanos, who is buoyed with confidence after his first win at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, is into a lead here to try and get his 2nd in as many races. But points leader Alexander Hoffman, who's tied with him, of course, into the order, might have something to say about that, and so will Ben Lopez Appleton. They are 3 abreast into Redgate again. Here comes Andy Lees trying to stick his nose up the inside. A little bit of contact there with Ben Lopez Appleton, who will go to 3rd place if he can get to the inside quick enough. Now back with our road sport contenders. Allbones leads the way with Carl Jones in 2nd place. Harry Eyre from Wes Payne, and then the 188's in there as well. This is the back end of the 270Rs. Here come the road sports. So the 188 was William Brunt, and his similar coloured Golf liveried car of blue and orange to that of Andy Lees in the 270R ranks, only his has got a little bit more orange and it's a little bit deeper, so that's the differentiation with that one. And also behind them, behind Brunt, appears to be Blair McConaughey, so he's recovered after his escapade across the grass at Redgate. Now, I suspect there was a bit of contact which helped him onto the grass there, possibly when he was trying to go side by side. I think I'm guessing someone must have moved across, there was contact, and he was left with no choice but to slide off onto the grass. Here's some of the tail enders of our road sport category. This is further back behind them. This is now Steele, Melas, Martin and Cresswell. Battle's going on here. Melas has that run, and this is the leaders here. Andy Lee's way out of shape at the chicane, so whatever's kicked off there, 1 car off the road there, that's Stuart Bell, and now the 270R cars are spread out a bit more here. Back into the lead has gone Lars Hoffman momentarily, although he does sweep around the outside at Redgate corner and holds on to the position for the time being. So in terms of the order now, it is Lopez Appleton who leads, Hoffman leads the way now. It's Lopez Appleton in 2nd place, Alvanos 3rd and Harry Cook 4th, then a small gap to Andrew Murgatroyd in 5th, then Andy Lees, who was sideways when we came cut back to him through the fog at TS's, remains in 6th place. Giuseppe Fallet is 7th, then it's Clayfan, Bell, and then it's Curry to round out the top 10. And for the lead now, back up the inside goes Ben Lopez Appleton. He took the wider line through Starkey's and Schwantz curve to give him the inside for the next right-hander, and Hoffman still not giving up, sniffing around the rear roll cage of Lopez Appleton, trying to grab that position back, and he takes lots of momentum through the right-hander at Coppis, now onto the back straight, and look at Alvanos, he'll try and latch onto the toe. They're going to make it 3 wide again, you know, down towards Fogarty S's. Here we go again. It's Alvanos in the middle, Hoffman on the outside, Lopez Appleton in the middle. They all turn in, and it's still Hoffman who leads the way. And again, got a great slingshot to hold on. Alvanos gets hung out to dry on the exit of the chicane. It gets passed by not just Harry Cook, but now also Andrew Murgatroyd. Goes what would have been about second or third at one point in that sequence to 5th position. And the crazy thing is, we've only just gone past halfway. There is still 15 minutes of racing still to go here in this race for the Caterham 7 270Rs and Roadsports. That's the rest of our 270R runners having their own private battle. And I think Brian Errol's in there somewhere. No, it's not. It's number 14, in fact, that's having that scrap. So 14 is 55's in there, actually, forgive me. So 34 in there was Evans, Neil Evans, Dave Curry, and also Martin and Curtis in there as well. So that's a 4-car battle that's going on for 10th position down to 13th. So that's our tail end of the 270Rs. At the moment, it is 77 Dave Curry who has that one from the 34 of Neil Evans. Through the kink at Starkeys. Looking around the outside there is, looks like it's Dave Curry. He's going to go for it if he can. But again, carrying a bit more speed into the apex goes the number 77 of Dave Curry. Through he goes. Plenty of battling going on in the 270Rs. This 4-car train concertina up and close in. Look at this. These guys still haven't let up. They're still going hammer and tongs. 6 of them with the lead now. Andy Lees has caught back up again into 6th position after his small little, I say small, it was a big slide exiting the chicane. Hoffman now once again back into the lead once more. It's now Lopez Appleton 2nd, Cook in 3rd, Murgatroyd 4th. Then it's Alvarez in 5th and Andy Lees in 6th position. Just seen the Roadsports flash through the shot down towards Redgate Corner. There's David Gracie in the 114. And that's a battle a little further down the order. Into Redgate Corner. And still side by side battling there. So that was that battle going on between. Catch numbers again in a minute. I should put the colours, but I'll look at the numbers again if I can into the right hander. That is the 153. That's Steele ahead of Martin, and then Darryl Cresswell, who's dropped back a little bit from the order. Back with our 270R leaders. Still plenty of action going on here as now Hoffman comes under threat from Ben Lopez Appleton. Harry Cook has one of his front wings flapping around, so that's going to hurt him aerodynamically. Not with these cars are that aerodynamic in the first place, but the aero that they do have is not going to help him out very much. Murgatroyd now goes for 3rd place and has his nose in the right position. Can he force his way through? The answer I think is yes, he can. And now we're going further back with more scraps going on. And that's Curtis in the mix now, who's in that group. And I think what's also quite amusing here is that that was the Roadsport battle. That was the leaders. We're back further back now with some of the other ones. And that is now 164 and 130. That's Herndon, Curley, Gaunt. They're all in the mix now at the moment. So lots of battles going on everywhere in the Roadsports and 270Rs. And we're seeing the Roadsport leaders here. Now Harry Ayres taken over at the front of the field here from the 103 of Nick Allbones. And we see Blair McConaughey. I think he was flashing the headlights at Ryan Errol, who's saying, come on, move out of the way, you're a different class of car than me. Now in the pit lane, I think that's Carl Jones, I'm afraid. So Carl Jones, sadly in the pit lane, puts his hands up and says, well, don't know what to do now. Unfortunately, that's my race done. Hopefully not his weekend done, but won't be scoring points from this race. Round has gone Peter Martin in the 180, so he will now try and recover after a spin at the old hairpin. Side by side again for the lead. Then once more Hoffman tries to hold that advantage. Lopez Appleton pokes his nose up the inside. He's got his indicator on, indicating where he's possibly going to go. But Hoffman again has that momentum through Hollywood and down the Craner curve. So speaking of momentum, look at Andrew Murgatroyd in the blue and yellow machine in 3rd place. He wants to try and squeeze through if he can. 4th for Alvarez. And it's 5th for Harry Cook and 6th for Andy Lees. So quick run down the order as we see them at the moment, but I might not get a chance here because they're side by side again. Oops, one off the road. That's Peter Vincent, I think that's gone off the road. It is. So Peter Vincent is off the road in one of the Roadsport cars. So he was quite far down the order anyway. Oh, and Ryan Ell's gone off the road for a second time. And this time, I'm afraid that he's not getting out of that one, unfortunately. I think he's getting pretty stuck. He's very frustrated. He wraps his hands on his helmet, on his race helmet, saying, "What was all that about?" Whether that was his mistake, or whether he jumped or he was pushed, not sure. Now then, question's going to be, is that going to prompt a safety car? Because if it does, it closes up the order once again and possibly brings the Roadsport the battle back into play once more in terms of their leading contenders. So down the pit straight towards Redgate Corner they go. Top 6 still in the order, and off the road is on somebody else. Is that possibly Roger Gaunt? I think it must be. So Roger Gaunt possibly in strife there as well, so they're going off all over the place there. Peter Vincent having a spin, Ryan Ell's off the road, Roger Gaunt appears to be out of it too. So a lot of differing things going on. I'm sort of getting slightly confused what was going on there for a second. So 9 minutes to go, and they're still covering with yellow flags. No sign of a safety car just yet. Whether or not they feel that those incidents are at parts of the circuit where they don't think they're at a fast enough pace to trouble any of the leaders at racing speeds, they'll obviously just cover it off with yellows unless they feel that a safety car is necessary. Roger Gaunt is climbing out of the car, so looks like he's done there. These 270Rs continue to race on, with Andy Lees trying to force his way up the inside of Harry Cook. The top two are trying to break away, with Lars Hoffman and Ben Lopez Appleton now side by side again. Puts himself in front, and Lopez Appleton does indeed lead the cars back into the chicane once more with just under 8.5 minutes to go. So Lopez Appleton leads, Hoffman second, Murgatroyd third, Cook fourth, Alvanos fifth, and Andy Lees in sixth position. Lees wants to go for fifth. He's looking to the outside of Alvanos, but they've got to be careful because there will be yellow flags down here, so no passing, I'm sure, on the run into Redgate Corner. In fact, yes, they spotted it. I think Andy Lees saw that. He saw the yellow flags and thought, better not pass here, because that's the reason why. There's an active snatch going on. The snatch vehicle trying to pick up Ryan Errol. A little further back here is some of our other 270R machines, and in that is our leading Roadsport contenders, with Harry Eyre being chased down by, I think that's Blair McConaughey. So he's recovered pretty well here to get himself back into the mix. So Roadsport, this is the tail end of those cars. So that's the scrap that's going on with Curry, Evans, Martin and Curtis. And then you have Harry Eyre from Blair McConaughey, and then from Let's Pay, who has passed Nick Allbones for third place. Running up the top 5 there is Dimitris Melas, and I can confirm that Roger Gaunt is the one that went trucking down. I think it was Roger Gaunt because it had on the number plate, it had Big Rog on that one, and it had Gauntlet in terms of that one. So I put two and two together, and that's what Roger Gaunt. So, and yes, I can confirm he's now showed up as an exclamation mark on the timing screen. So Roger Gaunt is out of that race down at the old hairpin. So still with Curry, Evans, Martin and Curtis all together, but they've got to be careful because you remember, that's Giuseppe Fallet with nose cone damage now. So all sorts happening here. It's to keep up on what's going on in both races here. Fallet's now going quite slowly, and looks as though this battle is going to move up to take another position. So this is going to be a scrap for 9th place now. 6.5 minutes to go. And Giuseppe Fallet, I think he's possibly had some contact, I'm guessing, with maybe Dan Clayfan or Stuart Bell, one of the two. Through goes the rest of that 270R contingent, including the Roadsport leaders behind them. Remember, these Roadsport cars have got exactly the same amount of power and exactly the same tyres as the 270Rs. It's the difference in suspension that makes them a little bit faster in the corners. It's that Brian Errol, I think, that was just reappearing onto the circuit from the escape road on the right-hand side. So he just appeared on the shot, and so quickly tries to escape up the road to not try and hold up the cars behind him. Probably puts his foot down, and I think also you can see where Roger Gaunt's car went off, because you can see the dirt that's been kicked up on the circuit, so that might take a small amount of clearing up before the upcoming Fiesta Junior qualifying session, which is going to be off camera, but that will be shown tomorrow. And more battles going on here between 152 and 128. 152 is Wales, and that's 128 is Fraser Riddington. So more battles going on there. We'll switch back to further back to some more cars in the mix, but we now continue to focus on this scrap that's going on between, as we say, 128 and 152. And looks like Fraser Riddington has made it through past Wales. And then Ryan Lovett is a bit further back in the 189 car, about about 10.5 second back with Martin just behind him. Here's our scrap that's going on between Steele, Cresswell, Gracie and Curtis. Back with our 270R leaders, just under 5 minutes to go. And this battle continuing to rage here between Curry, Martin, Evans and Curtis. And then see just in the mix there is our Roadsport contenders, with now Harry Eyre trying to get past him, but he's getting held up by the battle that's going on here in front of him. I think that's the 34 of Evans getting past Martin here. But Harry Eyre is not going to appreciate being held up here by cars that are just as fast as him on the straights and are faster than him on the corners. Meanwhile, a shuffle around at the front of the field for the 270Rs. It's Harry Cook's turn to hit the front, but he's under threat now from Ben Lopez-Appleton, who's retaliating on the exit of Fogarty S's. It is now 2 by 2 down towards Redgate Corner. 3 abreast now, trying to squeeze around. You've got Cook in the middle, Hoffman on the outside line, and Murgatroyd backs out. That puts him into the clutches of both Alvanos and then Andy Lees. So 1st to 6th all together. Side by side possibly for 3rd. Here comes Murgatroyd to make a move. Cook's been shuffled back down again after he led into the chicane. Now Lopez-Appleton back to the front. We did manage to get in front actually before they got out of exiting the crown of curves. Cook in 2nd. Murgatroyd has a look up for 3rd past Hoffman. We can make it through. Alvanos is also trying to get past Leeds, but he shuts the door too. So the 2 championship leaders are currently 3rd and 6th in the order. And those who are closest around them in the points are starting to try and take some away from them if they can. Murgatroyd needs to pick up a couple of spots after he's had some lower scores. And just looking back to our Roadsport leaders behind the tail end of the 270Rs, it's still Wes Payne who leads the way from Blair McConaughey. Nick Allbones is still 3rd. Wes Payne is 4th now as they come through the old hairpin in amongst the 270R cars. But there's a couple of the back markers they're trying to get through here. So Demetrius Melas is in there amongst others. But forgive me, they might actually be in the mix. Sorry, forgive me, they are in the mix. In fact, actually a sideways there for the 77 of Curry, battling away with Evans. And also in there too now is going to be Martin, and then our 2 leading Roadsport cars. Now Harry Eyre getting stuck behind the 270Rs, can't get through. 2.5 minutes to go, and it's now Murgatroyd to 3rd in the 270Rs in the lead. And Andy Leeds is up to 4th now. 5th is now gone. That is that Harry Cook's back in front, and it's now Alvanos down to 6th. Meanwhile, Hoffman's back into 2nd. And he's now trying to chase after Ben Lopez-Appleton. So all sorts going on here as Lees goes for a dive up the inside, but sees Harry Cook holding the racing line and swing across to prevent any avenue from getting through. Alvanos is carrying on in that position. Now we look back to our Roadsports, they really have closed up. So they've got the tail end of the 270Rs going to be shot. Here come the Roadsports, and McConaughey is now in the lead. So remember at one point he was sliding across the grass going into the first corner, but then it didn't necessarily change too much. To get further back at some of our other battles here just behind them. And that is... I'm trying to pick up again who that is battling in their order. I think it's I think Darryl Cresswell's dropped back a little bit. He's now ahead of Steele from Curtis, Curley and Gracie. Back with our 270Rs again. There's all sorts going on wherever you look. 1.5 to go. And now Harry Cook has the fastest lap of the race, and it's now side by side yet again for the lead. It's now Hoffman on the inside, Lopez-Appleton on the outside. He breaks later, round the outside he goes, and into the lead once again goes the 4-time winner from last year's Roadsport Championship and a race winner from Brands Hatch this year. And Lopez-Appleton has the advantage. Off the road and spinning has gone number 21 for the 270Rs. That is Curtis, so he's had an off there. That's the understeer there for Lars Hoffman in 2nd place. And Murgatroyd has now gone back to 3rd. He's now ahead of Cook in 4th, 5th for Alvanos, and 6th now for Andy Lees. The rest of the top 10 seeds, Stuart Bell in 7th, Dan Clayfan in 8th, the 11's 9th, and it's then the 55 of Martin in 10th position. To go now. Next time by they will start the last lap of the race, and they've got to possibly try and sort themselves out into some kind of thing. There's yellow flags being waved though down towards the chicane. So what's happened there? There's been some kind of an incident, but whatever happened, that's the problem. Dave Curry's off the road in the 270R and the number 77 car, so no overtaking. I think possibly that might well be the race for these guys and the guys, because there'll be no overtaking to the final chicane. So if you're in the lead heading down towards the Fox Yeses on the last time, that may well be it. The victory may well be yours. So who wants it the most heading into Redgate Corner? Lopez Appleton leads the way. Lars Alexander Hoffman is in second place. Then it's Murgatroyd third, Cook in fourth, and Alvarez in fifth. The winner is certain to come from any one of these five. Andy Lees has dropped back and he's falling into the clutches of Stuart Bell in the last couple of laps. But here we go. Here's the main tussle. 5 Alive with a lead in towards the right hand at the bottom of the hill through the old hairpin. It's still Ben Lopez Appleton who holds on, but Lars Alexander Hoffman desperately wants to get through. Dave Curry, he's waving to his drivers saying, just in case you know, I'm stuck in the gravel trap, help me. But I'm not quite sure he's going to get quite any help just yet. But now, back to our Roadsport leaders, and it's side by side. Well, Blair McConaughey's pulled away. In fact, he's in the mix with some of the tail ends of the 270Rs. He's pulled away now as the leaders head out through the right-hander at Coppice Corner, and it's Ben Lopez Appleton who's still now side by side with Lars Alexander Hoffman down towards the final chicane. So the checker flag will come out this time by. Still yellow flags down there. And now, as they come up towards the checker flag, we're going to see who's going to be. Checker flag waves, it's going to be, I think that's Ben Lopez Appleton who takes the victory. Yes, it is. So Ben Lopez Appleton wins the first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 270R Championship. Lars Alexander Hoffman picks up second, and Cook is in third from Murgatroyd, Alvarez and Bell, rounding out the top 6. So fantastic stuff for them. This is now Darrell Cresswell, who's battling away with Steele, Curtis and Gracie. And also you've got Fraser Riddington not too far away as well. For the Road Sports, it's sure to be Blair McConaughey. As we see here, he'll pick up a vital victory for that one. Into the chicane for the last time. And then second, no, in fact, sorry, that's the back marker. There's Blair McConaughey there in the white car. He will come across the line, and he will take victory in the first Road Sport race of the weekend. It's victory for Blair McConaughey, second for Harry Eyre, and then third for Nick Allbones from Wes Payne and William Brunt, completing the top 5. Well, that wasn't short of being eventful, was it? Plenty of stuff going on, cars going off the road and lots of position swapping, but in the end, it is crucial victories for Ben Lopez Appleton in 270R and Blair McConaughey in the Road Sports that they finish up. Lots more position swapping still going on, but they can't change places anymore into the final chicane because there is still plenty of racing going on. They head across the line to take the checkered flag. So one more Caterham race coming up after this. They're still going side by side at the end of the race. I don't think they've really realised that the race is over, but they're still battling between each other for some strange reason. I'm not sure. They're just racing to the end. I'm not quite sure, but there's 2 cars there that are still racing like the race hasn't finished. But nevertheless, that's just possibly they're a bit overactive, overeager, I think. But either way, they will, I'm sure, find out that in fact it is that the race is over and the race has indeed finished. So I don't think they quite saw the flag. Anyway, whilst they race off, it's Ben Lopez Appleton who wins overall and in 270Rs from Lars Alexander Hoffman, from Harry Cook, but Andrew Murgatroyd, Angelos Alvarez and Stuart Bell, but Andy Lees, Dan Clayfan, Neil Evans and Simon Martin round out the top 10. 11th place and Road Sport winner is Blair McConaughey from Harry Eyre and Nick Allbones, with Wes Payne and William Brunt, Darrell Cresswell and Tim Steele, then Michael Curley, Alan Curtis and David Gracie completing the top 20. Moving down to 21st position, Fraser Riddington comes in P21 ahead of Peter Wells and Peter Martin. Mark Lovett is 24th ahead of Greg Curtis and Paul Herndon from Dave Curry, who actually sadly went off the road after he was beached into the gravel. Then it's Demetrius Melas, Ryan Errol and Peter Vincent, then Giuseppe Fillet, Roger Gort and Carl Jones. So a few casualties from that race, but they will regroup and be back on the grid tomorrow. So we're going to take a short break now, and whilst we have the Fiesta Junior Championship qualifying session taking place, when we come back, we've got 2 more races to give you. The second race of the weekend for the Caterham Academy, the very last for the Caterham Academy this in terms of championship races this season, and the last for the Green Group, and then the second race of the day and the weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. So we will see you back here at roughly around about 5 to 5 with our second to last race of the day.
So clearly something a little improve on his final lap. And that gives everybody a front.
So, welcome back for our third and final part of day one of our live stream coverage here for the British Racing and Sports Car Club TCR, TCT and Caterham race weekend. You're seeing the cars that started our coverage at the beginning with a little glimpse of free practice. We're seeing the Fiesta Junior race cars just completing their qualifying session. As we give you a very quick rundown of where they've ended up on the grid, quickly in terms of their end order. It is pole position for championship leader Joseph Loke, who takes pole by nearly a quarter of a second from Jensen Brickley, one of his best qualifying results of the season so far. Will Orson will start third alongside Bradley Beavers, but it's Dylan Hodgson and Joseph Knight in 6th fastest, 7th fastest Alex Lee, then Jake Triggs, Jake Weston, and then Albert Webster, followed by George Davis, Sid Smith, Alex Sprange, Mitch Marie and Bryony Davis to round out the 15 cars, and they will have the first of their 2 races tomorrow morning. The first race of tomorrow's race of the day tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp. So they will head off back to the paddock to Fettel and tinker with their machines and get them race ready for tomorrow morning. They are the first race of the day. We'll have 2 qualifying sessions tomorrow for the Miltech Civic Cup and the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy before we get racing underway. There'll also be 1 more qualifying session not long after a lunch break and our second Dunlop TCT Trophy. And that is the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. 45-minute 2-driver or solo in mini endurance racing in clubman level cars in various different power to weight ratios, a maximum of 235 brake horsepower, and it gives great variety from Mazda MX-5s, BMWs to Minis. We've got a handful of Fiestas that are making a cameo appearance from the who regularly race in the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, the senior version of what we see with the Fiesta Juniors. They're in the mix as well, including one of which being Jessica Hawkins, who is making her debut in British touring cars for Powermax Racing very shortly, but she's getting a bit more front-wheel drive experience at the wheel of one of the brand new turbo Fiesta ST180s that are in the invitation class for tomorrow's race, and she'll be driving that car to get a taste of what it's like, to give some development feedback, because that's going to be looking to be brought in as its own point scoring class next year. But that is Fiestas and Club Sport for tomorrow. Now we have 1 more Caterham race left for today's coverage, and that is the second half of our Caterham Academy runners for 2020, this being the Green Group. This is their last race of the season. So, effectively, we should obviously give congratulations in the white group to Taylor O'Flanagan, because effectively he has now become champion, as he will have gained back the points which he would have originally had to drop given the rest he's done before. So now we move on to the green group, where the man who was leading the championship, Tom Cockrell, again, is here this weekend, but not racing in this final race, because again, same reason as Taylor O'Flanagan, he's chosen to not do the last race. 1, to prevent himself from doing anything that might possibly warrant a penalty, but 2, also to mean that he keeps his car fresh for tomorrow, but it means also that whatever happens in this race, he will still gain points back that he would have otherwise had to drop anyway had he competed and finished in this race, provided it wasn't to his worst result of anything below 2nd or 3rd. Which means that effectively now this becomes a battle for second in the championship once again. We'll give you the grid as it comes up when they head off onto their formation lap. But if we bring up the grid and show you who is... I'll give you the championship points because we'll have the grid come up in a second on the screen. So the cars are all in position. Just waiting for the go-ahead for the green flag to send them off on their formation. That is one of many planes I can hear flying overhead from East Midlands Airport. There is that ongoing myth, or that sort of excuse by some racing drivers that race at Donington, that the reason why they've got a lack of grip on the circuit is because fuel vapour kind of comes down from the plane engines and drops onto the circuit. How true that is or not, I'm not sure, but probably a last resort for any drivers that had a bad lap and wanted an excuse in some cases. Meanwhile, the grid for the grid group here is Chris Skillicorn, who is runner-up in the championship at the moment. He will start alongside, also 3rd in the championship. He starts alongside his chief rival for 2nd in points, Dennis Shirkenbachs, on the front row of the grid. Gwyndaf Jones, who won a race at Brands Hatch last time, starts 3rd, alongside Toby Boyes in 4th position. 5th place is Andrew Bergbaum and Peter Lawson starting alongside him in 6th. Peter Mott will start 7th on the 4th row. Alongside him is Kevin Turner in 8th. Rounding up the top 10 in row 5 is going to be Ram Mountsie and Andy Lund, followed by Mika Lazarus and Colin Gould, rounding out the top 12 runners on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is going to be, we switch to the next page on grid. I think we have to go page back actually, because that's 17th, 18th and 19th I believe. So, oh, there we go. I think we're almost skipping the page to get through. I saw 13th, but it's skipped across one too many. I think I have to bring in the rest of them and find it. Ah, there we go. James Hall. Thank you for that. James Hall, 13th place from James Griffiths in 14th. Then Bruce Duckworth and Rob Oldland, who starts 16th. And then the last three cars on the grid are going to be Steve Lancaster, Richard Brooks, and Ian Hapgood. So 19 cars ready to start this. The final point-scoring Academy Championship race of the season, because tomorrow's Autumn Trophy race is a non-championship affair. So the points table then coming into this weekend for the green group. As we mentioned, Tom Cockrell is champion-elect, and so effectively once this race is concluded, he is pretty much the champion for the green group. So provisionally, congratulations to him. And that means he came into the weekend with a 17-point advantage over the scrap for second between Dennis Erkenbachs on 107 points and Chris Skillicorn on 106. Toby Boys is fourth in points on 102, ahead of Gwyneth Jones on 88. Then it is 85 points for Colin Gould, ahead of Andy Lund on 85. That's followed by Colin Gould is on 85 points. It's then Andy Lund on 75 points, 73 points for Rob Oldland, who is in 18 points. Then James Hall and Mika Lazarus round out the top 10. Could see some good personal results from the likes of Peter Mott, from Andrew Berg, from Peter Lawson, who are a bit further up the grid than we are usually used to seeing them. From those top 10 runners, a couple of drivers who are a bit further down, one particularly Rob Oldland, not the qualifying session he was hoping for, so he starts quite further back in around about 16th place. He actually has quite a popular YouTube series he's put together, being a first-year racer, and he's been sort of documenting his whole progress of putting the car together and getting his license and running through his races. So definitely going to hunt it out, Rob Oldland, his YouTube channel series. I'm sure he'll thank me for the plug on that one, but yeah, checks in the post. He's one of many drivers, of course, who are making their way in racing. Of course, all these drivers, remember, started the season as complete novices, and of course they use this weekend to finish the season, and of course they will all graduate in style with a mammoth 40-car grid for the Autumn Trophy non-championship race to really graduate from the Academy in style. But that's then, tomorrow. This is now. The green flag is at the back. The final championship race for the Caterham Academy, the final for the green group of 2020 is all set. Basically, it's the race for second place. Who's going to win it? Is it going to be Skillicorn, Erkenbachs? Let's find out. As 20 minutes of Caterham Academy racing is underway. A couple of the cars getting wheel spins towards the back, but they are underway and racing, and it's three abreast already. It's Toby Boys, Dennis Erkenbachs, and Chris Skillicorn, three abreast into Redgate. What order will it be as they head out of it? That's going to be the key question we've got there. Looks like that is... Oh, there's contact in the background. One car's gone skating off across the gravel. Another car's gone off and possibly beached in the gravel. The rear wheels possibly will be spinning and not able to get out. So that may well warrant a safety car. I don't even say a red flag maybe, but we'll have to wait and see what that brings up. Anyway, Chris Skillicorn slithers his way into the right-hander at the Old Hairpin for the first time. The car can't quite make out the number on that one, unfortunately. It's JG, so James Griffiths I'm going to suspect, because James Griffiths has a matching initials, and he was 21st in the points, and he has got some work to start. I think it was 13th on the grid there, so not a good last race for him if it's over prematurely. 31 in the mix is Colin Gould. He's about 6th or 7th position. Some swaps going on further back. He's battling with the 56 of Mika Lazarus. That's towards the bottom of the top 10. But leaders racing off down Exhibition Straight towards the Fogarty S's for the first time, and it is Chris Skillicorn who leads the way from Dennis Erkenbachs in second, but he won't have much of an advantage because, as you can see, there are yellow flags flying, and the reason being is I'm pretty confident that they have just thrown the safety car for obvious reasons. Yes, they have. There it is. The MSV branded BMW safety car has quickly been dispatched, and it will now bring the field together to bunch them up once more. And that is obviously to go and retrieve James Griffiths' stricken car. What it does mean is we can give you a rundown of where the drivers stand after the first lap of racing has been completed. So Chris Skillicorn was able to retain the lead from pole position. Dennis Erkenbach still second after the start, as is Toby Boys in third. It is fourth place for Jones, followed by Lawson in fifth position, Bergbaum in sixth, it's Lund, Gould, Lazarus and Turner rounding out the top 10, followed by Mounsey, Mott, Duckworth, Brooks, Hall, Hapgood, Oldland and Lancaster. So Pete Lawson's actually running pretty well. He's up in 5th position. He is currently heading to this weekend 13th in points. And his best result so far of the season has been, looks of it, a 9th place. And that 9th place came at, no, it's not, forgive me, I tell a lie, it's actually 6th position. 6th position in the second race at Brands Hatch. So he's looking at his results, been getting steadily quicker and quicker. Didn't have a great time of it at Capital Park. But he was a little bit off the pace to start off with at Alton Park in what was, to be fair, pretty awful weather conditions. It was rain, it was grey, it was damp, it was quite muggy, and it was quite a difficult day for everyone involved. But kudos to all the Academy drivers for their very first race to tackle, you know, abysmal conditions like that in order to make it through. So well done to all of them. So Chris Skillicorn from Dennis Backs, Toby Boys, then Gwyndaf Jones, Peter Lawson, Andy Bergbaum, Andy Lund, Colin Gould back in 8th place in his distinctive chrome green wrapped Caterham. There it is, look, centre of shot. And then 9th place, just he's ahead of Mika Lazarus. And then it is Kevin Turner rounding out the top 10 with Ron Mountain, Peter Mott, Bruce Duckworth, who was running around the front end towards the start of the season, but looks as though he's just been a bit off the pace in this second half through Brands Hatch and into Donington Park. So a bit of a shame for him there, but he will hopefully look to bounce back next year if he competes in Roadsport. And if he does do the Autumn Trophy race tomorrow, it will certainly be a good indication of where he might sit in the pecking order for the Roadsport race. We should give a quick mention to the Autumn Trophy in terms of exactly what it details. So it is a free-for-all 40-car race, which means you get drivers from both green and white groups competing together. No points, no championship status, just bragging rights. It's a brilliant race. We'll probably tell you more about that later on because we have a race to get back underway. The safety car's pulled in and Chris Skillicorn gets the safety car restart underway as he crosses the line to get the Caterham Academy Green Group season finale back underway. Plenty of fastest laps popping up because obviously we haven't had a proper flying lap just yet. So currently Mika Lazarus has, for what it's worth, the fastest lap for 2 minutes 48.590. I think that's going to be beaten pretty quickly in this next lap. So out of turn 1 they go. Top 4 are starting to pull away from Peter Lawson in 5th position. It's 6th for Bergbaum, 7th for Lund, then Gould, Lazarus and Turner. But here are the main 4. Tom Cockrell, of course, would be in there too. And there's lots of commonality in their colours. There's 4 of the 5 main front-running cars in the season had red in their colour scheme. In fact, all 5 have because Chris Skillicorn has it too. There's a switch going on with the 96. So the 96 making his way through looks to be Peter Mott. He's made a move on the 9 of James, sorry, the 6th of Marcus Eales, I think that was. At least that was, I think there might even be James Griffiths who's been pulled out of the gravel, I think. So he's obviously a couple of laps down or so, but he has to get going again. He's quite further down the track and not managed to get racing once more, which is pretty impressive stuff. So Chris Skillicorn has the lead with 14.5 minutes to go. We had lost a few minutes after being under the safety car for at least a lap to allow the car to be dragged out. Green flags flying all around the circuit, which means you can pass at any place you like. And through the Fogarty S's they go. So Skillicorn from Backs, Boys and Jones. That's the top 4, making an early break from Peter Lawson. Behind them, we've got side by side between Andy Bergbaum and Bergbaum and Andy Lund. Yeah, Andy Bergbaum. Oh, that's Andy Lund trying to get at the inside of Bergbaum, and now that gives Colin Gould an opportunity to squeeze past if he can, but no, Lund's got that one. Lund actually had a pretty impressive start to the season. He put in a good qualifying performance and then was high up in the order in the first couple of laps, and then went for a spin which pushed him down the order. And kind of ever since then, he's been hovering around the top 10 and getting better. So hopefully his confidence wasn't shaken too much by that. Again, not great conditions for those at Alton Park, but much better. Still overcast and grey, but at least it's dry, which is a bonus. So the 2 Andys, Bergbaum versus Lund, and Lund has the outside line in the black and orange Caterham and sweeps in front, so he's now managed to make it into 6th position. It could now be a loss of 7 for Andy Bergbaum and Colin Gould has anything to say about it. A couple of changes. Peter Mott's got past Kevin Turner and Ron Mounsey, and also we've got the change around in 13th place now. We've now got James Hall has got past Bruce Duckworth and Richard Brooks, so that's now in the 14th and 15th positions. So Skillicorn then rocks over the curbs being chased down by Danish Erkenbachs. Effectively, this is a pretty key race because they're separated by a point in the fight for second place in the championship. If Skillicorn beats Erkenbachs, as far as I can see on total accumulated points, they will be absolutely dead level. So it will go back to, I'm guessing, count back of race wins and also maybe factoring any other drop scores that might come into play. But if it was purely on overall points scored, Skillicorn would actually have second place because he has a race win and Dennis Erkenbachs does not. I'd probably guarantee that always Dennis Erkenbachs, they both got twitchy over the curve there. I was about to mention if Dennis Erkenbachs did actually win this race, it would be his first win of the season, but two, it might also mean that he may well be enough to give him that second place in the championship, just in front of Skillicorn. So out through Schwantz curve, named after the legendary Australian motorcycle racer Kevin Schwantz. Through McLean's, and there's a change there for third as Gwyneth Jones slides in front of Toby Boyes, but Boyes has got him on the exit, pulls level, breaks that fraction later into Coppis, gets his nose in front, and he's into the podium spot now. Move completed, who is through. There's some battles further back here going on. We've got the 12 and the 27 battling away with each other. Number 12 is Ron Mounsey, 27 is Kevin Turner. They're also backing away with James Hall, with Richard Brooks, who's actually just past Bruce Duckworth, so changing of order there just behind. And Toby Boyes sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.048 is now a change on, as we see now. Ron Mounsey give up the position to Kevin Turner, and through he goes. So also chasing down there, of course, we see is Brooks with James Hall also in the mix. That was a bit of a swift move out there from Ron Mounsey. He's got the inside line, but Hall's trying to squeeze him towards the edge of the circuit, trying to get into the mix now is now going to be Brooks. So it's James Hall in that sort of black and white, almost barcode zebra-like livery. And you've also got then Richard Brooks in there too. Just behind now, the next group is headed by Rob Oldland, and that order in 15th position. He's in the last top 15 spot, so he'll be looking to try and hold on to that place as close as he can. And he's battling with, if I look back at my timing screen, he's battling with Bruce Duckworth, as well as Lancaster, Hapgood, and well, Griffiths is a lap down anyway, so it's just Lancaster and Hapgood. There is actually Griffiths, James Griffiths, but he's a head on track position, but he's a lap down in the order, so he won't be able to pass. Even if he passes them, he won't move up his place in the order. Still 19 cars running. We're lucky to have that since James Griffiths' car was retrieved out of the gravel after its the trip there at the start of the race, which caused the brief safety car. 98 James Hall. Probably reminds me of the sort of black and white sort of zebra style camo livery which Red Bull ran as a testing livery a couple of years ago in Formula 1. Dennis Erkenbach's new fastest lap of the race. He's dipped into the 123s, 123.552. Leading gap is 3.5 tenths between Chris Skillicorn and Dennis Erkenbachs, but still we watch this scrap here going on between it was Turner, Mounsey, Hall and Brooks. It's Ian Hapgood in the silver Caterham with the roll bars. Here now Ron Mounsey looking to the outside line to try and make a move on Kevin Turner. Sweeps around the outside with lots of confidence under braking and plenty of grip on that outside line, on the racing line. And now this puts Kevin Turner under threat from both James Hall and also Richard Brooks, who's keeping close. Just ahead of them, this scrap going on now between, that's Andy Lund and Peter Mott. Peter Mott is in the yellow car with the black nose, whereas Andy Lund's car is the black car with the orange striping and the orange roll bars. Very reminiscent to James Murphy's livery in the 310R Championship. And this is a scrap that's going on over 9th position. And Lund started the lap. Looks like he's dropped back from that scrappy original battle he was having between Lawson, Gould, Bergbaum and himself. And Nico Lazarus was in there as well, so I think there's been a mistake from Andy Lund at some point. But yeah, he's dropped a few spots and now he's in the clutches and behind Peter Mott. So I think whatever it's done is putting him to the bottom of the top 10. He's going to try and spend the next couple of laps getting back onto terms with him. He's not wasting time. It was a speculative look in the inside run, but he's forced Peter Mott into a mistake, and Andy Lund's made the mistake as well. Peter Mott cuts across the chicane. Andy Lund went deep, but he hasn't actually gone off the road, and now past him goes Ron Mounsey, and now Turner, Hall and Brooks might start to pounce on that as well. Mounsey's now jumped up to 9th place as a result of that. It could be 3 abreast again, as now Andy Lund's, he isn't, he was thinking about making a move up the inside, but instead he's going to allow Kevin Turner to apply the pressure around the outside through the middle of both Andy Lund, and then Kevin Turner goes Hall, Incredible stuff from James Hall there, as I think either it's just a loss of momentum or a missed gear, or possibly an issue for Andy Lund as he's dropped back. And also think that's a back marker that's also going slowly here, or someone that's made a mistake. Is that Kevin Turner that's had a problem? I think Kevin Turner's had some kind of an issue there, because he's now dropped behind Mott and James Hall. And he's also lost a place now to Richard Brooks. So whatever issue that was through Trainer Curves or exiting Redgate, I'm not sure whether there was some contact. But Ron Mountsie, who is currently at the moment in 9th place, Mott in 10th, it's Hall in 11th place, it's Brooks in 12th, and it's Hall in 13th. Rob Oldland's up to 14th place after the issue that Andy Lund had for some reason. Through Compass, and they're still going at it now. This position, of course, again, some people might say it's only for 9th position, but it's a great battle nonetheless. And I've said it before in other championships, in particularly in this series as well, doesn't matter the skill level, you always have someone to race with and have a good time without on track. Now then, meanwhile, this is a little bit further up the order. This is between Lawson, Gould, Bergbaum and Lazarus. And it's Mika Lazarus up the inside of everyone into Redgate corner. Round the outside goes Lawson to hold on to the position. Is Mika Lazarus really going to pass 3 cars in one corner? I think he might well do. He's passed 2, in fact. If he's going to lose one of those positions he's just gained to Colin Gould with better momentum, and he's lost the other one to, ironically, to Andy Bergbaum. So maybe he was being a bit too optimistic. I was hopeful, but he hasn't quite made that one stick, and he has to back out of a possible move back into the old hairpin with 6.5 minutes to go. Quick mention back to the leaders. It's still Chris Skithercorn who is in front with 6 1/4 to go, with Erkenbachs in 2nd. It's Quinton F. Jones back to 3rd, and Toby Boyes in 4th position. And then you're watching the scrap for 5th as round the outside goes Colin Gould and disposes him of 5th. So that's now Lawson down to 6th position now, with Bergbaum 7th, being pressured now by the 8th place car, Mika Lazarus there, the silver car with the roll bars there. Bergbaum. No change in that. I think there's been further back though, as noticed on the timing screen, that Ron Mountie's dropped to 13th, so he's dropped 4 spots. It's Peter Mott now in 9th place. Side by side for 5th position as Lawson dives back up the inside. He's not afraid to make a move, is he? He really has come on strong since the start of the season, and he's certainly proven he's got some racecraft as he nice slick pass up the inside to retake 5th, and it's now 6th position for Andy Bergbaum. So must lost some momentum for Colin Gould, giving 7th. Oh, and there's contact in the background. Ron Mountie's involved. James Hall's involved in that. Also, I think I saw Richard Brooks has also escaped. There's a car with it's a red car in the background that's gone off the road. Now, usually you have to spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screens. So Andy Lund's off the road, and has dropped down. Well, Ron Mountsie hasn't come through yet, so because he's off the road, obviously. So try and work out what's happened there. So right, so it's Ron Mountsie and Bruce Duckworth have both gone off, and they've both gone off into the tyres. Bruce Duckworth's car was the red car that was deep in the tyres, and it was Ron Mountie's car that had the suspension damage after the contact. Now I suspect again, is this going to be another safety car? And if it is that probably going to be the end of the season concluded under yellow flag conditions, I wonder? Because yeah, there are yellow flags on the entrance, which means that there's no passing between the top 4, and there they go. So it's still Skillercorn from Erkenbachs, then it's Gwyneth Jones and Toby Boyes. I thought I had the feeling that there were going to be a safety car back. They're calling it earlier. The checker flag has gone out, so I think they realise it's going to take more than 4 minutes to clear this one up. So Chris Skillercorn does in fact take victory in the final race of the season. I'm hoping he spotted it, because he was looking pretty quick through Redgate corner, but hopefully they have managed to pick it up. Now then, for 5th position, it's pretty much static as it was across the line. So a personal best for Peter Lawson then, 5th position for him after a great battle with Andy Bergbaum. 6th place goes to Bergbaum, 7th to Gould, 8th to Mika Lazarus, which should again classify the top 4. Skillercorn wins, Erkenbachs in 2nd place, it's Jones in 3rd, Toby Boyes in 4th position. And then it's 9th place for James Hall, 10th for Peter Mott, 11th for Rob Oldland. Then it's Andy Lund, followed by man in 13th place. T. Ian Hapgood's 14th, and Richard Brooks is classified as 15th, but he was coming back off the road. It was Lancaster in 13th place, Hapgood 14th, Brooks 15th, and Turner and Griffiths as the final 2 finishers. And as we said, we sadly lost at that final chicane in that incident. We lost Ron Mountsie and Bruce Duckworth. So that's it for the Caterham Academy for 2020 in terms of points scoring races. They are finished, but they've got one more race to go tomorrow, and that is their end of season non-championship graduation race of sorts that is the autumn trophy. But for the record, for the final time in the Caterham Academy in the championships, Chris Gillicorn takes the final green group victory of 2020 by half a second for Dennis Erkenbachs, with Grindaff Jones and Toby Boys rounding out the top 4. Peter Lawson picking up one of his best results with 5th ahead of Andrew Bergbaum, Colin Gould, Mika Lazarus, James Hall and Peter Mott, which rounds out the top 10 finishers. 11th for Rob Oldland, 12th for Andy Lund, 13th for Steve Lancaster and Ian Hapgood, Richard Brooks, Kevin Turner, James Griffiths, and sadly, of course, we saw both Ron Mountsie and Bruce Duckworth off at the final chicane on the lap just before we threw the checkered flag. So officially, we can say congratulations, I think, to Tom Cockrell, who pretty much is now champion of the 2020 Caterham Academy Green Group, or so I believe. So congratulations to all of our Caterham Academy drivers this year for completing your first season. It's not been a normal season by any stretch of the imagination. They haven't to squeeze in 6 races between July and October, but it has happened, and everyone can now upgrade their licences from Interclub to National. That means they can move on to Roadsport and further afield and join in some of the European races that take place. That's the Caterham Academy. Caterham action also finished for today, not for the weekend. There's still more races to come from the Motor Caterham 7 270Rs and Roadsports, the 310Rs and 7 UKs, and that autumn trophy race all tomorrow. But that is it for Caterham Academy, for Caterham. For those watching on the Caterham channels, thank you for watching. If you are going to move on to anything else, but if not, there is still one more race to come, and it is from the brilliant Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup as they get set for their second race, which will come after we finish clear up here from our Academy race here this afternoon. So stay tuned, there's more of it coming up very shortly. So, what's been a very eventful and very entertaining day of racing at Donington Park so far is about to see its first part of the weekend conclude with the second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Now, this, of course, is for those who love a bit of tin top action. We have mainly just had sports cars throughout today, as well as some touring car racing, of course, earlier on with TCR, TCT, TCR UK and VW Cup. And in the first race, just to remind myself of the results from that first race, I'll bring it up on my timing screen just to remind myself of who did what in that race. It was absolutely, above all else, a race victory for Stephen Daly. He's now third on the bounce to extend his championship lead even further. He won by 2.4 seconds from Tom Griffiths in second place and Guy Davis in third, one of his best results. Jordan Stilt was fourth, ahead of top Masters finisher Paul Maguire in fifth place. Rhys Claydon sixth, Wayne Flint seventh, Mikey Doble eighth, as in Doble Jr. Then it's Oliver Fowler, Ben Huntley rounding up the top 10, and then Mike Doble Sr., Rudy McMillan, Ian Howes, Lee Dendy Sadler, and Ray McDowell. Another key result is also Ian Jones, because he started back in 33rd after issues in qualifying, picked his way through up 14 places to 19th, which means he'll start inside the top 20 this time. And also watch out for Wayne Flint, who is always quite a quick starter in many cases. He has been the last couple of rounds. And actually led overall at one point and challenged Stephen Daly in the early stages of both Thruxton and Brands Hatch in races there. So he will actually start this time in 7th place, which means he's got a great opportunity to potentially get himself onto the podium. And knowing the pace that he's got underneath him, that could very well be a possibility. Stephen Daly knows what his task will be. It's simply to try and score another win and to try and take one step closer to putting both hands on that championship trophy for a 4th consecutive year. That's what he's going to be aiming to do by the end of the weekend. And whatever you can manage here today in the second race this afternoon, and in tomorrow's last race of the weekend, being at 11:15 tomorrow scheduled, in order to round off the 2020 slightly truncated Compact Cup season, as are many seasons in club racing due to the ongoing current global situation. He'll be hoping to use that as a springboard, I'm sure, to push himself into higher formulas. I know he's had an ambition to move forwards into the championships, but I think this year he's really made an effort and really worked hard and knuckled down on working for his sponsors and working hard on his promotion and everything else as a whole package. And as I said before in the first conversation in the first race about Stephen Daly is that there are quite a few people who he races alongside, also have seen him race, that rate him as quite a very skilled driver at club level, and they do see him as a good prospect for someone who can move up into something like the Toka package or a championship that supports British GT or something along those lines. And he will certainly want to live up to that, and he certainly is putting in the pace that shows he's quite capable of doing that. So it looks as though, on paper, at least in the points, that he is very much on course to secure that 4th title. But he knows that he's got a very, very capable field of drivers behind him and around him. Lots of very talented drivers. There's some long-standing front runners, but also drivers that are developing and getting quicker and getting up there towards the front. But particularly this weekend, guys like Guy Davis, guys like Rhys Claydon, Oliver Fallon's getting quicker and quicker. Rudy McMillan with a top 12 finish in 12th position. And also other proven drivers who have come in and done other things. For example, like Jordan Stilp, obviously, who has, again, as I said before, thoroughly enjoyed his first season of racing in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Of course, has come across some of the likes of Clio Cup, and he's also come through from British GT, where he's raced in GT4, so he's vastly experienced in many different forms of racing, not just tin top saloons, but also British GT. So he has that experience of a hot hatch and has that experience of rear-wheel drive. It's just a case of putting them both together and making the most of the lessons from both. One driver who will be hoping to at least continue to end his season on a high and at least try and cement second place in the championship if possible is Tom Griffiths, because Tom came into the previous weekend at Brands Hatch a point in the lead and of course left it some 17-18 points back heading into this weekend at Donington Park. He just wasn't quite on the same pace as he had been in previous rounds. Of course, he'd been pretty rapid at Alton Park, and again he was fast at Thruxton. But just there was something about the Brands Hatch weekend that didn't quite work the same way, and so he ended up sort of finishing just on the fringes of the top 5 or just outside it, around 6th or 7th place. So he's managed to rebound and find his pace again at a circuit he seems to enjoy. Of course, he'll start this race from the front row of the grid as he did before. I remind myself of the front grid for race 1. He was on 3rd place in the on the grid for the first race. Get your words out, Scott. And he's going to start 2nd at this point at the time on the front row alongside Stephen Daly. So the poleman's unchanged, but of course there's a bit of a change around in the order because Griffiths and Davis have swapped places on the grid there. Jordan Stilp is now 4th, and Rhys Claydon, who was in 4th, is now back in 6th. And of course you've now got those 2 drivers. There's 2 extra factors of Ian Jones, who's a bit further up than he was when he started in 19th, with plenty of chances to make up more time in the early laps. And also Wayne Flint, who, you give him a good start, he was rocket propelled off the line. Did it at Brands Hatch, did it at Thruxton, led, or at least was challenging for the lead at very least in the early stages of at least one of the races on both those weekends. I will hope to do the same again if the possibility arises. So, just the last couple of clear-ups of, I think, 1 or 2 of the cars which were in the mix. I can hear in the background just outside our building here that the sound of engines has fired up, so that would suggest, I think, with all the recovery vehicles back in place and right on cue, here come our brilliant Bimmers. And they're heading onto track right now to get started for their 2nd race. It's the last race of today. It's a busy schedule tomorrow, of course, with racing, as we said, additionally from the Miltech Civic Cup and the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. We've got 2 races for the Fiesta Junior Championship, the last 2 races of the season for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy featuring TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup. And of course we've got the 2nd race of the weekend for the combined grids for the Caterham 270Rs and Roadsports and the 310Rs and 7 UKs. And also, of course, that Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race. Plenty of entertainment, including, of course, as well, one more Compact Cup race after this, which will once and for all settle the fate of the 2020 title. So there is your shot of the front row. There is James Griffiths, that's the Caterham. Tom Griffiths on the front row, former points leader and the closest man to Stephen Daly in the championship. There's Guy Davis in 3rd place, looking to try and make an impact. I think it's his first podium. I'm sure that either Greg or Charlotte from Compact Cup will correct me when looking back on the footage if it isn't. Paul Maguire with a quick flash of the headlights, former 750 Motor Club at Mazda MX-5 champion. And he also has competed in BRSCC Mazda MX-5s. He would look to see what he can do from the 3rd row. So, Stephen Daly and Tom Griffiths on the front row of the grid. The grid set by the result of race 1. Guy Davis and Jordan Stilp on the 2nd row together in 3rd and 4th. Row 3 is Paul Maguire and Reece Claydon from Wayne Flint. Watch for him from 7th on the grid. If he gets a good start, he will fly. Mikey Doble alongside him in 8th place. On the 5th row of the grid to round out the top 10 is Oliver Fowler in 9th and Ben Huntley in 10th, followed by Mike Doble Senior and Rudy McMillan, who starts on the 6th row in 12th. Ian Howes and Lee Dendy Sadler are on the 7th row of the grid together in 13th and 14th, from Ray McDowell and Gareth Claydon on the 8th row of the grid. Rounding off the top 20 is Sam Strong with a strong, forgive the pun, 17th place on the grid in his first weekend after a good finish in race 1. From Matt Flowers, Ian Jones, watch for him from 19th on the grid, and Simon Welton in 20th place to round off the top 20. James Barrett 21st ahead of David Sharp in 22nd place. Russell Cager is 23rd on the grid from Cliff Harper on the 12th row. Row 13 is John King ahead of Chris Chadwick in 26th position. Martin Gadsby much further back than he would normally be in 27th from Henry Cook in 28th position. And still we go back with Sir Angus Rahari and Richard Sutherland and Chris McGinley and Tom Evans making up positions 29 through to 32. And the last 3 cars on the grid should be on the screen at the moment. That's 33rd down to 35th, and that's the 3 cars we lost throughout the race in race 1, which is William Davison, Graham Robertson and Walker Millen, who primarily had to come in to sort of issue out with his bonnet. The bonnet had to get off, and that was causing visibility and I'm sure air pressure problems as well. So a reminder about these cars then, they are E36 generation BMW 318 Ti Compacts, 1900cc engines. They have a Super Chips ECU flash in them, they run on Nankang tyres, gas shocks. They have Powerflex suspension bushes, they've got a Clarius exhaust as well, and you can put a car together for as little as £5,000 to £6,000 incredibly. You can buy one for the same sort of price as well, and you can buy donor cars to put one together. Get this, for as little as £500. That is absolutely true. For some people who've had stories of picking up a car for that little and building it into quite a successful little machine. And in terms of drivers that have come through and been successful, one notable name, of course, in recent years has been a certain James Goyle, who before he entered the BMW Compact Cup, he took a few years off after winning the British GT title at the wheel of a Dodge Viper. So obviously going from a several hundred horsepower Dodge Viper with a great big 8-litre V10 engine down to a small little compact BMW with a 1.9-litre engine and rear-wheel drive. Big difference, but of course the way you drive them is a little bit different, but of course the whole rear-wheel drive ethos is still very much the same in both. So he of course had a great championship battle in 2016 with Stephen Daly, and he won the championship there. And then once James had moved on to Mini Challenge, it was Stephen Daly then who carried on and won. James Gorn actually carried on 2017, but it was Stephen Daly who beat him to the title. And then it was 2 years in Mini Challenge for James Gorn, if I'm correct. Forgive me if I got that wrong. And it was then just on the bounce from 2017, 2018, 2019. It's been 3 titles in a row for Stephen Daly. He wants number 4 in 2020, and regardless of the shortened season, that title will mean just as much as all the other 3 to him. So, any surprises from those starting further up the field? Well, maybe watch out for Reece Claydon. Had a decent enough start for 4th on the grid, picked up 6th, and he did drop a couple of spots. Again, I've said it a couple of times now, watch for Wayne Flint. He's in the silver and kind of turquoise number 55 car, currently the leader in the Masters points. Or at least he's in the top Masters driver in the championship. That's for drivers aged, I believe it's at least 45 and over. And basically, whoever wins the Masters title is literally the highest placed driver who is considered a Masters driver in the championship fight. So Wayne Flint came into the weekend, he was 4th or 5th overall, 4th in points on 301. That would have changed a little bit given the fact that he finished back in 7th, and Paul Maguire would have made up some points on him in the order. So the circuit will be in a little bit better condition than it was this morning, because obviously when they raced earlier on for race 1, they'd only had the rubber laid down from the qualifying sessions, but they've had a full quota of racing to speed the track up a little bit, so you'd expect lap times to be a little bit quicker. Also, it is still relatively cold, which means that if they get the tyres up to temperature, it means they'll get them in optimum range, being nice and warm, and they can regulate them much better on a cool track. So, Marshall at the back of the field has the green flag in her hand. Once it waves, which it does now, we are set for our last race of day one here at Donington Park, the second of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Watch for the lights at the top of the screen. When they go out, we will be racing for 15 minutes of BMW saloon car action as we get underway. It's an equal launch initially from the front row men, but it's Daly who slots into the leaders. Contact in the background as Paul Maguire gets out of shape. He carries on. I think he's probably just lost a bit of momentum, but he manages to hold on to the position, hold on to his spot in the pack, and drops back a few spots before he gathers his speed back up again. They're all trying to get through as best they can. They're 2 and 3 abreast as a couple of cars are checking up with the brake lights on, trying to avoid any contact. But I think, touch wood, they've all got through safely. They're trying to go 3 abreast already between, it looks like one of the doughballs with Ben Huntley and Wayne Flint. And now as they come down towards the Craner curve, side by side between Flint and Huntley into the old hairpin, and Flint is in front. I said to watch for Wayne Flint, and looks like I wasn't kidding because he's up a couple of places already. And also look for Ian Jones. Meanwhile, Tom Griffiths, 2 was on the grass trying to get past Stephen Daly early doors on this first lap. But into McLean's for the first time they go then. Daly from Griffiths, then it's Jordan Stilp, Guy Davis. Wayne Flint, he's up to 5th now. He's passed Rhys Claydon by the looks of it. He's up to 5th now at the expense of him. So the rest of the pack goes pouring through. Davison's also made a good start for the back of the field and carried on. Also got here, that is Gareth Claydon, I think, the 46 back to Denny Sadler, and also the recovery from Paul Maguire. There was a bit of a punch up in the middle of the pack around where he was. But he's managed to get going again, and he's deep in the pack at this point. We'll see where he is when it shakes out on the timing screen. So, out of the Fogarty S's, Daly, then Griffiths, Stilp, and then Guy Davis. Wayne Flint up to 5th from Rhys Claydon. Then it's then the Ben Huntley car in 7th position. And then it's 8th for Rudy McMillan, in fact. Great start for Rudy. He's managed to pick up a couple of places. He started 12th. He's up to 8th already. Then it's the 2 doughballs, followed by Oliver Fowler. And then it looks like Gareth Claydon battling away with Lee Denny Sadler, and Ian Jones is up 5 places where he started. The biggest loser, as we said, was Paul Maguire. Started 5th, down to 15th because of that contact on the run towards Redgate a few moments ago at the start. So that's the critical thing to watch out for. Headlights ablaze for Tom Griffiths as the rest of the field snakes and squirms its way through the Craner curves once more. Back in here, this is Ray McDowell having a scrap with the cars in the mix there. I think one of them is John King, I think, was running wide a bit there. Top 4 through McLean's once again. And Tom Griffiths knows this time making sure Stephen Daly's not being given 1 millisecond to relax here, but neither is Jordan Stilp doing exactly the same thing. He's giving exactly the same treatment to Tom Griffiths here, exiting Coppice on the sprint down towards the Fogarty S's. So 4 for the lead, down towards the chicane at the end of the back straight. Under brakes, and no one's making a move just yet as Daly files through in single file. But again, watch out, look behind them, because there is Wayne Flint. He's pulling away from Rhys Claydon, and if he given the opportunity, which he's been given right now, I guarantee he will close up to the top 5. But look at it, case in point, first proper flying lap around this time, 1:26.457. He is absolutely on it. So surely his first overall race win is only a matter of time. Maybe he finishes well here today. It could even be tomorrow. Who knows? Ian Jones, meanwhile, there he is in the black car with the pink trim. That is up to 12th place now, so he started 19th again, remember. Oh, 2 cars off the road. That is Jim Barrett and also Saringa Sothis Rahari. Both have come to blows at the Fogarty S's, I'm afraid. And that's both stuck on the gravel trap now then. I don't know if that's possibly going to warrant. I don't think a safety car is going to drag them out that quick enough. Maybe it might possibly classify as a red flag, but again, not being the clerk of the course, it's not my decision. So it'll be up to whatever clerk of the course decides to put on that one. It will at least, I'm sure, be a safety car, as the Ben Huntley's hit the hazard light switch on his car. Usually on some of them, they it's a trigger on the ABS. So some drivers hit usually when you hit the brake pedal so hard, it will trigger the hazard lights if there's some kind of an accident. That's why they come on. As I predicted, the safety car has been deployed. So unfortunately for Saringa Sothis Rahari and Jim Barrett, that is their race today at least done. Hopefully it's not their weekend done, because if they can get those cars fixed, they can get them out for tomorrow's final race. So safety car is thrown. Maybe I can eat maybe I'll eat my words and suggest that maybe a safety car could be enough. Now that's interesting. Ian Jones kept on racing there. Now he was, I think, that's interesting there, because it looks like there was a bit of a dispute there for 11th place. Jones was 11th, but I wonder if which one of the Dobles he was racing with. Maybe thinks that he was in front, but either way, Ian Jones is still there. And there's another car off. Ray McDowell, the number 4 car, is out. Now he's getting a push from the marshals, but unfortunately, he's signalling for more marshals. Come on, push me, get me out. But I'm not quite sure it's going to work that way, and I'm not quite sure reverse is going to work either, Ray. Unfortunately, I think that well and truly stuck, and that's going to be a assistance from a snatch vehicle. So the BMW safety car fittingly leads a pack full of BMWs, and Stephen Daly will be hoping for his 4th win in a row if he can do so. Of course, won both from Brands Hatch fairly convincingly, and won the first race by about 2.5 seconds. And then the second race, if he can hold on, will be once again a good result. There's Paul Maguire. He was getting a bit of fisticuffs at the start with couple of the cars around the first 3 or 4 rows, and it dropped it back a little bit, so it lost him some momentum, but he's managed to pick it back up again, and he's still 14th, but certainly back on the pace with everyone else. And what this will also do, of course, is some of those drivers that did fall back will start to pick up some pace. One driver I think it might actually well benefit is possibly Ian Jones, because obviously he's made up 8 spaces already, but the fact that everyone's closed up again now means that on the restart he'll have a great chance to pick off a few more cars in front of him one by one. There he goes in the black and pink car, number 59. And they make their way through Coppice Corner. Shout out to Reedy McMillan as well, 8th at the moment, of course, son of Gordon McMillan, who had to start towards the back of the grid after he had those issues with his bonnet when it came up. Great work by the volunteer marshals and recovery teams here. I did not doubt you for a second at all that you'd be able to pull that car out in time, but they absolutely have done. And that just shows how good they are. Ray McDowell, meanwhile, has been successful in getting a heavier push, shall we say, to get him out. So he is a lap down, unfortunately, but the thing that counts is he can at least still get going. I think he would still get something in terms of a couple of points for finishing the race. So that's a bonus for him. And every single point can count, particularly in a shortened season like this. So Saranga Sothif Sahari's car has been recovered from that gravel trap at Foggers Yeses. The next car they've got to try and pick up is Jim Barrett's car. So the running order was about 7 3/4 minutes to go. Stephen Daly leads the way. Tom Griffiths in 2nd place. Jordan Stilp in 3rd. 4th is Guy Davis. 5th is Wayne Flint. 6th is Rhys Claydon. 7th is Ben Huntley. 8th is Rudy McMillan, ahead of the first of the 2 Dobles. I'll quickly just clarify which Doble it is before I name one of them wrong. It is Mikey Doble, so Doble Jr., and then it's Oliver Fowler rounding out the top 10, followed by Ian Jones. Well, it looks as I think that whatever confusion there was between Doble Sr. and Ian Jones has possibly been clarified, because Mike Doble has gone back ahead of Ian Jones, so I'm guessing there was some clarification that he had to give the place back because he may have been just behind. So I think he's probably done that just to maybe avoid a penalty in case he was in front when he shouldn't have been. 13th place for Lee Denby Sadler, 14th place for Paul Maguire, and then 15th place for Ian Howes. Now that's a good sign, seeing Jim Barrett's car already out of the gravel trap and pulled away. That suggests to me that we could get racing back underway this time by, because that would hopefully mean that both cars have been cleared and they're just on one of the runoff areas which links the national circuit with the Grand Prix loop. So that's a key development in the recovery of those cars. That should mean with 6 3/4 minutes to go, it will be a little less than that when we get round to the start and finish line, but I imagine the safety car lights will be able to be extinguished, and then Stephen Daly, who's done this so many times before, then takes up his role as the BMW safety car, in inverted commas. He will choose when he wants to start. Yes, I think the fact that he's back in the pack up now suggests that we are going to get back racing again. Watch for that, man. Wayne Flint, number 55. He's now right in the mix in the top 4. He's caught up to them. If he's quick on the restart, and we know he can race hard and he's very quick pace-wise, I think he's got a great chance of even snatching a podium from this one. Who knows? If he's quick enough on the restart, dare I say a victory? I mean, it's possible. Any of the top 5 could manage it, and also there's a few top guys in there too trying to make up some places. So, safety car pulls in. and Stephen Daly will crawl into shot or be powered into shot anytime second. He's chosen to go fairly early just before the final chicane. He wiggles his way right and then left onto the pit straight. He'll see the green flag, and we are racing once again in the second race of the day for the Nankang Time BMW Compact Cup. Daly leads the way, Griffiths in second place. Paul Maguire's at it again, getting wide on the exit, sort of riding over the curbs, and immediately you can see that for fifth place, make it possibly four. Here comes Wayne Flint up the inside. I said to watch for him, and I was right. Gary Davis forced him to a mistake, runs out wide, and Flint is up to fourth place. Meanwhile, for second, here comes Tom Griffiths under attack for Jordan Stilp. The bright blue car going for it, and the former British GT man is going to get his nose in front here in the second part of the Craner curves. Griffiths holds firm on the inside. They're going to go up towards the old hairpin side by side, and Griffiths is riding out around the outside, toughing it out high, wide, and handsome on that outside line. But Jordan still can't find a way through, can he? And he's now back down to third position. Meanwhile, all this has done is it's given a free pass for Stephen Daly to check out on this restart. Look at that. He's got quite a substantial gap already with half of that done. And look behind the top three. Wayne Flint is coming. Look at this. He's already caught up to the back of Jordan Stilp, Addy and Tom Griffiths. I think at least second could be possible on the cards. I don't know about his overall pace to catch up to Stephen Daly, because he already, is checking out in front. He is absolutely trying to sail away here to get his fourth win in a row. But Wayne Flint is absolutely still in the conversation to get, at the very best, I think, second place. It's going to take a mistake from Stephen Daly. No commentator's curse intended, honest governor. But as they come to the pit straight now, with 3 3/4 minutes to go, Guy Davis has dropped back there. But I think contact going on between, that's Rhys Claydon, Rudy McMillan and Mike Doble Jr. I think, is that... McMillan up to 7th now, so really McMillan having one of his best races, but arguably the best race he's had so far in Compact Cup, up to 7th. He's now got cars either side of him. Mike Doble Jr.'s up the inside. It's 3 abreast. Something's not going to give here, and unfortunately, well, McMillan gets shuffled out wide. There's more contact. That was Mike Doble getting toughing it out with Rudy McMillan. Fowler's in the mix as well. So is also Gareth Claydon, so the other Doble, and also is Ian Jones. Leaving his Sanders watching on. 6-1. This is not going to work out, boys. Sort yourselves out into the old hairpin. Fowler's up the inside of Rudy McMillan. He goes wide on the exit. Also now side by side is Rhys Claydon. In fact, he's dropped back a few more spots. And now look at this. Stephen Daly has been caught by Tom Griffiths and Jordan Stilp, who have both been caught now by Wayne Flint. So this race is by far from over. Off the road, looks like I think that's gone possibly number 8. So number 8 car's off the road, but he's now managed to rebound back onto the circuit. That was the number 8 car of Sutherland. He was running at the line in 25th position, but fast and frantic in this second race. We see Rhys Claydon slipping further back down the top 10, puts 2 wheels onto the grass and somehow catches it. Great car control from Rhys Claydon. He's now got Gareth behind him, giving a push down the pit straight. And for the lead, it's all changed because Stephen Daly has dropped from 1st to 4th. But now it's Tom Griffiths in the lead now. Jordan Stilp in second, and Wayne Flint is third with 2 1/4 minutes to go. So a big shuffle around in the top 5. What's happened here then? It was off cameras, but here comes Wayne Flint for second place. Wayne Flint is going for second on the outside line into Redgate corner. Jordan Stilp will try and hold his ground, but it won't stop Wayne Flint, who does go round the outside at Redgate corner. Stilp hangs him out to dry over the curb and holds on to the inside line. There's more fisticuffs. There's a bang of doors. A piece of bodywork goes flying. I think that's possibly one of their wing mirrors, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Side by side still for second place, and Flint gets his nose in front. Yes, he does. There's contact for Stilp. He punches the rear of Flint's car. Damage to the front end. Rocks over the curb as Wayne Flint. Still under threat from Stilp again. All of this now gives the advantage to Tom Griffiths to try and get through into the lead now. He's sailing off up the road. And now as they come towards it, Guy Davis could get back into the mix here as well. And look at Ben Huntley as well. He's taken full advantage of all of this shenanigans to be up into 6th place. And he's in the conversation for a podium too. A lap and a half to go here in this second race. And now we see Wayne Flint again under attack from Jordan Stilp. Stephen Daly can follow him through if Wayne's not careful. Guy Davis also under threat from Ben Huntley. Then the next gag on the cars comes through, headed by Doble Jr. And firmly in the mix there is Ian Jones, who is up to 10th. So it's a possibility that he could get himself further in the top 10 if the next lap works out in his favour. Well, deep breath everybody. This now comes up to our final lap of the race, and Tom Griffiths now is doing exactly what Stephen Daly did early doors on the restart, and he's leading the way for second and third. They're still going at it, punch and counter punch between Jordan Stilp and Wayne Flint, and Stephen Daly wants to get back in the mix here in 4th place. But now he's got Guy Davis to his outside, who could put him down to 5th. Ian Jones, through all of that, incredibly takes the fastest lap of the race. Guy Davis to the outside of the championship leader. But again, Davis gets shown the door and the edge of the curb, and it does not happen. So The crucial thing is that I don't think Jordan Stilp or Wayne Flint are going to catch Tom Griffiths. As now side by side for fourth. That's break between Daly and Guy Davis. Up the inside comes Ben Huntley into the old hairpin. He goes rocking over the curb on the inside line. The timer is ticking down to less than 10 seconds. Next time they come past the line, it will be the checkered flag. And I have a feeling that Jordan Stilp is putting his foot down as much as he can to try and close this gap in on Tom Griffiths. But I'm not just going to make it. Stephen Daly still being hounded by Guy Davis as they come up through McLean's and then through Coppice now for the last time. This has been a fantastic race since the restart, and Wayne Flint, he said he was the one to watch, and he will certainly get just rewards from climbing his way up from what was originally about 19th on the grid in race 1 to 7th in race 2. He's going to get 19th to 7th in race 1, then to race 2 it will be 3rd place, but coming up to take the victory and to make it one apiece for the championship contenders, it will be his 3rd of the season up to the checkered flag. Tom Griffiths, after a frantic restart in his 2nd race of the weekend, takes victory in race 2 of the Nanankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. 2nd place goes to Jordan Stilp and 3rd to Wayne Flint. It's 3 abreast across the line for 4th, and it looks as though Stephen Daly got it. We'll have to look at the timing screen to see how close it was. It was 3 abreast between Daly, Flint, and also that was Ben Huntley, and they're still going at it 3 abreast further back. So lots of action battles all the way through the field. So 3rd to 4th, 5th, and 6th came across the line together, and the timing screen tells me that Daly beat Davis to the line by 43 1,000ths of a second, with Ben Huntley a further 1.107 seconds back. So just under a 10th and a half separated 4th, 5th and 6th across the line together. But there's a very happy Tom Griffiths. That will certainly do his champion chances no harm. All he has to do now is hope he can do the same tomorrow and pray that it could well be enough and that circumstances fall into his favour. Their final race is coming up tomorrow at around about, looking at the timetable, 11:15, so be sure to tune in for that. Fantastic stuff from the Compact Cup, as always. There's never a dull Compact Cup race. All sorts of great racing up and down the field, and there is the result after a crazy 2nd race. Tom Griffiths takes the victory by 1.1 seconds from Jordan Stilp in 2nd place, and a great drive from Wayne Flint to put himself 3rd. He's a dark horse for tomorrow, trust me. Stephen Daly just beats Guy Davis and Ben Huntley to the line for 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Mikey Doble finishes 7th from Oliver Fowler in 8th, and Ian Jones and Rudy McMillan complete the top 10. Then from 11th downwards, we have Mike Doble Senior in 11th place, Dave Dendy Sadler in 12th, Ian Howes in 13th place from Paul Maguire 14th. Then it's Rhys Claydon and Gareth Claydon. Rhys Claydon might be disappointed with that. Started 6th and dropped down to 15th, so they'll have to regroup for tomorrow. Matt Flowers 17th. William Davidson from the back of the grid to 18th place. Good job from him. David Sharp and Simon Welton complete the top 20 finishers. 21st, Sam Strong from John King and Cliff Harper. Then it's Russell Cager and Gordon McMillan, Martin Gadsby and Chris Chadwick, from Henry Cook, Richard Sutherland and Chris McGinley rounding out the top 30. And the last few cars on the classification were Graham Robertson and Tom Evans. Ray McDowell was a lap down after he got beached in the gravel trap. And James Barrett and Saranga Sothis Rahari both were off at the Fox Yeses, which caused the safety car midway through. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for day number 1 here at Donington Park. It's been fantastic racing all the way through. Big thank you to everyone from, of course, Caterham, from the Dunlop TCT, TCR and BMW Cup, and of course the brilliant BMWs in the Nanankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup for a thrilling day's racing. We do it all again tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock with the first of 2 races for the day of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Racing with MRF tyres, that's not to be missed. They should be 2 very competitive races with some racing stars in the future. There's also more races, of course, for effectively all the Caterham Championships. We've got the Meltor Caterham 7 270Rs from Roadsport, the 310Rs and 7 UKs, the non-championship Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy race, that's one to watch as well, plus 2 races for the Dunlop Touring Car Trophy featuring TCR UK and the BMW Cup. We crown champions for them tomorrow. Also 2 races for the Miltech Civic Cup and the 45-minute the pit stop mini endurance race for the excellent BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. Plenty of variety there not to be missed. Thank you so much for everyone who's been watching throughout all the streams on Facebook and YouTube. Please do be sure to like the BRSCC page on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and go and give a like and a follow to all the championship pages that are featuring here this weekend and have been shown the broadcast. And be sure to join us from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when we start all again. I'll have Andy McEwen alongside me for all the action as well. But for myself, Scott Woodwis, have a fantastic evening. Stay safe, stay warm wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early for more action from Donington Park on this, the TCR, TCT and Caterham race weekend with the BRSCC. Good night.